Chapter 2745. Translator. Hinyi Translations Editor. Hinyi Translations Operation Hidden. These weeping soul beasts were indeed needed by the high priest, but even Xiong Haizi did not know what they were for. Hence, he did not think that the black hole rank 7 being that the demon called Zhang Wuji had invited was the one who had snatched the 1,000 spatial pagodas. How could a mere black hole rank 7 know something that even Xiong Haizi did not know about? What's more, if it was really this person who snatched the 1,000+ spatial pagodas, this person would be too late to keep a low profile. How could he be so high profile as to help Zhang Wuji in the underground Weeping Soul Cave? Of course, Xiong Haizi could not say anything about this. After all, it was true that Zhang Wuji had personally captured the 10,000 Weeping Soul beasts and stuffed them into his spatial pagodas. However, Xiong Haizi would not let this matter go so easily. Xiongda was his only son, and he was indeed gifted in mental power. Under such circumstances, if Xiong Haizi, as the leader of the Black Mountain Planet, could not even guarantee that the Black Mountain Planet's Holy Sun trial would be given to his son, then Xiong Haizi would be too useless as a father. However, regarding the matter of the Saint trial quota, whether it was the High Priest or the Great Commander, they had all given a strict order that the 10 great devil stars in the tribe had to go through a collective selection before they could finally decide on the quota. No one was allowed to arbitrarily decide on the quota. After all, the Holy Son of the Black Mosquito tribe was being selected this time, not just the Holy Son of one of the families. If there was indeed someone who was gifted in mental power among the 10 Holy Sons, perhaps the final Holy Son of the Black Mosquito tribe in the Demonic Emperor planet would be able to obtain some kind of mental power inheritance in the Demonic Emperor Forbidden Land during the selection process. If that was the case, the Black Mosquito Star would become one of the 2 tribes with the most potential among the 10 tribes of the Demonkin race, second only to the royal family of the Demonkin race. After all, among the other 9 tribes, only one tribe's Holy Son had obtained the inheritance the first time they entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land and confirmed their identity as the Holy Son. Right now, this person was already the number 1 among the 9 Holy Sons. Even the High Priest of the Demon Emperor planet was full of praises for his talent in spiritual power. As for the other 8 Holy Sons, it was either their second or third time entering the Saint Devil Forbidden Land before they finally obtained some kind of spiritual power inheritance. And if you couldn't obtain any kind of spiritual power inheritance after entering the Holy Devil Forbidden Land 3 times in a row, then I'm sorry, but the position of Holy Son would have nothing to do with you. The tribe's qualifications and opportunities couldn't always be tilted to one person, and that was unfair. You failed 3 times in a row. Go away, we'll choose a new saint. This was the case when the Black Mosquito tribe was electing a saint this time. The previous saint of the entire tribe had failed 3 times in a row, which was 300 years, but he still couldn't obtain a single mental power inheritance from the Forbidden Ground. Therefore, he was banished and executed. After all, the entire Black Mosquito tribe had been mocked by the other 9 great demon tribes for a full 300 years because of him. In a fit of anger, the Grand Commander had raised his hand and blasted that fellow into ashes. As the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, although Xiong Haizi couldn't directly appoint his son, Xiongda, as the candidate to participate in the Holy Sun trial, he could secretly manipulate the situation. This time, the High Priest had sent people to deliver a large amount of small spatial pagodas. Even though they were all sealed with restrictions and even he couldn't open them, as a reward for his great efforts in handling this matter, the High Priest had given Xiong Haizi an additional small spatial pagoda without any restrictions or seals. Although he didn't say anything, it was obvious that he was going easy on him. On one hand, Xiong Haizi's son, Xiongda, was indeed quite talented in spiritual power. On the other hand, even if he didn't, it wouldn't matter if a fake was among the 9 genuine ones. In any case, he wouldn't have a chance at the Saint Devil Forbidden Land on the Demon Emperor planet. The High Priest had given Xiong Haizi such a spatial pagoda, so that he could go to the Weeping Soul Cave in advance to catch some Weeping Soul beasts to cheat. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it some grass. In fact, Xiong Haizi had indeed done so. At the beginning of the competition, he had ordered his demon scouts to secretly go to the underground Weeping Soul Cave and catch a total of 30,000 Weeping Soul beasts. Before that, he had thrown 10,000 into Xiongda's spatial pagoda. He didn't expect that this guy would be snatched away by someone else. This made Xiong Haizi extremely angry, and he fiercely reprimanded him. However, scolding was one thing. In the end he was still his son. At this time he was glad that he hadn't thrown all 30,000 Weeping Soul Beasts to this guy. Now it seemed that the remaining 20,000 Weeping Soul Beasts were simply lifesavers. After Xiongda returned, Xiong Haizi directly stuffed all 20,000 Weeping Soul Beasts into a spatial bottle that he had to leave his spiritual imprint on before handing it over. At present, among the 10,000 demon people who had handed in the mission, Xiongda indeed had the most Weeping Soul Beasts. The person in second place only had 7,000 Weeping Soul Beasts, but he had caught them with his own ability. This person could be considered pretty good. There was one thing that had to be said. For all the spatial pagoda, the user who left their spiritual imprint could only put it in and check the number of Weeping Soul Beasts they had. As for the others, they couldn't even check the number of Weeping Soul Beasts in other people's spatial pagoda. This included Xiong Haizi. Regarding this matter, the high priest had sent a trusted aide over. This person had received the high priest's authorization to check the number of Weeping Soul Beasts in any spatial pagoda. In fact, the high priest's trusted aide's real purpose in coming this time was to extract all the Weeping Soul Beasts from the spatial pagoda and transfer them to a specially made spatial pagoda with a larger interior space. Then, he would return to the Black Mosquito Star and hand it over to the high priest. Therefore, this person had the authority to extract all the Weeping Soul Beasts from the spatial pagoda. The spatial pagoda that the 10,000 demon people had handed over had all been publicly checked by him. Then the Weeping Soul Beasts inside were taken out and stored in the spatial pagoda that he carried with him. As the number of Weeping Soul Beasts in each spatial pagoda was publicly announced and recorded, the spiritual imprints of the demon people competitors were also conveniently erased. These spatial pagoda had to be left to Xiong Haizi so that he could think of a way to send a second batch of demon experts into the Weeping Soul Cave to work as laborers. At this moment, there was only 2 hours left until the deadline. Chapter 2746. No one can take advantage of public anger. As for the spatial tower that Xiongda took out in front of everyone knew what it was. However, knowing was one thing, but they couldn't say it out loud. After all, Xiong Haizi was the leader of Black Mountain Star, so he couldn't go against him. However, this matter was too fake, and all the demon dwellers who participated in the competition were extremely dissatisfied. They didn't dare to go against Xiong Haizi, but they hoped that the guy called Zhang Wuji could forcefully push Xiongda down. Even though that guy's methods weren't honorable, he was just playing a borderline game. Furthermore, he did it openly and honorably, unlike Xiongda and Xiong Haizi, the father and son duo. It was simply disgusting. In comparison, the 10,000 over demons were more inclined to support Zhang Wuji. This was something that even Xiong Haizi and Xiongda had never expected. Unknowingly, the two of them had already incurred the wrath of the masses. Moreover, the anger of the masses was not to be trifled with. At this moment, as time slowly passed, not only the 10,000 plus devil cultivator experts, even Xiongda and Xiong Haizi's hearts slowly rose to their throats. At present, all of the other 10,000 demons had already handed in their missions, and all of the spatial pagodas had been counted in front of everyone, and the rankings were out. If that guy didn't come back within 2 hours, then even if the number of Weeping Soul Beasts in the small space pagoda that he turned in later did indeed exceed Xiongda's 20,000, this matter could be considered a done deal. The Black Mountain Star's Saint Trial qualification would belong to Xiongda. A game has to have rules. Who told you to be late? It was precisely because of this that Xiongda and Xiong Haizi, father and son, were extremely nervous at this moment. This was because they didn't know if there were more than 20,000 Weeping Soul Beasts in the spatial pagoda in Zhang Wuji's hands. After all, when Xiongda saw it with his own eyes, there were about 16,000 of them at the dead end. However, for the rest of the time, even if they continued to capture them one by one, it was estimated that it would be about time after capturing more than 16,000 of them. There was no way the other party would be able to use the same trick a second time. But what about before that? If the other party had done it once before, then Xiongda's qualification to enter the Holy Sun trial would most likely be lost. This was also the reason why the father and son duo were so nervous. Of course, it wasn't that Xiong Haizi didn't think about sending people to secretly kill that brat. However, Xiong Haizi had a late-stage Black Hole Realm level 7 expert by his side. In the entire Black Mountain Star, although there were at least 20 Black Hole Realm experts, only 3 had reached the Black Hole Realm level 7. Xiong Haizi was a level 9 expert, and he had 2 other level 7 experts under him. However, this was useless. Even if Xiong Haizi were to personally take action, he would not be able to kill the other party in a short period of time. At that time, if there was a large commotion, it would definitely be seen by the other devil experts. He couldn't just kill all the demons, could he? Putting aside the fact that they were all from the Black Mountain Star, the most important thing was that they had already caused such a huge incident in the Weeping Soul Cave. How were they going to convince the other demonic cultivators to enter the Weeping Soul Cave to capture the Weeping Soul Beast? If he couldn't complete the task given by the High Priest, that would be the real trouble. It was precisely because he had considered these factors that Xiong Haizi had no choice but to give up on the idea of secretly sneaking over and killing that pair of master and servant. However, he was not completely unprepared. In any case, there had been a large number of spatial pagodas in the Weeping Soul Cave before, and this matter had to be investigated. In Xiong Haizi's opinion, the person who had secretly done this was most likely attracted by the High Priest's leak of information, and had nothing to do with this pair of master and servant. However, that was not important. Who could be sure of framing someone? This was Xiong Haizi's plan. If the pair of master and servant did not return within 2 hours, then it would be fine. But if they did humph, regardless of whether the number of weeping soul beasts in the spatial pagodas that Zhang Wuji took out exceeded 20,000, Xiong Haizi had no intention of letting this pair of master and servant go. His precious son was not someone who could be bullied as they wished. Head leader Haizi, I think it's about time. How about you announce the final candidate for the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial right now? Just as there was only an hour left, the trusted aide sent by the High Priest was obviously a little impatient. He turned his head and glanced at the head leader of Black Mountain Star, Xiong Haizi, and then said, "The High Priest is still waiting. I have to hurry back and report." Hearing this, Xiong Haizi couldn't help but secretly rejoice. No matter what, he had to first obtain the qualifications for the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial. As for Zhang Wuji and his servant, once this matter was settled, he would be able to deal with them freely when they arrived. Thinking of this, Xiong Haizi immediately smiled and nodded. At the same time, he stood up immediately. Just as he was about to announce the final result, 2 figures flew over from the distant horizon like meteors and landed directly in front of the Government Affairs Hall. They were only 200 meters away from the temporary high platform where Xiong Haizi and the High Priest's trusted aide were. Wasn't it Yixian and Li Mosquito who had finally returned in time? The more than 10,000 demon cultivators in the square. When they saw Xiong Haizi stand up and was about to announce the final result, all of their faces were filled with disappointment. But at this moment, when they suddenly saw Yixian and Li Mosquito appear, their hearts trembled. No one knew who shouted Zhang Wuji's name in excitement. Immediately after, the other devil cultivator rankers all started to shout in response. In just a short breath of time, the 3 words Zhang Wuji resounded throughout the entire plaza of the Government Affairs Center. Such a scene, even Yixian was shocked. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly remembered that this Zhang Wuji seemed to be him. It was a name he casually gave when he registered, but it had only been a month, and he hadn't done anything? Why was there so many cheers in the blink of an eye? At the same time as the 10,000 demon cultivators cheered Zhang Wuji's name in unison, Xiong Haizi, who was on the high platform, suddenly changed his expression. He faintly had a bad feeling in his heart. As a person who had been in a high position for a long time, he was naturally very clear about the people's hearts. From the looks of it, this guy called Zhang Wuji had clearly won the hearts of the people. Under such circumstances, if he were to go against him, under the anger of the more than 10,000 demon dwellers below, the matter of him secretly manipulating things might be exposed in public by some one of them. Everyone knew it was one thing, but if it was exposed in public, it would not be easy to clean up the mess. At this moment, he suddenly understood the meaning of those 5 words. Don't bully the anger of the public. Chapter 2747. The trial qualifications are in hand. Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji. With the arrival of Yixian and Li Mosquito, the 10,000 demons in front of the plaza were inexplicably excited and cheered loudly. This scene greatly surprised the trusted aide sent by High Priest Huigyul. He gave Yixian a deep look, then took the spatial pagoda he had tossed onto the stage and began to examine it in front of everyone. As his spiritual power entered the spatial pagoda, his eyes lit up. He looked up at Yixian again and reported the number of weeping soul beasts inside. Zhang Wuji, 23,467. Oh! Zhang Wuji. Complete victory. When they heard that Yixian had indeed lived up to everyone's expectations and crushed Xiongda, who had cheered so arrogantly, the 10,000 demon powerhouses below immediately cheered again. They felt as if they had vindicated the resentment in their hearts, and felt completely comfortable. Although Xiong Haizi was the leader of Planet Black Mountain, these demon powerhouses still understood the principle that the law could not punish the majority. Furthermore, this matter was originally the fault of the father and son duo. Therefore, the 10,000 demon powerhouses in the plaza did not conceal their support for Yixian at all. This made Yixian, who did not quite understand the situation, feel a little embarrassed. He only felt that the demon powerhouses of Planet Black Mountain were too enthusiastic and too likable. Leader Xiong Haizi, what do you think about this matter? The trusted aide of the high priest turned to look at Xiong Haizi. He naturally knew that the matter with Xiongda was due to the former's cheating. If it were anyone else, he might have gone with the flow and helped push the boat, but this person called Zhang Wuji clearly had an extraordinary background. Not only did he have a black hole realm powerhouse by his side, he also seemed to have a good reputation on Planet Black Mountain. Therefore, the trusted aide of the high priest did not intend to play any tricks in this regard. He did not want to end up with unnecessary trouble in the end. That would be meaningless. The high priest had already given this Xiong Haizi a spatial pagoda that didn't have a spiritual restriction seal. Even so, this Xiong Haizi was able to screw up this matter. Why should he blindly worry behind him and even offend him? At this moment he turned to look at Xiong Haizi. Although he did not finish his words, it was clear that he was urging him to quickly announce the Black Mountain Planet's participation in the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial in front of everyone. After that, he would be able to bring the spatial pagoda with the large capacity space pagoda containing the 30 million weeping soul beasts. To be able to harvest such a large number of weeping soul beasts this time, the high priest would surely be pleasantly surprised and would definitely reward him handsomely. Thinking of this, the trusted aide of the high priest was simply anxious to return home. Xiong Haizi clearly understood the other's meaning, but he was extremely unwilling in his heart, and even the corners of his eyes twitched. After looking at the 10,000 or so demon dwellers below, Xiong Haizi secretly remembered a few of the most arrogant fellows. He took a deep breath and then said with a heavy expression, "Before this, there was a large number of spatial pagoda robberies in the underground Weeping Soul Cave. This chief suspects that this matter is related to too shameless. This is clearly a covert operation. If you want to talk about robbing the spatial pagoda, anyone can do it, but Zhang Wuji is absolutely impossible. What's the matter? The people around him are helping to herd the sheep, is there a need to rob? But Xiongda, I clearly saw him rob with my own eyes. Wu, brother, the unlucky person you're talking about is me. My spatial pagoda was stolen by him. But I don't have 20,000 weeping soul beasts in there. Where did he get them? Too shameless, we don't accept this." Without waiting for Xiong Haizi to finish speaking about his suspicion that Yixian was the mysterious robber who robbed the spatial pagoda, the 10,000 devil cultivator below immediately began to make a ruckus, even revealing the truth of Xiongda's robbery in front of everyone. Xiong Haizi immediately became nervous and subconsciously glanced at the trusted aide of the high priest beside him. After discovering that the other party was looking at him with a meaningful smile, Xiong Haizi's heart skipped a beat, and he could no longer remain calm. He naturally knew about Xiongda's robbery. This brat only had his own spatial pagoda robbed, and then he followed suit and robbed others, intending to take it back to complete the task. But if this was done by someone else, it would be fine. But if he, Xiong Haizi's son, did it, it was inevitable that the high priest would not think too much. If he suspected that the 1,100 or so unaccounted spatial pagoda were related to him, then this matter would really be difficult to explain. Thinking of this, Xiong Haizi did not dare to continue to tangle on this matter and quickly announced in front of everyone, "The final candidate for the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial is Zhang Wuji." When they heard that Xiong Haizi had finally compromised, the 10,000 or so demon dwellers below immediately cheered. They were not happy for Yixian but for themselves. No matter what, although Zhang Wuji had a shepherd by his side, he was at least open and above board. Moreover, he had personally thrown the 20,000 weeping soul beasts into the spatial pagoda one by one. Losing to him was better than losing to Xiongda, who had a good father behind him. This matter could be considered as settled. The right to participate in the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial had ultimately fallen into the hands of Yi Xian. There are still 2 months before we head to the Black Mosquito Star. In order to ensure this, Zhang Wuji, during these 2 months, you are not allowed to take a single step out of Black Mountain City. This chief must ensure your safety. After all, the Holy Sun trial is of great importance. You must understand this. Looking at Yi Xian, Xionghazi spoke. Although his expression was calm, there was clearly a trace of cold light that quietly flashed in the depths of his eyes. Yi Xian suddenly understood and immediately sneered. His words were pleasant to hear, but his opponent's intentions were clearly completely different. In this competition for the Holy Sun trial, he was first and Xiongda was second. If he died, Xiongda would naturally replace him. Not allowed to leave Black Mountain City for 2 months with Xionghazi's strength and methods, even with the Li Mosquito Star, it would be very easy for him to kill Yi Xian. However, although everyone was well aware of this, Yi Xian could not point it out. Otherwise he would be tactless. Therefore, after hearing this, he frowned and did not say anything. Instead he nodded. Then, under the guidance of 2 demon dweller experts appointed by Xionghazi, he walked towards a residence. The moment he turned around, Yi Xian's gaze subconsciously swept over the trusted aide of the high priest, who was cupping his hands and bidding farewell to Xionghazi. Just now, he had clearly seen the other party move all the weeping soul beasts from his spatial pagoda into a spatial pagoda that he carried with him. Since that was the case, he could basically confirm that the existence that needed these weeping soul beasts was the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Hue Gulei. However, all this was not the main point. The main point was that the trusted aide of the high priest had clearly come with the intention of taking away all the weeping soul beasts. Furthermore, not only was the other party about to leave Black Mountain Star, he seemed to be alone. Chapter 2748. Translator. Hinyi Translations Editor. Hinyi Translations. Another robbery. High Priest Hue Gulei's trusted aide was not weak, being at rank 1 Black Hole Realm. However, for Yi Xian, a rank 1 Black Hole Realm was too weak if he wanted to rob the other party. As long as Ba Chai attacked, the other party would be dead for sure. Besides that, the Black Mosquito Star was quite far away from the Black Mountain Star. With the speed of Yi Xian's purple cave shuttle, he could definitely catch up to the other party halfway. Moreover, the purple cave shuttle had a concealment array, so it could appear near the other party without anyone noticing. At the thought of this, Yi Xian immediately made up his mind. There were at least 30 million weeping soul beasts. If he could really rob them, he would really be rich this time. He definitely could not miss this opportunity. With that in mind, he and Li Mosquito were quickly brought to a small independent courtyard. The courtyard had walls, and as soon as the two entered, a small team of 10 demon scouts immediately rushed over and stood around the courtyard like guards. It looked like protection, but this was clearly house arrest. Yi Xian snorted coldly, then closed the courtyard door and entered the residence in the courtyard with Li Mosquito. According to his estimation, even if Xionghazi wanted to kill them, he would not rush over immediately. At the very least, he would have to wait for the situation to blow over. After all, there were still 2 months before they left for the Black Mosquito Star, so there was no hurry. At the very least, Xionghazi would definitely not come over in the next few days. Since that was the case, it was the best time to rob them. However, although he had perfect oscillation, he could not protect Li Mosquito and leave quietly. Moreover, Li Mosquito also needed to stay here and occasionally make some noise in the courtyard. If there were 10,000 people coming to visit, they would have to find an excuse to stop them. Therefore, Li Mosquito could not leave. After giving him some instructions, Yi Xian immediately activated his perfect oscillation ability. His figure flashed as he charged out of the small courtyard and towards the horizon. Fortunately, the demon star did not have a star defense array like the human administrative stars. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not be able to leave quietly. After leaving Black Mountain Star, Yi Xian immediately summoned the Purple Hole Shuttle and activated the concealment array to speed along the way. since his personal interstellar communication network had already connected to the internal interstellar network of planet Black Mountain. He already knew the star map of the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Even without the Li Mosquito leading the way, Yixian would not go in the wrong direction on his own. After leaving the starry sky for a distance, Yixian stopped in a star field that didn't have a devil domain. He put away the purple hole shuttle, then took out the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship with a wave of his hand. The reason for this was because in order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he planned to have the Black Mosquito ships Mount Naibwa and the Black Wind ships Barakai attack together. After taking out the two bastions, he immediately activated the concealment array. After all, they were too big. It would not be good if they were seen by others. After doing all this, Yixian entered the Black Wind and brought Babakai, who was overseeing the ship, with him. After exiting the Black Wind, he waved his hand and put it into his undying world. Only then did he lead Babakai into the Black Mosquito. As soon as they entered, Barker rushed over and cupped his hands. Master Lu Wenxuan has made a breakthrough in the space folding array. He has refined a small private warship and asked me to give it to you. He is currently continuing his research in the Demon Nest. A small private warship with the space folding array? Upon hearing this news, Yixian was overjoyed. He hurriedly took a small space box from Barker and gave a few instructions. Only then did he bring Nabashan and Babakai out of the Black Mosquito. With a wave of his hand, he put the Black Mosquito into his undying world. Yixian was very interested in this small private warship that Lu Wenxuan had refined. However, he had more important things to do at the moment, so he could only put this matter at the back of his mind for the time being. After summoning the Purple Cave Shuttle, he entered it with Nabashan and Babakai and immediately rushed in the direction of the Black Mosquito star. Half a day later, under Yixian's full control, a warship finally appeared in front of them. Based on the speed and grade of the warship, it should be the personal warship of the High Priest's trusted aide. Prepare to attack. Yixian immediately approached with the speed of the Purple Cave Shuttle. When the distance between the two sides was less than a kilometer, Yixian maintained this speed and then activated space oscillation with a thought. Space oscillation was originally an offensive method that only large warships could use. However, the black hole shuttle that Yixian had fused into the Purple Cave Shuttle during his fifth fusion had this ability. However, its range was not large, only a kilometer in radius. Therefore, Yixian had to get within a kilometer before he could use it. Wang. As the Purple Cave Shuttle's space oscillation ability was activated, the space within a kilometer radius with the warship as the center began to hum at a high frequency. Under such circumstances, the warship in front of them was like a small boat in a storm, swaying up and down violently. If this kind of space oscillation was used by other warships, the Purple Cave Shuttle's concealment state would immediately be removed after entering the area of the oscillation. However, if the Purple Cave Shuttle used space oscillation itself, its concealment state would not be affected because its body was the source of the oscillation. In other words, the Purple Cave Shuttle was not exposed at all. Under such circumstances, the other party clearly thought that he had encountered a natural space oscillation, so he immediately escaped from the warship. After putting away the warship, he was about to leap out. At this moment, Nabashan and Ba Chai, who were already prepared, disappeared from the Purple Cave Shuttle in a flash. When they reappeared, they were sandwiched between the trusted aide of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest. At the same time, Yixian roared through the Purple Cave Shuttle's sound transmission system. "Stop! This is a robbery!" "Nabashan? Robbery? Are you kidding?" Nabashan was originally the leader of the demon people on the Black Mosquito Star. This trusted aide of the high priest from the Black Mosquito Star obviously knew him, so he cried out softly when he saw him. At first, he did not seem to believe the robbery, but when he saw the aura in Ba Chai's body, which was full of Black Hole Realm Level 9 perfection cultivation, his expression changed immediately. Then he roared at Nabashan. "Nabashan, do you want to die? How dare you rob the High Priest's weeping soul beast? I understand it must be the two of you who attacked on the Black Mountain Star. So noisy." Chapter 2749. Epic Grade Dongshu Shuttle. Yixian's figure appeared at the first moment. With a grab of his hand, he swept all the treasures that fell out of the demon beast's body into his unlucky realm. Then, after cutting out the demon beast's brain core with ease, Yixian directly raised the Devil Blood Star Tears sword and absorbed all the blood essence in the demon beast's body. He let the corpse fall into the void, then waved at Naboshin and Ba Chai. The three of them entered the Purple Hole shuttle at the same time and quietly left. This was the first Black Hole Realm demon beast's brain core that Yixian had obtained. He was not in a hurry to throw it to the devouring system to extract the spiritual origin energy within. Instead, he stored it in a small spatial box. Vaguely, he had a feeling that this Black Hole Realm demon beast's brain core would definitely be of great use in the future. Then Yixian looked through his spoils of war. The other items did not attract his attention, and he threw them all into his undying world. Finally, Yixian's attention landed on a small spatial pagoda that looked exactly the same. This small spatial pagoda also had a grade 4 spiritual seal on it. Yixian immediately erased it and refined it, leaving his own spiritual seal and spiritual imprint. Finally, he looked at the Weeping Soul Beasts and realized that there were actually more than 34 million Weeping Soul Beasts. In addition to the 4 million Weeping Soul Beasts stored in the other spatial pagoda, the total number of Weeping Soul Beasts in Yixian's hands was actually more than 39 million Weeping Soul Beasts. That was close to 40 million Weeping Soul Beasts. We're rich, we're really rich this time. Such a large number of Weeping Soul Beasts made Yixian dance with joy and cheer uncontrollably. Although he was happy, he quickly calmed down. Without a doubt, robbing the trusted aid of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest was like poking a hornet's nest. Although he had an alibi and basically no one would suspect him, it was always better to be careful. In addition, the killing intent of Black Mountain Star's big leader Xiong Haizi also needed to be resolved. With Li Mosquito alone, she was clearly not a match for the other party. Yixian decided to bring MT Naboshin and Ba Chai with him. However, whether it was MT Naboshin, Li Mosquito, or even Ba Chai, it was no longer appropriate for them to show themselves. In the past, Yixian would have had to use the Black Mosquito or the Black Wind to transfer them into his undying world. But if they did that, they would have to take the Bastion out first. That would be troublesome, and it wouldn't be wise to reveal the Bastion's location. Yixian wouldn't have been able to solve this problem in the past, but now with the appearance of the small private battleship that Barker had given him, everything was no longer a problem. With Yixian's current cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to keep a Universal Star grade expert into his undying world. The only exception was if the expert was placed in a treasure with an internal folded space, which was equivalent to an independent space. Then, the treasure would be refined before it could be stored. Since Old Man Lu had made a breakthrough in his research into folded space, and had created a small private battleship with a folded space, then Yixian could use this battleship to fuse with the Purple Cave Shuttle for the 6th time. Once it was complete, his Purple Cave Shuttle would also have a folded space. When that time came, not only would the Purple Cave Shuttle's interior space be larger, but MT Naboshin, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, and the others would be able to pass through the shuttle and be absorbed into Yixian's undying world. In this way, if he needed to summon them, he would only need to use the Purple Cave Shuttle. He wouldn't have to worry about the risk of his 2 bastions being exposed. Yixian grew excited at the thought. Without further ado, he steered the Purple Cave Shuttle to a remote location. Once the 3 of them were out of the shuttle, he took it into his body and tossed it to the fusion system, along with the battleship he just received from Barker. At the same time, he tossed in a mountain of planetary core sources as energy for the fusion. Very quickly, the system's voice rang in Yixian's mind. Ding! Discovered treasure that can be fused. Small private battleship. Purple Cave Shuttle void stacking ship. Do you wish to fuse? It was only now that Yixian realized the small private battleship was originally called the void stacking ship. It was a fitting name indeed. As he sighed, he immediately gave an affirmative reply. Then the system notification sounded again. Ding! Command confirmed. Purple Cave Shuttle beginning 6th fusion. Progress 1. At this point, Yixian was finally able to relax. According to his calculations, this fusion would take at least 10 days to complete. After all, this was the 6th fusion, and the time needed to complete would increase exponentially. However, Yixian obviously didn't have such a long time to waste here. After all, something big had happened, and he wasn't sure if Xiong Haizi would go to the small courtyard where he was under house arrest to check it out. If he really went, everything would be over. Because of this, in order to increase the speed of the fusion, Yi Xian threw level 8 legendary planetary core sources to the fusion system as energy for the fusion. Anyway, he already had plenty of such legendary level 8 planetary core sources. He hoped that the level of the planetary core sources he threw in was so high that the fusion speed would increase quickly this time. This was also a choice he had no choice but to make. As for whether it would be effective or not, Yi Xian had no idea at all. After doing all this, he, Naboshan, and Ba Chai hid in a secluded place, quietly waiting for the result of the sixth fusion. What caught Yi Xian off guard was that after only half a day, the familiar system's voice rang in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Fusion successful. Epic Star Battleship Dongshu Shuttle has been obtained. Done. Done so quickly. The surprise came so quickly that even Yi Xian was a little caught off guard. He was stunned for a moment. Without a doubt, this was the result of him using the level 8 Black Star Core Origin as the fusion energy. After all, he usually used level 1 and level 2 items. This time he suddenly used a level 8 Black Star Core Origin. The quality of the fusion energy increased so quickly, so the fusion speed naturally increased correspondingly. However, wasn't the increase from 10 days to half a day a bit too much? It seemed that if he was in a hurry to complete the fusion in the future, he could try using a level 9 9-colored planetary core source. The fusion speed would probably be even faster. Other than that, what made Yi Xian even happier was that after this fusion, the Purple Hole Shuttle, which was originally only at the Starry Sky Legend level, had finally leaped to become an epic level treasure like his battle weapon and battle armor. Chapter 2750. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin the Wrath of the High Priest. After the sixth fusion, the Dongshu Shuttle was almost the same as the previous Purple Hole Shuttle in terms of appearance, but the changes inside were huge. This kind of private small battleship was basically only 100 meters in diameter and 300 meters in length. The space inside was also the same. However, excluding the space occupied by some functional areas and equipment, the real cabin was actually not very big. It was only 100 meters in radius, which was about 10,000 square meters. But now, the space inside the Dongshu Shuttle had been increased by 100 times because of the perfect folding array. Moreover, it had 3 floors, top, middle, and bottom. From the inside, it felt like a small space fortress. The top floor was the main control room, and the middle floor was the power room and some other empty cabins. As for the bottom floor, it was a huge square. Of course, if necessary, it could be divided and used for storage. With such a large space, even 10,000 demon dwellers could fit in it. Of course, in that case, there would not be much space for them to move around, and they would have to stay in their own cabins. After a round of inspection, Yi Xian immediately took out the Black Mosquito Shuttle again. Then he let Gue Hai Dao lead the 1,000 demon slaves under his command into the Dongshu Shuttle. They set up camp on the middle floor and cultivated with all their might. In the future, if he encountered something that required more manpower, Yi Xian would not be restricted by the inconvenience of taking out the space fortress. In addition, seeing that Gue Hai Dao could lead the 1,000 demon slaves out to carry out missions, the wretched mosquito butcher also took the initiative to inviting Ying. Yi Xian thought that this guy was weird and could sometimes take charge alone, so he directly agreed. Very quickly, Gue Hai Dao led his 1,000 demon slaves into the second level of the Dongshu Shuttle. As for Yi Xian, he just brought Mount Nabu Ba Chai and Li Mosquito to the first level above. Then he activated the Dongshu Shuttle that had activated the concealment formation and quickly rushed towards Black Mountain Star. After arriving at Black Mountain, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Dongshu Shuttle into the undying world in his body. Then he activated the perfect vibration skill again and quickly entered the interior of Black Mountain Star, heading toward Black Mountain City. At this point, only a single day had passed since he'd left and returned. After quietly returning to the small courtyard where he was under house arrest, Yi Xian asked Li Mosquito. After learning that Xiong Haizi hadn't come in the past day, he finally relaxed. No matter what, no one would suspect him and Li Mosquito for the assassination of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest's trusted aide. After all, they had not left this small courtyard the entire day, and there were many demon dweller scouts guarding the courtyard. There was no doubt about that. Just as Yi Xian was rejoicing, a large number of demon dweller scouts suddenly roared from outside. Their footsteps were hurried, and it seemed to be quite noisy. Just as Yi Xian was feeling suspicious, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. Xiong Haizi walked in with large strides with a sullen face. This immediately made Yixian secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he had returned in time. If he had been a little later, this matter would have been exposed. Xiong Haizi obviously came with a purpose this time. After entering the courtyard and seeing Li Mosquito, he immediately frowned and fell into deep thought. Yixian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be because the matter of the high priest's trusted aide being assassinated midway had been exposed. Xiong Haizi suspected Li Mosquito, so he immediately rushed over. Seeing that she did not leave, he was disappointed and began to ponder other matters. Team leader, what's going on? Listening to the movement outside, it seems to be quite noisy. Yixian sneered in his heart and immediately asked. The high priest's special envoy was assassinated on the way back to the Black Mosquito Star. He only had time to secretly send a message to the high priest with a secret technique before he was killed. Xiong Haizi was still muttering to himself, so he only casually replied. Hearing this, Yixian's heart suddenly beat wildly. He actually didn't notice that the other party had sent a private message. It seemed that it was done using a secret technique. However, he didn't know what the content of the private message was, which was very important. Unfortunately, the content of the private message only had the word Nai. But even so, the result is very clear. It must be the people of the Black Nai tribe. Humph, relying on the fact that their holy son is the only one who successfully obtained a certain kind of spiritual inheritance the first time he entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, their future development is limitless. This Black Nai tribe is simply becoming more and more rampant. Just as Yixian's heart was beating wildly, the answer he wanted to know was directly said by Xiong Haizi. The other party obviously had a purpose for doing this. Halfway through, Xiong Haizi paused and glanced at Yixian before continuing. Zhang Wuji, right now a spy from the Black Nai tribe has infiltrated my Black Mountain Star. You'd best be careful. The high priest has already ordered a strict investigation. If you encounter a spy from the Black Nai tribe, kill them on the spot. So I advise you not to run around, otherwise, even this leader won't be able to protect you. In other words, this was clearly a preventive measure. First, he would put on a show on the surface, then secretly get rid of Yixian and push everything to the so-called spy from the Black Nai tribe. It was indeed a good plan. Yixian immediately sneered, but his expression did not change. He hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands at Xiong Haizi and said, Leader, Li Mosquito is just a senior that I met by chance in the Black Mosquito Star field and befriended. The two of us hit it off, so she agreed to help me obtain the right to enter the Black Mountain Star field to participate in the Black Mountain Star trial. Now that she has fulfilled her promise, she already has the intention to leave. Coincidentally, the situation on Black Mountain Star here is strange, so it is inconvenient for her to stay, lest she arouses suspicion. So, what I mean is, if I stay here, I will be protected by the demon scouts sent by the leader, so there won't be any safety issues. Since Li Mosquito wants to leave, I wonder if the leader will allow her to leave? Well, hearing Yixian's words, Xiong Haizi was immediately overjoyed. He was worried that there was a rank 7 Black Hole Realm expert here who would make a move on Yixian. He was afraid that the commotion would be too great, and it would be difficult to get away with it. Since this boy was courting death, he took the initiative to ask the Black Hole Realm expert to leave. Naturally, he could not ask for more. However, no matter how happy he was, Xiong Haizi did not show it on his face. He even pretended to hesitate for a moment, then sighed and said, Of course you can leave, but the situation outside is chaotic, so you don't have to send me off, lest you encounter a spy from the Black Nai tribe. It won't be good if something unexpected happens. Chapter 2751. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing intent descends. It's so chaotic outside. I don't dare to run around. I hope you can send another scout team to guard outside. Yixian sneered inwardly, but his face was full of smiles. He said to Xiong Haizi, Since Li Mosquito has left, I'll start my closed-door training. If I can reach the first level of the meteor state in 2 months, I'm sure my chances of becoming the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son will be greatly increased. This is also the glory of the Black Mountain planet. In other words, he seemed to be saying that he would definitely win the 10 Great Demon Planets trial and become the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. Unexpectedly, Liang was now beginning to take a pinching stance, requesting Xiong Haizi to assign even more Devil Dweller scouts to protect him. Xiong Haizi despised him in his heart, but the more Yi Xian acted like this, the more at ease he felt. He immediately agreed and sent another group of demon cultivator scouts, instructing them to protect this small courtyard and ensure Yi Xian's safety. Only then did he walk out of the small courtyard with Li Mosquito and soar into the sky above Black Mountain Star. Li Mosquito was a late-stage Star Cave State 7th level expert. Since she was going to leave, he naturally had to see her leave the Black Mountain planet with his own eyes. In fact, as soon as the two left, Yi Xian closed the courtyard door, returned to his room, and activated his perfect vibration skill. He immediately jumped up and followed behind. He followed the two all the way to the atmosphere of the Black Mountain planet. Xiong Haizi stopped there, but Li Mosquito went straight out of the atmosphere and into the outer space. Yi Xian didn't stop for a moment. When he passed by Li Mosquito, he secretly sent her a voice transmission, asking her to follow. Then Yi Xian led Li Mosquito into the void and arrived at the back of a barren planet. He took out the Dongshu shuttle and let Li Mosquito enter it. Then, he put away the shuttle and hurried back. Originally, Yi Xian had thought that Xiong Haizi would make a move against him as soon as possible. That was why he had been so anxious and hurried all the way back. Who would have thought that after returning to the house arrest courtyard, he would have to wait for a full half a day, but Xiong Haizi still hadn't shown up. He was obviously busy dealing with the Black Nai tribe's spy. As for Yi Xian's matter, since Li Mosquito had left, he could deal with it at any time. Naturally, he would put it aside and leave it hanging. At this moment, Xiong Haizi would never have imagined that Yi Xian was also hesitating in his heart. He had been pondering whether to take him in or kill him this time. If the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest trusted aide hadn't been killed, killing this Xiong Haizi would have been enough to vent his hatred. However, it was clearly not the right time to do so now. First, his trusted aide had been killed. Then, even the Black Mountain Star's high priest had been killed. This matter would probably instantly enrage the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest and high priest. When that time came, there would be big trouble if they personally came to investigate. Those two fellows were supreme existences of the Origin realm. Even if Ba Chai and the others joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for them. If something fishy were to be discovered, it would be impossible to clean up the mess. The risk was too great. Since that was the case, he could only take him in. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately began to prepare a level 10 slave seal. Fortunately, he had several level 9 slave seals in his possession for emergencies. There were also many other seals below level 9. Therefore, in just a few days, he finally used one of the level 9 slave seals to successfully condense a level 10 slave seal. Just as he finished all this, Xiong Haizi arrived. He almost didn't make it in time, which caused Yi Xian's heart to tighten as he became vigilant. It seemed that he still had to make some more preparations for the slave seals in his possession. After this matter, it would be best to condense a few more level 10 or even level 11 ones as backup. If he were to encounter such a situation again, it would be really depressing if he were to be restrained because he did not prepare enough slave seals. From the very beginning, Xiong Haizi had been determined to kill Yi Xian. As a result, even the place that Xiong Haizi chose to imprison him was an extremely remote small courtyard. In addition, the demon scouts guarding outside were all his men. Li Mosquito was also not present. Therefore, in Xiong Haizi's opinion, killing the other party today was a done deal. There was no more suspense. However, this brat had not shown any respect in front of him. Therefore, Xiong Haizi did not plan to leave immediately after killing him. At the very least, he wanted to let the other party have a taste of his own methods before killing him. It would also let the other party know the consequences of being disrespectful to a Black Hole Realm rank 9 leader. Wait outside. No matter what happens inside later, just pretend that you didn't hear anything. I'm going to torture that brat properly. Standing outside the small courtyard, Xiong Haizi gave instructions to the demon scouts standing guard outside. Then, he worriedly used his mental power to set up a simple soundproof formation before walking in. That brat is a little mischievous. It won't be good if someone hears him if he howls too loudly. With that in mind, Xiong Haizi entered the courtyard and closed the door behind him. Leader, you're finally here. I've been waiting for 2 to 3 days. Actually, Yi Xian was already alarmed when the other party used his mental energy to set up this simple soundproof formation. It was precisely because of this that his words were very casual. In any case, he couldn't hear them from the outside. You knew I was coming? Xiong Haizi frowned. Yi Xian's calm behavior made him feel slightly uneasy, but he could not figure out what was wrong even after thinking hard. How do I only know you're coming? I even know that you purposely arranged for me to stay in such a remote courtyard, so that you won't alarm anyone when you kill me. Shrugging his shoulders, the smile on Yi Xian's face grew even wider. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the leader should have already informed the scouts and guards outside. No matter what they hear later, they should just pretend that they didn't hear anything, right? But even so, Big Leader still used his mental power to set up a simple soundproof formation before stepping in. From this point of view, Big Leader probably wants to torture me before killing me, right? Brat, what are you playing at? Do you think I won't dare to kill you just because you're bluffing? What was even stranger was that as he spoke, he was actually laughing non-stop. He didn't have the slightest awareness that he was about to be killed. This kind of strangeness caused Xiong Hei to be bewildered, and his heart to immediately become even more furious. What right did an ant that was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star Core realm have to be so arrogant in front of him? No, I'm not bluffing. The smile on Yi Xian's face became even more brilliant. He looked at Xiong Hei and said, I really want to thank the leader, because all the preparations you've made are actually. It's exactly what I want to do, but it's not convenient for me to do. Chapter 2752. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Come over and give me a squeeze, thank you team leader. As Yi Xian expressed his sincere thanks, the smile on his face vanished as an intense wave of mind power surged out of his body. This was a sign that all the mind power in the mind source core in his sea of consciousness was leaking out of his body. Thanks to this powerful activation, a high-grade oppressive aura formed a wave of mind power that enveloped Xiong Haizi's body. Although his mind power was far inferior to his opponents in terms of quantity and cultivation base, Yi Xian's source core grade was a 4th grade one, while Xiong Haizi's had only undergone a single transformation. His 2nd grade source core was far inferior to Yi Xian's. 4th grade mind power? Xiong Haizi exclaimed in surprise. His face was full of shock as he suddenly realized something. No wonder you are so arrogant, kid. No wonder that black hole grade 7th grade entity took the initiative to form a good relationship with you. Your innate talent in mind power is actually so astonishing. In the entire Black Mosquito tribe, the only person with a 4th grade mind source core is the High Priest. Your innate talent in mind power isn't even comparable to that of the Black Nai tribe's Holy Sun. If you were allowed to enter the Demon Emperor planet's Forbidden Land, I'm afraid that you would definitely obtain some sort of mind power inheritance. If your mind source core breaks through to the 5th grade one day, I'm afraid that even the Demon Emperor would be alarmed. Such a monstrous talent is really shocking. However, because of this, you will definitely die today. The enmity between us is already very difficult to resolve. The greater your potential, the stronger my desire to kill you today. Xiong Haizi's expression gradually turned sinister as he said this. Do you know why I'm telling you all this? It's because I want to tell you that you originally had such a bright future. The more you act like this, the more painful it will be for you when you die. So what if you have a 4th grade mind power? Although the grade is high, the quantity is too little. It's not even worth mentioning. Zhang Wuji, you're destined to die in my hands today. Speaking up to here, a smile once again surfaced on Xiong Haizi's face as he sighed endlessly. Tsk. Killing such a monstrous genius, this feeling is truly wonderful. Even though I don't like your face, I have to admit that at least your reminder made me know how outstanding I am. Under such circumstances, I have a general idea of what kind of attitude I should show others when I go to the Black Mosquito tribe in the future. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Xian also sighed. Originally, I really wanted to kill you, but since you at least reminded me, this can be considered a reason for me to decide not to kill you. So, you can be considered to have saved your own life, you dog-shit luck? Idiot. Whoosh. As the last 2 words came out of his mouth, Yi Xian did not hesitate to summon the Dongshu shuttle. Almost at the same time, the 3 Black Hole Realm powerhouses, Ba Chai, Mount Naibua, and Li Mosquito, who were already prepared inside, suddenly rushed out and surrounded Xiong Haizi in the middle in a triangle formation. At the same time, they urged their mental powers to wrap around him. Mount Naibua? Li Mosquito? This Xiong Haizi obviously knew about Mount Naibua, but as far as he knew, Mount Naibua was clearly not in the first universe, but at the front line of the third universe of the human race. In addition, wasn't Li Mosquito, a black hole realm rank 7 powerhouse, personally sent out of planet Black Mountain by him not long ago? Even if he could sneak back in, could it be that the demon dweller scouts he had stationed outside were dead? How could they not even know that she was under house arrest in this small courtyard? Of course, all of this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that in addition to these two people, there was an unfamiliar demon powerhouse who was in the same realm as him. This gorgeous formation, coupled with being caught off guard, caused Xiong Haizi's figure to be suddenly trapped. Of course, part of the reason for this was the effect of the mental suppression activated by Yi Xian. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian raised his hand and shot out the level 10 slave seal. It instantly touched Xiong Haizi's forehead and disappeared in a flash. Everything was settled now. After a while, the confusion in Xiong Haizi's eyes disappeared, and he regained his clarity. He obediently walked in front of Yi Xian and respectfully called him master. All right, everyone can go back. He will accompany me here, so it's not convenient for you to show yourself. After completely putting down his worries, Yi Xian directly let Mount Naibua, Ba Chai, and Li Mosquito return to the Dongshu shuttle that was suspended in the air above the small courtyard. He then waved his hand and kept it in the undying world in his body. He then turned around and sat down on a recliner in the courtyard. After lying down, Yi Xian shook his legs slightly, causing the recliner to sway gently. He pointed at his arm and said, "Haizi, come over. Pinch it, it's a little sore." "Yes, master." Xiong Haizi obediently walked over and squatted by the side. He carefully pinched and did not dare to say a word. "Don't call me that in the future. After all, this is your territory. When people are around, you can just call me Wuji. I'll call you Leader Xiong. As for when there's no one, it's up to you." With a grin, Yi Xian enjoyed Planet Black Mountain's leader's massage while closing his eyes slightly. "Tell me about the Weeping Soul Beasts and the High Priest. Tell me everything you know." This was what he was most concerned about. Similarly, on Planet Black Mountain, this was the only thing that could arouse Yi Xian's interest. There was basically nothing else. "Yes, master." Xiong Haizi responded and immediately told him everything he knew. Yi Xian occasionally asked a few questions, but the final result disappointed him greatly. Although it was confirmed that the existence who needed these weeping soul beasts and the spatial pagoda was indeed one of the two origin realm experts of the Black Mosquito tribe, the tribe's high priest, Hue Gulei. However, as for why Hue Gulei needed these weeping soul beasts and what other uses they had, even Xiong Haizi had no idea. Yi Xian was worried that the other party had not thought of this and did not take the initiative to say it. Therefore, Yi Xian even asked a few questions specifically. However, the final result was still the same. This greatly disappointed him. At the same time, the suspicion in his heart grew stronger. If even Xiong Haizi, the leader of Planet Black Mountain, did not know, then what kind of trick was the high priest Hue Gulei playing? Chapter 2753. Bold unfilial son. Previously, before Xiong Haizi entered this small courtyard, he had only used his mental power to set up a simple soundproof formation. Therefore, if someone came from outside, he could still push the door open with a light push. Of course, because there were two teams of 20 Devil Cultivator scouts guarding outside, ordinary people would naturally not be able to enter and would be stopped. However, this did not include the young master of Black Mountain City, or even the entire Black Mountain Star, the big bear that Yi Xian thought of. Xiongda originally did not know that his father had come to deal with Yi Xian today. He only found out after asking, so he immediately rushed over. He also hated Yi Xian to the core. Previously, he had tricked him in the underground Weeping Soul Cave, and later on, he had even snatched the qualifications to enter the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial. It was precisely because of his deep hatred that Xiongda rushed over as soon as he heard that his father was coming over. He also wanted to vent his anger and humiliate Yi Xian before he was killed. Who would have thought that when he pushed open the door, the scene inside would be so terrifying? That guy called Zhang Wuji was lying on the recliner like a woman, while his own father was actually squatting at the side and massaging his arms as if he was trying to flatter him. For a moment, Xiongda felt his mind explode and his entire person was in a mess. He stood there with his eyes wide open, and his mouth wide open, as if he had just been struck by lightning. "Father, what are you?" After being stunned for a few moments, Xiongda's face turned pale and he subconsciously asked. However, in reality, he already had an answer in his mind. At this moment, Xiongda thought of the rumors that had been secretly spreading in Black Wind City in the past few years, saying that his father liked men. If that wasn't the case, why didn't the leader, Xiong Haizi, remarry even though young Master Xiongda's mother had been dead for decades? It was clearly inconvenient. He couldn't possibly marry a male devil cultivator to be young Master Xiong's mother, right? Xiongda used to scoff at these rumors. However, the scene before him made him believe these rumors. Moreover, he believed them almost instantly. Apart from this explanation, was there any other reason that made sense? As for this guy called Zhang Wuji, his father should have hated him the most, but now he was treating him like this. If this wasn't because he was successfully bewitched by this guy's manliness, then what else could it be? For a moment, a monstrous anger surged in Xiongda's chest. When he thought of the dirty scene of this damn guy and his father naked together, Xiongda's whole body trembled, and he felt like he was about to explode. All of this fell into the eyes of Yi Xian. However, he was obviously mistaken. He thought that the reason why Xiongda was so angry was because he had taken away the right to participate in the trial of the Black Mountain Star Saint. As he thought of this, the expression on Yi Xian's face immediately eased up, and his gaze towards Xiongda also became gentle. To be honest, this kid was actually quite pitiful. He had been robbed for no reason. Later on, his mental strength had probably suffered a lot. He had even been forced to learn how to rob others. But in the end, he had still lost the right to participate in the trial of the Black Mountain Star Saint. Now that he thought he could take revenge, he didn't expect to suddenly see his own father acting like this in front of his enemy. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed faintly and said loudly, "Xiongda, what happened before is in the past. Now your father and I have turned weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. If we really want to talk about it, you're just a junior. Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. In the future we will all be family. There is nothing to be embarrassed about." There was nothing wrong with these words. Even your father had become my servant. If we aren't family, then what are we? But in Xiongda's ears, this was not the case at all. The family he understood was a family of 3. Could it be that his father had been bewitched by this kid to such an extent that he wanted to marry someone who was about the same age as him to be his mother? The key was that this person, was a man. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xiongda's eyes were about to split open. He no longer had the mood to pay attention to Yi Xian. After all, in this matter, the most important thing was his father's attitude and decision. Therefore, after Xiongda glared fiercely at Yi Xian, he directly looked at his father, Xiong Haizi. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Father, give me a word. Do you want this man or me, your biological son?" These words Xiongda practically roared out loud, so even the 20 devil cultivator scouts outside heard it. At this moment they were all squeezing at the door to look inside. When these devil cultivator scouts saw the situation inside the door, heard Xiongda's words, and then thought about the words that had been secretly spread in Black Mountain City for the past few years. As a result, they almost instantly understood, and an expression of sudden realization surfaced on their faces. No wonder there were 20 devil cultivator scouts guarding outside, but the team leader was still worried and set up a simple soundproof array before entering the small courtyard. No wonder even so, he still deliberately reminded them that no matter what sounds came from inside, they were not allowed to enter. They had to pretend that they did not hear anything. After all this time it turned out, TSK, what a good mood. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 20 devil cultivator scouts outside immediately had strange expressions on their faces. However, thinking that this kind of thing was not suitable for them to watch, they quickly retreated to the 2 sides of the courtyard door. However, without exception, their ears were all opened, and they carefully listened to the movements in the courtyard through the open courtyard door. "Pa! You unfilial son, why aren't you apologizing to Wuji?" The crisp sound of a slap rang out, scaring the 20 devil cultivator scouts on both sides of the courtyard door. Their expressions immediately became serious. Immediately after, the team leader Xiong Heizi's thunderous roar came from inside. He actually called Xiongda an unfilial son, which confirmed their guess. One had to know because Xiongda's birth mother had passed away early. Since he was young, the team leader Xiong Heizi had always doted on him. Could be said that in the entire Black Mountain Star, as long as Xiongda wanted it, there was basically nothing that Xiong Heizi couldn't get. It was also because of this reason that Xiongda's domineering personality was formed. But today at this moment in this unexpected small courtyard, Big Boss Xiong Heizi, who had never even loudly reprimanded Xiongda, actually gave Xiongda a ruthless slap on the face for that guy called Zhang Wuji, and even called him an unfilial son. It seemed that the team leader had truly met his true love this time. With that thought in mind, the 20 Devil Cultivator scouts outside the courtyard immediately exchanged glances, secretly becoming vigilant in their hearts. In the future on Black Mountain Star, other than young Master Xiongda, there would be another existence that they absolutely could not offend. Chapter 2754. Cleansing Weeping Soul Cave. Because of Yixian's existence, Xiong Heizi and Xiongda almost turned against each other. At first, Yixian didn't understand what was going on, but when he heard Xiongda's unintentional words, he suddenly understood and broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he originally planned to move to Xiongda's mansion to live. Fortunately, he didn't, otherwise he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. It was precisely because of this that Xiongda finally stopped talking about this matter. In any case, although this guy called Zhang Wuji had taken away his father's soul, he was still tactful in the end and didn't move to the Black Mountain Star's mansion to be his stepmother. As for Xiong Heizi wanting to keep such a disgusting thing outside the Black Mountain Star's mansion, as his son, he couldn't do anything about it. The storm of this matter calmed down very quickly. Yixian still lived in the original small courtyard, and there were still 2 teams of 20 demons guarding outside day and night. But the nature was completely different from before. Previously it was house arrest, but now it was real protection. In fact, after these 3 days, the Black Mountain Star's boss, Xiong Heizi, would come here whenever he had nothing to do. Every time he came, he would carry something in his hand. With one look, one could tell that it was filled with delicious food and drinks. This was just because Yixian casually asked what special delicacies there were on Black Mountain Star. And as a loyal demon slave, Xiong Heizi took the initiative to buy them. All of this was originally very normal, and Yixian enjoyed it with a clear conscience. But in the eyes of others, it was clearly this Zhang Wuji had just been favored, and the Black Mountain Star and the Black Mountain Star were in their honeymoon period. Regarding this, many of the Devil Cultivator experts who had supported Yixian sighed and expressed their regret. A Devil Cultivator youth who originally had a great future ahead of him could clearly rely on his strength to fight, but in the end, he chose such a path and relied on selling his butt to live. Thinking about it made people sigh endlessly. In these 3 days, most of Yixian's time was used to condense the slave seal. This time, subduing Xiong Heizi was an unexpected and temporary decision. But it was this temporary decision that almost made him fail to prepare a 10th level slave seal in time. After learning this lesson, Yixian decided to properly prepare the slave seal in his hands. In a short span of 3 days, he'd created another level 10 slave seal. In addition, there were also quite a few level 9, level 8, and level 8 slave seals. But this was obviously still not enough. Yixian didn't plan to continue condensing the slave seals here. He planned to sneak into the underground Weeping Soul Cave and enter the depths. He would release Li Mosquito, Nebashan, Ba Chai, Guihai Dao, and the 1,000 fiend slave experts under his command. He would give each of them a small spatial pagoda and let them split up to capture the Weeping Soul Beast. Then, he would settle his own matters in the Weeping Soul Cave with peace of mind. On one hand, it was to condense the slave seal. Yixian's plan was to produce at least 2 level 11 and 2 level 10. As for the other level 9 and below, it would be enough to have some backup. The reason why he prepared 2 11th level ones was because he considered that the Demon Emperor planet, might very well have a 9th level origin realm, perfect 9th level existence. He was already at the pinnacle of the 9th realm and could step into the 10th realm at any time. Therefore, if Yixian were to use a level 10 slave seal to subdue him, it might not be completely safe. Therefore, he had to prepare 2 level 11 slaves to be absolutely safe. Of course, it didn't mean that he had the intention to subdue such an existence. According to his estimations, such an existence wasn't much different from the Demon Emperor. With Yi Xian's current strength, although there was a possibility of successfully subduing it, the danger was just as great. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't have used such a method even if he was beaten to death in a life-and-death situation. But it was better to be prepared. In addition to this matter, he also planned to try to break through the 9th-level Perfect Core Realm in the Weeping Soul Cave, to see if he could enter the second Great Realm, the Meteor Realm. Previously, when Yi Xian had advanced so quickly, there was indeed a situation where his foundation was unstable. However, after such a period of time had passed, the problem of his foundation being unstable no longer existed. This was the best time to break through to the second Great Realm. Of course, the main reason why he left Black Mountain City was because Yi Xian couldn't stand the way the Demon Emperor experts looked at him when they saw him. In these 3 days while Yi Xian was condensing the slave seals, he also went out to walk around Black Mountain City as if he was relaxing. As a result, the Demon Emperor experts he met all avoided him as if he was a ghost. Among them, Yi Xian even saw many of the Demon Emperor experts who had clamored to support him at the Black Mountain City Plaza. However, only a few days had passed, and when these Demon Emperor experts saw him again, their eyes were already... It really made one sigh. Yi Xian even had a feeling that if he continued to stay in Black Mountain City like this and went out a few more times, he would definitely be driven crazy by those strange gazes outside. On the 4th day, Yi Xian couldn't stay any longer. He called Xiong Haizi over and gave him some instructions. Then, he quietly left Black Mountain City alone, heading towards the northern wastelands where the Weeping Soul Cave was located. Calculating the time, there were only 50 days left before he had to go to the Black Mosquito Tribe's main planet, the Black Mosquito Star. In these 50 days, his mission was still very important. He had to hurry. After half a day of hurrying, Yi Xian finally entered the Weeping Soul Cave again. Due to the unexpected assassination of the High Priest's trusted aide, whether it was the High Priest's forces or the Black Mountain Star's forces, the most important task was to hunt down the Black Nai tribe's spies. The experts dispatched by the High Priest were active in the nearby star fields outside the Black Mountain Star. And the 10,000 Demon Emperor scouts under the command of the Black Mountain Star's leader, Xiong Haizi, had just started a carpet search inside the Black Mountain Star. Using both sides at the same time, they swore to find the Black Nai tribe's spies hidden in the dark. Otherwise, they would not give up. Under such circumstances, the second round of capture of the Weeping Soul Cave by the Black Mountain Star was temporarily put on hold. At present, there was not a single Demon Emperor expert in sight in the entire Weeping Soul Cave. Only a large number of Weeping Soul Beasts' mournful howls could be heard. With the departure of the 10,000 Demon Emperor experts, the Weeping Soul Beasts that were almost extinct in the outer area could be seen gradually, but they were still extremely rare. Therefore, after Yi Xian entered the Weeping Soul Cave, he did not stop at the outer area. Instead, he directly rushed towards the deepest part of the underground cave. After another half a day, Yi Xian finally entered the core area of the Weeping Soul Cave. The mournful howls that entered his ears were endless. Chapter 2755. The second great realm. Following the appearance of the Dongshu warship, the 1,000 or so demonkin experts that Yi Xian had kept in the cabin all walked out one after another. Li Mosquito, Nabashan and Ba Chai, the 3 black hole realm peerless existences, as well as Gui Hai Idao's 1,000 demon slaves army. Everyone was given a small spatial pagoda by Yi Xian. In any case, he had snatched more than 1,000 pagoda previously, and all of them had their rank 4 mental seals removed. Now anyone could use them. Yi Xian then gave the same instructions. The 1,000 demon slaves army was originally fully organized, consisting of 10 100-man squadrons and 110-man squadrons. Now there was no need for them to be divided into groups at the last minute. In the blink of an eye, they spread out in a carpet-style encirclement, spreading out in all directions. As for Li Mosquito, Nabashan and Ba Chai, they were free to move about. With their strength, even if they were alone, the speed at which they captured the beasts was extremely impressive. Yi Xian could already see another bountiful harvest coming soon. With the large army going to capture the Weeping Soul beasts, Yi Xian naturally didn't have to do it himself. He had more important things to do, and that was to break through his personal cultivation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian prepared to break through to the first stage of the meteor realm in one go. His figure flashed, and he quickly found a remote corner in the deepest region of the Weeping Soul Cave. After capturing the small number of Weeping Soul beasts in the surroundings, Yixian directly sat down cross-legged in the deepest part of the corner. Because he was breaking through to the next great realm, the star core origins that Yixian used to absorb the star core origins were all Class 7 purple star core origins. Furthermore, he threw them out one cube at a time. Of course, he also had better Class 8 black star cores and Class 9 colored star cores. However, he was only breaking through to the second great realm, so Yixian didn't plan on using those legendary star core origins. Otherwise, if he raised a crafty one, it would be even more difficult for him to break through in the future. After all, this was the early stage. He couldn't be too extravagant. As he threw out the level 7 purple star core origin, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Discovered star core origin. Do you want to collect it immediately? Without the slightest hesitation, Yixian immediately gave an affirmative answer. Then, he closed his eyes and began to practice the cultivation method of the incomplete Dongshu scripture. His consciousness gradually entered the distant void that exuded an ancient aura. Screech! This time the giant tortoise, which was so large that it was almost as large as an entire universe, did not appear. However, Yixian heard a high-pitched and ear-piercing cry of a tortoise. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth apart. It shook the entire quiet and simple void, faintly bringing out a rumbling sound in the void. As the high-pitched cry of a tortoise resounded, right in front of Yixian's vision, in the middle of a vast and empty star field, a small purple object was reflected in Yixian's vision. This was clearly a star core. It was extremely small and glowed with a dark purple color. For some reason at this moment, following the high-pitched cry of a tortoise, it began to slowly rotate on its own, and its speed became faster and faster. It was this rotation that caused the dark purple color to appear as if it was flickering, which attracted Yixian's attention. In fact, this small purple star core had always existed. However, because it was too small before, it had never attracted Yixian's attention. At this moment, Yixian's gaze was focused on the dark purple star core. After a few glances, a trace of understanding arose in his heart. If he was not mistaken, this star core should represent the state of his cultivation of the Dongshu scripture. Yixian was now in the star core state, so this star core was only a small star core. If Yixian entered the 8th stage of the black hole state in the future, then this small dark purple star core would most likely evolve into a real black hole. At this moment, as this dark purple star core rotated rapidly, strands of purple star core source energy drifted over from the vast void around it. The suction force produced by the rotation of the dark purple star core was sucked in and absorbed. These strands of purple star core energy should be the source of the level 7 purple star core that Yixian provided to the devouring system to absorb and break through to the next realm. Right now, as large amounts of purple star core source energy were being sucked in, the rapidly rotating dark purple star core's volume was rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, it had become much thicker, and it was still increasing rapidly like a rolling snowball. In the context of the starry sky state, a practitioner's cultivation state was related to the stars in the universe. After the star core state was the meteor state. If there were no accidents, Yixian's cultivation state would break through to the meteor state. Then, in the inheritance shadow that appeared in his sea of consciousness, this rapidly rotating dark purple star core would grow to the size of a small meteor. For a small star core to grow to the size of a small meteor, this process would obviously take a very long time in the real universe. Right now, because of the rapid rotation of the dark purple star core, and the appearance of the strands of purple star core source energy from the void around it, this process was extremely shortened. However, it was still a transformation from a star core to a meteor. No matter how fast it was, it could not be completed in a day. Yixian was very clear about this, so he was not in a hurry to succeed. After all, this was a breakthrough of a large realm. If he was too impatient, the effect would be the opposite of what he wanted. In the following time, Yixian tried his best to calm down his state of mind. He concealed his spirit in qi, and kept neither sadness nor joy. From beginning to end, he watched all the changes happening and changing with a peaceful attitude of an outsider. Under his gaze, the purple star core source energy from the void around it continued to drift in, and the small dark purple star core was constantly growing. Time slowly passed by. 1 day, 3 days. On the 15th day, following a buzzing sound in Yixian's mind, the tiny star core that could no longer be seen had shockingly turned into a small purple meteor. Finally, it stopped rotating at a high speed. Its rotation speed decreased, and it reached the speed of a normal star. Then the inheritance shadow that appeared in Yixian's sea of consciousness quickly began to blur, and finally disappeared completely. It was also at this moment that Yixian's eyes, which had been closed the whole time, suddenly opened, and a faint purple light flashed in them. There was no need for him to feel it carefully. Yixian had already felt a surge of powerful power surging in his body. After 15 days of closed-door cultivation, he finally leaped into the second realm of the starry sky state. Chapter 2756. Mysterious Bloodhorn. In just 15 days, Yixian made a breakthrough in his cultivation, and successfully entered the second major realm of the starry sky level cultivation. All this made him extremely excited. However, Yixian did not end his closed-door training immediately. He had just entered the meteor realm, so what he needed to do the most now was not to feel and display the great power he had just obtained, but to continue stabilizing it. After calming down, Yixian quickly closed his eyes again and activated the pure power in his body. He operated it according to the cultivation method of the second major realm of the Dongshu fragment, the meteor realm, and repeated it over and over again. 3 days later, Yixian had completely stabilized his cultivation at the first level of the meteor realm. Then he began to condense the slave seals. Although he still had several level 9 slave seals in his hands, and the number of slave seals below level 9 varied, it took Yixian 8 whole days to condense 2 level 9 slave seals to level 11. After obtaining 2 level 11 slave seals, Yixian began to condense level 10 and level 9 slave seals. This process took another 6 or 7 days. In the end, when he had 2 level 11 and 2 level 10 slave seals, and even more level 9 and level 8 slave seals below level 10, Yixian finally opened his eyes and ended his closed-door training. Calculating the time, it had been a full 33 days since he entered the underground Weeping Soul Cave. There were only 17 days left before he had to leave for the Black Mosquito Star. With the end of his closed-door training, Yixian began to capture Weeping Soul beasts in the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. His mental suppression was extraordinarily effective. Every time, he would only act when he encountered more than 1,000 Weeping Soul beasts. Before he knew it, another 7 days had passed. There were only 10 days left before they had to leave for the Black Mosquito Star. Yixian finally discovered that there were not many Weeping Soul beasts left in the huge underground Weeping Soul Cave. No matter how many Weeping Soul beasts there were, they could not withstand such a large-scale capture. At present, their numbers were almost exhausted. Even if they could gradually recover in the future, it would not be possible in a short time. Yixian immediately sent a signal to all the demon slaves to gather around him. Soon 10-man demon slave squads returned one after another. Half a day later, all the demon slaves, including Li Mosquito, Naboshan and Ba Chai, had returned. All the space pagodas in their hands were all handed to Yixian. When the final numbers were summed up, even Yixian was shocked. This time there were actually more than 20 million Weeping Soul beasts entering his account. As a result, in addition to the previous harvest, the total number of Weeping Soul beasts in his hands now reached a terrifying 60 million. Although only 1,000 demon people were captured this time, they were all active in the core area of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. In addition, all the demon slaves were in groups of 10. They carried out an organized encirclement and annihilation. In addition, Li Mosquito, Naboshan and Ba Chai, the 3 Black Hole Realm powerhouses, assisted like sheep herding. Therefore, in a short 40 days, the harvest of 1,000 demons was only half of the previous 10,000 demon powerhouses. The difference in efficiency was like heaven and earth. With this great surprise, Yixian immediately kept all the space pagodas in his body. Then he let Gue Haidao lead the entire 1,000-man demon slave squad to return to the Dongshu shuttle that he had summoned with a wave of his hand. Just as he turned his head to look at Li Mosquito, Naboshan and Ba Chai, wanting to signal them to enter the Dongshu shuttle as well, he stored the Dongshu shuttle back into his body and returned home. Li Mosquito suddenly stepped forward and reported, "Master, we found something in the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave, but we didn't dare to act on our own. What's the situation? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked. After circling this area for more than a month, we found a pattern. Li Mosquito nodded and quickly explained. We discovered that although the Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul Cave seem to be wandering around casually, there's an area that they won't go to. Even if we use our mental power to chase them away, they won't go near that area. They'd rather be captured by us on the spot than to escape or move in that direction. The three of us went all the way in that direction and soon found a secret passage. It should lead to the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. There was only one direction, and after walking for a long time, we did not see a fork in the road. At this point, Li Mosquito paused for a moment, then continued. However, after walking for a while, we found a very strange mental pressure in front of us. It had to be at least the aura of a level 4 mental restriction, and a very large one at that. Otherwise, it would not be able to emit such a strong mental pressure. Therefore, we did not dare to act rashly. After hesitating for a while, we retreated. A large level 4 mental restriction? Yi Xian frowned and immediately became restless. Even a fool could immediately understand the meaning of a large restriction set up by a level 4 mental restriction that appeared in the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. Other things aside, there was definitely something good in the restriction, and it was very likely to be related to the large number of Weeping Soul beasts outside the restriction. Since there was a treasure hunt, Yi Xian naturally would not let go of this opportunity. At that moment, he rushed to the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave with Li Mosquito, Naboshan and Ba Chai. Soon, a small fork in the road appeared in a remote corner in front of them. It was hidden in the corner, and if one did not pay attention, one would not be able to find it. After entering the fork, a narrow path that was not very wide appeared under their feet. After the four of them walked for more than 10 kilometers, Yi Xian indeed caught the aura of an obscure level 4 mental restriction. Moreover, this aura began to become stronger as the four of them continued to move forward. After another few dozen kilometers, an irregular circular area about 10 meters square suddenly appeared in front of them. At the end of this area was the natural cave wall. Clearly, this was the end of the entire underground Weeping Soul Cave, and there was no way forward. At the center of this area of more than 100 square meters was a bluestone altar that exuded a simple and unadorned aura. The altar was hexagonal in shape and only had a diameter of about 10 meters. On the flat altar platform was a large blood-colored horn that was about 10 meters long. It was exactly the same as the small horn on the heads of all Weeping Soul beasts. However, this blood-colored horn was clearly not illusory, but a real thing. A thought immediately flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Could this horn be left behind by a certain Weeping Soul beast after its illusory body was refined? If that was the case, how terrifying would this Weeping Soul beast's body be? Chapter 2757. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Exploring the restriction node, Yi Xian could not help but think of a gigantic Weeping Soul beast, as he stared at the blood-red horn in front of him. According to the ratio between a normal Weeping Soul beast and the small black horn that was obtained after this beast was refined, the owner of the blood-red horn on the altar was simply gigantic. Although it was not as gigantic as the giant star tortoise or the golden giant dragon of the human race's technology faction, which could destroy a star system with just a wave of its hand, its body was at least the size of a gigantic star. It was a gigantic Weeping Soul beast the size of a star. How terrifying was its power! Even so, this gigantic Weeping Soul beast's body was still refined by someone, leaving only a blood-red horn that was about 3 meters long here. In that case, how powerful would the existence that refined its body be? Forget it, there's obviously no answer to all of this. Perhaps this terrifying gigantic Weeping Soul beast was already killed countless years ago, so there's no need to dwell on these meaningless questions. After a moment of fascination, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and threw the thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind. Then, his gaze fell on the blood-red horn on the altar again. Although he did not know the function of the horn that was left behind after the Weeping Soul beast's body was refined, Yi Xian always had an intuition that this thing would definitely be of great use to him in the future. Therefore, he could not give up on this gigantic blood-red horn in front of him no matter what. He had to get his hands on it. However, the entire altar was enveloped by a layer of invisible mental power restriction, and the aura that it emitted clearly indicated that it was a level 4 mental power restriction. This meant that the entire altar was tricky and could not be easily broken. In order to break this mental power restriction that enveloped the entire altar, the power used had to be at least level 4 mental power. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how powerful the power was. It was like using a wooden chisel to chisel iron. Even if the iron was only a small piece the size of a table, and the chisel was as big as a mountain, the result would be obvious. However, level 4 mental power did not necessarily mean that this formation could be broken. With Yi Xian's current strength, even if he extracted all the level 4 mental power in the mind source core in his sea of consciousness, he would not be able to construct such a gigantic level 4 mental power restriction. The level mental power restriction that the High Priest previously left in each of the star space towers was just a small part, so it could even erase his cultivation as long as his level 4 mental power restriction was level 4 mental power restriction. Was level of mental power. The reason for this was because the High Priest knew that there was no Demon Dweller powerhouse with level 4 mental power on planet Black Mountain. That was why he was so assured. However, this was not possible now. Even though Yi Xian's level 4 mental power was like a chisel made of iron, his chisel was too small. The level 4 mental power restriction that enveloped the entire altar was like a large door plank. One could imagine how difficult it would be for a chisel the size of a nail to chisel through a large metal door plank. Regardless of whether it was a mental power restriction or a divine sense restriction, the method to break this kind of restriction was basically the same. If the level of power needed to break the formation was high enough, the stupid method would be to grind it down bit by bit, but that would take a lot of time and effort. The other method was to find the node of the restriction, which was the eye of the formation. That was usually the weakest point. If one used all their strength to pierce through it, it was very likely that the entire restriction would be broken and the node would collapse. The entire restriction would no longer be able to function normally, which would be tantamount to self-destruction. However, the eye of this kind of restriction, which was the node, was basically a very weak point. Only a powerhouse who had a deep understanding of the restriction path could find it after analyzing it in a short period of time. Although Yi Xian had dabbled in formations and restrictions a long time ago, that was before the starry sky background. All of his experience and knowledge were no longer applicable after entering the starry sky background. Nevertheless, although he could not do it, he had 3 black hole realm powerhouses with him. Perhaps one of them had some understanding of starry sky restrictions. With that in mind, Yi Zhuan immediately looked at Li Mosquito, Nabashan and Ba Chai and asked, "Have you studied mental power restrictions? Can you help me find the restriction node of this level 4 mental power restriction?" The 3 of them looked at each other. Then Li Mosquito smiled bitterly. "With our attainments in mental power restrictions, it shouldn't be difficult to find the restriction node of this mental power restriction that's only 30 feet in radius, but the problem is that our levels of mental power are not high enough." At this point, Li Mosquito shook her head and smiled bitterly. "It's a level 4 spiritual power that built this spiritual power restriction. We're all level 2 spiritual power. It's impossible to extend our spiritual power inside and explore the patterns of the restriction. Once level 2 spiritual power touches it, it'll be destroyed immediately. In other words, without level 4 mental power, we won't even have the chance to follow the patterns of the restriction." Yi Xian was disappointed when he heard this. He'd planned to have Li Mosquito, Ba Chai, and Ba Chai try, but to no avail. If it really didn't work, then he'd leave Black Mountain and release the Black Mosquito Bastion. Then he'd enter and bring Du Wenxuan here to try. After all, Du Wenxuan's knowledge of formations and restrictions was profound. But now it seemed that this was even more impossible. At the very least, Li Mosquito, Nabashan, and Ba Chai had level 2 spiritual power, but Old Man Du was a proper human cultivator. He didn't even have the spiritual power of a devil cultivator, so how could he analyze the restriction patterns? It was no wonder that the other party had set up a level 4 spirit restriction and did not care about it here. It seemed to be incomparably at ease. Thinking about it, on a demon dweller planet like Black Mountain Star, where would they find a demon dweller expert with level 4 spirit strength? In the entire Black Mosquito tribe, only High Priest Griskel had level 4 mental power. If Greybone was here, then with his cultivation at the first level of the origin stage, he would probably be able to break through this level 4 mental forbid dance with brute force. But now it was Yi Xian. Although he also possessed level 4 mental forbid dance, He could only use the power of finding the restriction node to break through it. Since Li Mosquito, Ba Chai, and Ba Chai couldn't do it, Yi Xian could only do it himself. With a sigh, he extended a small, invisible tentacle of his mental power toward the altar in front of him. Chapter 2758. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Obtaining the Weeping Soul Blood Horn. The entire altar had a diameter of around 30 feet, which was 9 meters. As for the formless level for spirit restriction, it was an invisible bowl that covered the entire altar. The bowl had a diameter of 9 meters, so one could imagine how large the area around it was. The spiritual power circuits and runes on the level 4 spiritual restriction were as thin as strands of hair and densely packed together. Just by imagining such a scene in his mind, he would have a general understanding of the complexity of the entire level 4 mental restriction circuit and the runes. The strand of spiritual power that Yi Xian extended was also invisible, and as thin as a strand of hair. Who knew how long it would take for it to travel around the surface of the spiritual restriction above the altar? Not to mention the time it would take to analyze and deduce. Therefore, he only roughly wandered around the circuits and runes on the surface of the restriction before immediately withdrawing the strand of invisible mental energy that he had extended out. He sank into vexed contemplation. According to O Yangming's estimation, it would take at least years to figure out where the nodes of this large-scale level 4 mental power restriction were located. It was no wonder that the other party was so confident. Even though this small altar was standing here, it was extremely difficult to get the huge blood horn inside. Even with level 4 spiritual power, it would take at least a few years to analyze the restriction nodes. Of course, that was excluding Origin Realm level 4 spiritual power powerhouses like Hue Gulei. However, Yi Xian's intuition told him that such a huge Weeping Soul Bloodhorn would be very useful in the future. If he could not get his hands on it, he would not be satisfied. One had to know that this kind of thing was not a mineral that could be obtained just because one wanted it. Such a large Weeping Soul Bloodhorn might not be unique in the world, but it was probably impossible to find another one that was similar to it. Since trickery won't work, how about using brute force to break the restrictive spell? As he quickly calculated in his mind, Yi Xian quickly thought of the other 2 mental attack skills that he'd obtained with the Perfect Shock and the Absolute Shock. They were the Annihilation Spear and the Destruction Vortex. He had already used the latter. In an instant he had extracted 99% of the mental energy from the mental source core in his sea of consciousness, turning it into a mental whirlpool. At that time even Ba Chai, a Black Hole Realm 9th stage expert, had been delayed for a few seconds. The Annihilation Spear was different. The Annihilation Spear didn't absorb a large amount of mental power to form a mental vortex. Instead, it turned into a tiny dot that stabbed out like the tip of a spear. In this case, a large amount of mental power was extracted, but the attack was aimed at the smallest point. If the attack had hit the level 4 mental restriction on the altar, it might not have been able to withstand the attack and would have disintegrated immediately. However, Yi Xian wasn't sure if this method would work at all. From his point of view, be it the Annihilation Spear or the Perfect Shock, they were merely skills that utilized mental power. They weren't even secret techniques, so they shouldn't have such a powerful effect, right? If other demon powerhouses had heard this, they would have been angered to death on the spot. One had to know that even the holy sons and high priests of the 10 great demonic tribes only possess 1 or 2 types of mental power skills. This included the other higher-ups of the demonic tribe, such as the great commanders of the 10 great demonic tribes, and the members of the royal family of the demonic emperor planet. Moreover, their mental power skills were basically inherited from the demonic Saint Forbidden Land. The opportunity to enter the demonic Saint Forbidden Land only came once every 100 years, and they wouldn't be able to obtain an inheritance every single time. Usually, they would only be lucky enough to obtain a mental power skill inheritance after 4 or 5 consecutive times. Among the demonic tribe, those who possessed mental power skills, secret techniques, and divine abilities were the higher-ups. Moreover, even the royal high priests, who possessed the most skills, secret techniques, and divine abilities, had only mastered a dozen or so types of skills and secret techniques. Most ordinary demonic tribe powerhouses could only use simple mental wind blades, mental attacks, mental shrouds, and the like when they used their mental power. On the other hand, although Yi Xian's Annihilation Spear was obtained when his spirit core broke through to the 3rd level, and it wasn't a secret spiritual technique, but a spiritual skill. However, for an ordinary devil cultivator, it was definitely a spiritual technique that they yearned for even in their dreams. Even some holy sons and high priests might not possess it. Yixian didn't know much about this, so he wasn't very confident. However, no matter how unconfident he was, this seemed to be his last chance. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the matter on the demonic emperor planet was over before coming up with a solution. Who knew if there would be other unforeseen circumstances when the time came? At this thought, Yixian immediately gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try with the annihilation spear. If it didn't work, he would have to give it up for the time being. After making up his mind, he immediately recalled the way to use the mental power skill of the annihilation spear in his mind. Following that, he began to use the mental power in his sea of consciousness. Unknowingly, the mental power source core that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness started to rotate faster and faster, along with the circulation of the mental power. In the end, a small mental beam formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental power source core shot out from his sea of consciousness. Like a dense and heavy strand of hair, it surged toward the formless level for mental restriction that shrouded the altar in front of him. Whoosh! The sound of a mirror shattering rang out, and the level for spirit restriction that enveloped the altar actually shattered. It was like a steel needle piercing through a thin layer of glass, and without any suspense, it shattered in the blink of an eye. Following the shattering, a large amount of pure level 4 negative karma energy began to disperse. A portion of it enveloped Yixian's body, making him feel as if he was bathed in a warm spring breeze. With luck in his heart, Yixian immediately leaped onto the altar. With a wave of his hand, he kept the 3-meter-long weeping soul blood horn into his undying world. Then he sat cross-legged on the altar. After the restriction collapsed, a large amount of pure level for mental power source core appeared. It was useless for Li Mosquito, Nabashan, and Ba Chai to absorb it as they couldn't digest it. However, it was a great supplement for Yixian. Soon as he closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation, rapidly operating the mental power source core in his sea of consciousness. The large amount of pure level 4 mental power that was dispersing around the altar seemed to be attracted by some invisible force and rapidly dispersed into Yixian's sea of consciousness. Chapter 2759. Translator. Nayurbo Studio Editor. Nayurbo Studio. The throbbing of the Forbidden Land. The Devil Royal Star was the holy land in the hearts of countless devil dwellers. It was the only holy land, not only because the royal family of the demonic dwellers lived here, but more importantly, it was said that the Forbidden Land of the demonic dwellers was located on the demonic Emperor Star. The Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star was actually an independent parallel plane. It was not in the first universe where the demonic dwellers lived. However, in the depths of the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star, there was a miniature wormhole that led to the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star. Moreover, this miniature wormhole was very stable. Every demonic dweller could enter it once every 100 years, and they had to return within a year. Even if they did not return, they would be forced out by the rules of this space. However, this miniature wormhole was controlled by the royal family of the demonic dwellers. Therefore, ordinary demonic dwellers were not qualified to enter at all. At this moment, Yixian was in the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave of the distant Black Mountain Star. He used the spiritual skill of the Annihilation Spear to break the level 4 spiritual restriction. Then he waved his hand and kept the huge Weeping Soul Bloody Horn in his undying world. The entrance of the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star suddenly shook without warning. From the depths of the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star, there seemed to be an extremely mournful howl faintly coming from the other end of the wormhole. 2 royal demonic dwellers who were sitting cross-legged on the left and right of the entrance of the wormhole opened their eyes at the same time. They were both at the late 7th level of the origin realm. At this moment, they opened their eyes at the same time and cried out softly. Their eyes flashed with uncertainty. What a strange mournful howl. Even the entire Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star trembled for a moment. What is that? Calculating the time, the Crown Prince has been in the Forbidden Land for half a year. Could it be that he met with an accident inside? This matter must be reported to the demonic emperor immediately. As they spoke, one of the 2 royal demonic dwellers immediately shook his shoulder and disappeared in an instant. Black Mountain Star. The depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. Yixian was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed on the empty altar after he took away the weeping soul bloodhorn. Presently, there were only 7 days left before he would head to the Black Mosquito Star. In other words, after he obtained the weeping soul bloodhorn that was around 3 meters in size, he had already meditated on the altar for an entire 3 days. It took him less than 2 hours to collect the pure level 4 mental energy that had dispersed due to the collapse of the level 4 mental energy restriction on the altar. In the following period of time, he used up all the weeping soul beasts he had absorbed. At this moment, a small spatial pagoda that contained 1,000,000 weeping soul beasts floated in front of him. In the past 3 days, whenever one weeping soul beast that Yixian had enveloped with his mind energy and rapidly absorbed the mind origin energy disappeared, a second weeping soul beast would immediately be sucked out of the small spatial pagoda and continue to be absorbed. At first, because Yixian was unfamiliar with the process, he took one weeping soul beast at a time. Later on it was a few dozen until the last 100. Now this process of sucking out 100 weeping soul beasts at once and absorbing the mind origin energy that formed their forms had been going on for 2 whole days. The ground around the altar was densely covered with a thick layer of small black horns the size of a thumb. Each small horn represented a weeping soul beast that had been completely absorbed by Yixian. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of these small black horns around the altar. However, Yixian continued with his eyes closed. Only the small spatial pagoda floated in front of him. At the same time, a level 4 mental energy extended from his sea of consciousness and enveloped the 100 weeping soul beasts that had long since lost their forms. During these 3 days, Li Mosquito, Nabashan, and Ba Chai did not leave either. In fact, the 3 of them had been doing the same thing as Yixian for the past 3 days. Yixian gave each of them a small spatial pagoda, including Gui Hai Yi Dao. Each small spatial pagoda contained 100,000 weeping soul beasts. In any case, he already had more than 60 million weeping soul beasts. It was only a few 100,000, so it really did not matter. The reason for this was that Yixian had taught them the method of directly using mental energy to refine weeping soul beasts. However, without the help of the devouring system, although they could successfully absorb the mind origin energy in the weeping soul beast's forms after learning Yixian's method, the efficiency was much lower. After 3 days, Yixian had already absorbed tens of thousands of weeping soul beasts, but the ground in front of the 3 of them was only littered with a few dozen small black horns the size of a thumb. After all, Yixian could absorb 100 weeping soul beasts at a time, while the 3 of them could only absorb 1 weeping soul beast at a time. Furthermore, their absorption speed was not as fast as Yixian's. The reason Yixian had done this was because he wanted to see if he could transform his mind source core before heading to the Black Mosquito Star. If he succeeded, his mind source core would reach level 5 in one fell swoop. Even the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hue Gulei, only had a level 4 mind source core, which was the highest level in the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Although Yixian had a level 4 mind source core as well, the amount of level 4 mind source core stored in it was too little. His source core was only the size of a soybean. Although High Priest Hue Gulei also had a level 4 mind source core, Yixian simply couldn't be certain that his mind power would not be probed by his opponent using some sort of secret mind technique. Ordinary demons naturally didn't have this ability, but Hue Gulei was a high priest of a demon tribe who could enter the sacred devil forbidden area once every 100 years. Thus, it wasn't impossible for him to use his mind power to perform a soul searching on a demon powerhouse. If this was really the case, then many of Yixian's secrets would be exposed to his opponent's probing. Plus, as long as he appeared and Hue Gulei really had this sort of secret mind technique, he would definitely use it on Yixian. After all, Yixian had just broken through to the 2nd level of the meteor grades. Yet he already possessed a level 4 mind source core. It would be hard for such a monstrous talent not to attract attention. Plus, the unforeseen situation on the Black Mountain Star would make Hue Gulei suspicious, even if he was a fool. Because of this, when Yixian had obtained the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, he had decided to take out a large number of Weeping Soul Beasts to see if he could transform his mind source core once again. As long as he succeeded, his mind source core would reach level 5 and surpass Hue Gulei's. Then, even if his opponent had this sort of secret mind probing technique, it would be ineffective against Yixian. Chapter 2760. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, another 2 days had passed. There were only 5 days left before they had to leave for the Black Mosquito Star. As the time was approaching, Li Mosquito, Nabashan, and Ba Chai had already stopped collecting the weeping soul beasts and were waiting anxiously. On the ground around the altar where Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged, there was a thick pile of small black horns. At a glance there were already close to 100,000 of them, but he still had no intention of stopping. Currently, there were still 100 weeping soul beasts floating in front of him, wrapped in his spiritual power. They had long lost their physical forms and were about to be completely collected. If this continued, the last 5 days would simply pass in the blink of an eye. At that time they would most likely delay the important matter of going to the Black Mosquito Star. After all, it would take a day to return to Black Mountain City from the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. Looking at each other, Li Mosquito, Nabashan, and Ba Chai immediately made a decision. At most they would wait 4 days. If Yi Xian still did not end his closed-door cultivation after 4 days, they could only try to cautiously remind him. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire mind was completely immersed in his knowledge sea. In the past 5 days, as one weeping soul beast after another was refined by the devouring system, it absorbed a large amount of spiritual origin energy and poured it into his sea of consciousness. At the same time that it continued to nourish his sea of consciousness, it was like a trickle that flowed into the spiritual origin that floated above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. His consciousness had almost always been in a floating and intoxicated state. To use a very vulgar phrase to describe it, it felt so good that it was bubbling. As mentioned before, absorbing the spiritual origin of the weeping soul beasts was different from decomposing and extracting the spiritual origin from the demon's brain nuclei. Generally speaking, the demon's brain nuclei that Yi Xian threw to the devouring system to decompose and extract the spiritual origin energy were basically a sea of them. After this sea of spiritual origin energy was completely decomposed and extracted, once Yi Xian gave the command to extract it, the devouring system would often pour it all into his knowledge sea in an instant. It was as if a flood dam had collapsed. The huge impact at that moment was simply indescribable. Perhaps the devouring system was doing this on purpose because this kind of bold and decisive method was obviously the most obvious and effective way to expand the sea of consciousness and temper its strength. Unlike that kind of pain, the devouring system did not cut off the spiritual origin energy that he had absorbed from the weeping soul beast. After accumulating a certain amount, he handed it over to Yi Xian and allowed it to rush into his knowledge sea. Instead, it was done in real time. Whatever amount of spiritual origin energy he had absorbed from the weeping soul beast was immediately transferred into his knowledge sea. Therefore, even if he absorbed 100 of them at a time, the amount was not large. However, the advantage was that it could last for a long time. Not only was it gentle, this gentleness was endless in comparison. The method of absorbing the spiritual origin from the demon's brain was like drinking strong alcohol that burned the throat. It was satisfying, but it would more or less cause some damage to the throat. But using the weeping soul beast's method of absorbing spirit source was like drinking a bowl of mildly warm millet. That kind of soft and comfortable feeling was fascinating. For 5 whole days, Yi Xian was immersed in this feeling. His entire body was so comfortable that he felt like he was floating in the air. The hidden injuries that he had suffered from using the demon's brain to absorb the spiritual origin had all been healed a long time ago. In fact, some of them had even been healed. In short, his knowledge sea was now completely free of all the minor hidden injuries. It couldn't be any more healthy. After 5 whole days of absorbing nearly 100,000 weeping soul beasts, the spiritual origin core that had been suspended above his knowledge sea had grown from the size of a soybean to the size of a pinky finger. Although it was still unremarkable, it was about twice as big as before. Even though the quantitative change was already so obvious, the qualitative change that Yi Xian had been hoping for still hadn't appeared. Another half a day passed. When the number of weeping soul beasts that Yi Xian had absorbed reached the 110,000 mark, he was finally completely disappointed. 110,000 weeping soul beasts had all turned into the purest spiritual origin power that had been absorbed by him. The spiritual origin core suspended above his knowledge sea had already shrunk from the size of a soybean to the size of 2 grains. However, the 4th source core transformation that he had been anticipating still hadn't happened. It seemed like he was really getting a little impatient. After all, His spiritual origin core had just undergone its third transformation and become a grade 4 source core not too long ago. Indeed, compared to the average demon powerhouse, the probability of his source core transforming was much higher. However, it wasn't to the extent that he could transform whenever he wanted. If that was the case, would it still be a spiritual origin core? As soon as he thought about this, Yixian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had indeed been a little possessed. However, the past 5 days hadn't been in vain. After absorbing the spiritual origin power of 110,000 weeping soul beasts, the spiritual origin core in Yixian's knowledge sea had doubled in size. This meant that the total amount of his grade 4 mind power had doubled. Although this doubling of his mind power wouldn't be reflected in his cultivation base breakthrough, as he mainly cultivated the Dongshu cultivation method. If he wanted to break through his cultivation base, he would need to break through his Dongshu cultivation method. However, just because he hadn't broken through his cultivation base didn't mean that his combat strength hadn't increased. His total amount of grade 4 mind power had doubled. Even though Yixian was still at the first stage meteor stage, his current combat strength was definitely much greater than it had been 5 days ago. This wasn't a bad thing, as this was a cheat. Although his actual combat strength had increased, his cultivation base hadn't changed at all. He hadn't changed at all, not hidden it. No matter whether it was the human race or the demon race, he reckoned that no one else would be able to do such a thing. Just as Yixian sighed in his heart and was about to leave, the dark purple spirit core that was the size of a fingernail that was suspended above his sea of consciousness suddenly changed. Boom! A thunderous explosion was heard, shaking Yixian's entire knowledge sea. His consciousness, which had been caught off guard, was nearly shaken by this loud explosion. After recovering from his shock with great difficulty, Yixian once again looked towards the spirit core above his sea of consciousness. The scene that entered his eyes instantly caused him to be completely dumbfounded. His entire body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. It was gone. This was simply a case of extreme joy turning to sorrow. The dark purple spiritual origin core, which had been the size of a fingernail, was actually completely gone. It seemed as if it had been completely destroyed by the explosion. However, in the air above his knowledge sea, there were now wisps of dark purple mist, which seemed to be a cross between a gas and a solid substance, exuding a mysterious aura. As he was extremely shocked, Yixian immediately opened his eyes. He was worried that what he had just seen in his knowledge sea had been an illusion. Chapter 2761. Translator. Nyobo Studio Editor. Nyobo Studio destroyed and rebuilt. When Yixian's consciousness entered his sea of consciousness again, the scene that unfolded before his eyes was exactly the same as what he had seen when his consciousness had retreated in shock. Everything in his sea of consciousness was still the same as before, except for the fingernail-sized dark purple spirit source core that had been suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. Instead, there was a dark purple substance that was somewhere between a gas and a solid, yet it wasn't quite the same as a liquid. It looked like jelly in a different form as it floated in Yixian's sea of consciousness, swaying faintly. Yixian's heart sank when he saw this. A demon core was as important to a demon as the primordial spirit of a human powerhouse. If the primordial spirit was gone, how could one still live? Of course, the reason Yixian was fine after his demon core had been destroyed was because he wasn't a demon. However, this didn't mean that he was fine. Without a demon core, how could he survive in the demon world? It was like a bright star suddenly appearing in the night sky. It was simply too eye-catching. As soon as it appeared, countless demon powerhouses would flock over in an instant. Cold sweat broke out on Yixian's back. Something big had happened. Without the demon core, he would definitely die in the demonkin star field. With this kind of fear, Yixian tried to circulate the mental energy in his sea of consciousness. In the end, he actually sent out a mental wind blade with a thought, cutting a small hole in the wall of the underground cave. His demon core had been destroyed, but his mind power hadn't been affected in the slightest? This result caused Yixian to be completely stunned. His heart, which had almost reached his throat, finally calmed down. It was good that he still had his mind power. At the very least, he wouldn't be mistaken for a human spy. After all, the demonic people would only determine if a person was a human spy based on whether or not they had any mind power. They wouldn't cut open a person's brain to see whether or not there was a mind power source core inside. Out of caution, Yixian then performed all the mental power skills and secret techniques he had mastered, including perfect shock, absolute shock, and so on. Of course, the destructive vortex was out of the question as it consumed too much of his mental power. Once he used it, all his mental power would be drained. That was not something a human could do. The result was the same as usual. Although the mind source core in his mind had disappeared, he was able to use all his mind power without being affected. In other words, he no longer had to worry about exposing his identity. Even so, his spirit core had turned into a dark purple jelly of varying sizes that floated in his sea of consciousness. This kind of strange situation still caused Yixian's heart to become extremely uneasy. Actually, a solid source core was more reassuring and reliable. Thousands of jelly-like chunks of mind origin source made Luo Yunyang feel nervous and on edge. As he felt apprehensive, Yixian had no choice but to ask for help from the devouring system. He immediately ordered the system to appraise the jelly in his knowledge sea. Soon the system beeped in his mind. The appraisal results were out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The fourth transformation of the mind source core is in progress. Destruction followed by establishment. A grade 5 source core is being condensed. What? He actually congratulated him? Destruction followed by establishment? The fourth transformation of the source core is in progress? A grade 5 source core is being condensed? The pleasant surprise came so quickly that Yixian was completely dumbfounded when he heard the system beep in his mind. He had originally given up helplessly, but he had never expected that the fourth transformation of the mind source core would come so late at the last minute. Although this method was a little frightening and the process didn't seem like it could be completed in one day, the thousands of jelly chunks of various sizes in his knowledge sea would probably continue for some time. However, this didn't matter. At the very least, the system's beep was congratulatory, which explained the problem. Even though Yixian's mind source core wasn't a true grade 5 source core and was still in the process of being condensed, it was still a quasi-grade 5 source core. The Black Mosquito tribe's high priest Wuxia only had level 4 mind power. Even if he used a secret mind technique similar to a soul-searching technique, it would still be impossible for him to investigate Luo Yunyang's mind source core and find any suspicious points. Although there had been some twists and turns in the process, Yixian had still achieved his goal in the end. This was a blessing in disguise. When he considered that the process of condensing a grade 5 source core might take some time, Yixian didn't continue to waste time on this. His consciousness was still in his knowledge sea anyway, so all he could do was watch. He simply couldn't do anything. Under such circumstances, his consciousness immediately withdrew from the sea of consciousness and opened his eyes. When he got up and looked down, he saw a thick layer of small black horns piled up all around the altar. Every one of them was the size of a thumb, but they were densely packed together in a large pile. If one had a phobia of fear, one's scalp would probably go numb. Yixian froze for a moment before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected that he would unknowingly use up so many weeping soul beasts this time. With a wave of his hand, he took out the small space box containing the small black horns. Then, he put away all the small black horns on the ground around the altar. After some calculations, he realized that he had used up exactly 110,000 weeping soul beasts this time. 110,000 weeping soul beasts had only allowed his mind source core to transform from grade 4 to grade 5. Compared to the previous consumption, this was a huge increase. It seemed like the next time he wanted to transform his mind source core from grade 5 to grade 6, he would need to consume millions of weeping soul beasts. Fortunately, he had more than 60 million weeping soul beasts in his possession. This would be enough for him to upgrade his mind source core from grade 6 to grade 7. If he included the demonic brain cores that he obtained from killing demonic powerhouses in the future, Yixian's mind source core would be able to transform from grade 7 to grade 8. When he thought about that day, he got excited. Even the current demon emperor of the demonic race only had a grade 7 mind source core. If his mind source core could be upgraded to grade 8 one day, then the amount of mind source power stored within it would be enough to suppress the demon emperor with the secret mind suppression technique. Besides, as his mind source core transformed a few more times, he would obtain even more powerful mind secret techniques and mystic abilities. When he thought about that day, Yixian got really excited. After putting away the small space box containing the large number of small black horns, Yixian suddenly remembered the problem of time. When he did some calculations, he realized that there were only 4 days left before he had to head to the Black Mosquito Star. Cold sweat started to form on his forehead. He had nearly messed up something big. Chapter 2762. Black Mosquito Star. After disappearing for more than a month, the Black Mountain City had almost forgotten about Yixian's existence. When he left, he announced that he was going to make a breakthrough in seclusion. In order to cover for him, the head leader Xiong Haizi had sent 2 teams of 20 demon dwellers to guard the small courtyard for more than a month. At this moment, Yixian had returned to the small courtyard in a state of perfect oscillation without alerting anyone. Therefore, when he opened the courtyard door and walked out, everything was perfectly concealed. No one knew that he had gone to the underground Weeping Soul Cave again this month. Not only had he captured most of the Weeping Soul beasts, even the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn on the altar in the deepest part of the Weeping Soul Cave had fallen into Yixian's hands. Seeing Yixian appear, and his cultivation obviously breaking through, jumping from the 9th level of the Star Core Realm to the 1st level of the Meteor Realm, the 2 teams of 20 demon dwellers guarding the door all cupped their hands and congratulated him. However, the expressions on their faces were clearly a little strange. This group of people had all believed that Yixian had an ambiguous relationship with the head leader of Black Mountain Star, Xiong Haizi. In fact, this matter had already spread out. Not only on Black Mountain Star, but all the 10 demon dwellers' planets of the Black Mosquito tribe had heard the news. Yixian still didn't know about this and was still kept in the dark. Otherwise, he would have gone crazy on the spot. After leaving the small courtyard, Yixian went straight to the head leader's mansion on Black Mountain Star. Along the way, the demon dwellers' experts he met all pointed at him behind his back. This made Yixian feel quite depressed, but there was nothing he could do. When the guards in front of the head leader's mansion saw him coming, they immediately turned around and entered the courtyard in a panic. After a while, head leader Xiong Haizi came out to greet him with a face full of smiles. Behind him, Xiongda was gritting his teeth. However, considering that Yixian was about to leave Black Mountain Star, although Xiongda's face was full of hatred, this time, he restrained himself and did not explode verbally. After being led by Xiong Haizi into the conference hall, Yixian took a seat in the guest seat and then asked about the itinerary to the Black Mosquito Star. Xiongda had originally followed them in, but after hearing a few words and seeing that the 2 were only talking about business and were not whispering sweet nothings to each other, he also seemed to feel bored. After a short while he got up and left. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian immediately lowered his voice and asked Xiong Haizi about the search for He Naxing's spy. Of course, it was mainly about the actions of the High Priest. "Sai, we still haven't found the Black Naixing's spy. Master, according to my calculations, they should have already left." Yixian naturally could not reveal everything to Xiong Haizi about him robbing the Space Pagoda and killing the High Priest's trusted aide midway. Therefore, as Yixian's demon slave, he did not know about this matter. At this moment, he sighed and continued, "The people sent by the High Priest have all withdrawn a few days ago. After all, the trip to the Demon Emperor Star is imminent. At that time, the High Priest will lead the team, so this matter can only be put aside for the time being. Well, during the time I'm away, you just do as usual. If there are any other abnormalities, remember them for the time being and report to me when I return." After confirming that the High Priest had not found anything, Yixian was relieved. Finally, he asked about the specific time to go to the Black Mosquito Star. The Black Mosquito Star is a long journey. After leaving the Black Mountain Star, it will take about 2 days. If there's nothing else, we can actually set off now to avoid any delays along the way. If that happens, we will miss the deadline. Xiong Haizi nodded and paused for a moment before continuing. "If Master is willing, I can send a company of 100 demon scouts to escort you. They should be able to reach the Black Mosquito Star within 2 days. There's no need for an escort. Since there's nothing else, I'll set off immediately." When Yixian's personal communication system connected to the Black Mountain Star's network, he had already downloaded a copy of the Black Mosquito Tribe's star domain. He already knew the location of the Black Mosquito Star, so he did not need a guide. As such, Yixian immediately left the Black Mountain Star's leader's residence. He soared into the air and rushed out of the star's atmosphere. The Black Mosquito Star was the main star of the Black Mosquito tribe. It was also the largest of the 10 demon stars of the Black Mosquito tribe. This could be seen from the fact that the Black Mosquito tribe was named Black Mosquito instead of Black Mountain. The reason why the Black Mosquito Star was named Black Mosquito Star was because there was a satellite orbiting around it. That satellite was a devil beast star called the Mosquito Star. It was precisely because of the Mosquito Star that the Black Mosquito Star was named Black Mosquito. The Mosquito Star was the home of the Lee Mosquito. It had been captured from the Mosquito Star by the Black Mosquito tribe's Grand Commander, Third Order Origin Realms Wafengtai. Later, it was thrown into the Black Mosquito Star Bastion as a guardian beast. The leader of the Black Mosquito Star Bastion was the Grand Commander of the Black Mosquito tribe. He had 100,000 demon scouts under his command, and more than 1,000,000 demon soldiers under his command. As for the High Priest Huigyul, his position on the Black Mosquito Star Bastion was transcendent. Though he didn't involve himself in the affairs of the tribe and only sat in the sacred magic hall of the Black Mosquito tribe's temple, even Grand Commanders Wafengtai, who was a Third Order Origin expert, had to obey his orders. Unlike the Black Mosquito Star, the satellite that orbited the Black Mosquito Star was the Mosquito Beast Star. Its atmosphere was filled with countless Black Mosquito magical beasts. However, these Black Mosquito magical beasts were basically existences that had yet to develop intelligence. Only an extremely small number of Black Mosquito magical beasts with powerful cultivation had developed intelligence. Therefore, the entire Mosquito Beast Star did not have the slightest order. It was completely an undeveloped barbaric planet. Outside the atmosphere of the Mosquito Beast Star, there were several demon scout teams from the Black Mosquito Star patrolling all year round. Once they discovered some Black Mosquito demon beasts that had developed intelligence and rushed out of the planet's atmosphere and tried to escape, they would immediately capture them. On the Black Mosquito Star Bastion, almost every demon with any status had a mosquito beast as a means of transportation. Of course, some of these beasts had developed sentience while others hadn't. They were simply captured, tamed, and used as a means of transportation. It was for this reason that the sentient Black Mosquito beasts on the Mosquito Star Bastion held a towering hatred for the demons of the Black Mosquito Star Bastion, and perhaps even all demons. Chapter 2763. Translator. Hinyi Translations Editor. Hinyi Translations gossips, although the use of technology by the demons was not as good as that of the human race. The Starry Sky Network was also divided into different levels. The Black Mountain Star and the other demon stars were the lowest level network, while the Black Mosquito Star's superbrain had built a tribal network that connected to the main network of the Demon Emperor Star, and controlled the 10 demon stars. Therefore, when Yi Xian arrived at the Black Mosquito Star, he only needed to go to the administration center and directly report his name. After the Black Mountain Star's qualification for the Son of Saint trial test was confirmed, an official report was made immediately. In fact, even without the official report of the Black Mountain Star, Yi Xian only needed to report Zhang Wuji's name when he arrived, and he would be able to get through without any hindrance. Because his name was already well known in the entire Black Mosquito tribe, accompanied by all kinds of rumors. After registering at the administration center of the Black Mosquito Star and verifying his identity, he would be given a small black token. With this small black token, Yi Xian could get a temporary residence outside the sacred magic hall of the Black Mosquito tribe's ancestral temple. This was a courtyard with 4 sides. There were a total of 10 rooms and 2 halls, one for meetings and the other for the dining hall. The 10 rooms were for the Son of Saint trial takers selected from the 10 demon stars of the Black Mosquito tribe to stay temporarily. When Yi Xian received the identity token from the staff member of the administration center, the other party's ambiguous gaze had already made him feel uneasy. When he arrived at this small courtyard, the uneasiness in his heart immediately grew stronger. Of the 10 candidates who were going to the Demon Emperor Star to participate in the Black Mosquito tribe's Son of Saint trial, except for the one who was not here, the other 8 had all arrived. When Yi Xian arrived, it was lunchtime. The waiter assigned him a room and then led Yi Xian to the dining hall. In an instant, the 8 or 9 candidates who were eating inside all turned to look at him. At first they were stunned. Then their expressions brightened. Some looked at him with disdain, some looked at him with contempt, and some shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Only one person stood up and waved at Yi Xian in surprise. This person sat alone at a table in the corner, while the other 7 sat together at 2 tables. It was obvious that this person was an unsociable existence. Furthermore, his unsociability was passive. It wasn't that he was a loner, but rather, he had been pushed aside by others. Otherwise, if he was really an aloof person, he wouldn't have raised his hand to greet Yi Xian in surprise when he saw him enter. However, Yi Xian had a good impression of this person after he glanced at him. He was fair and clean and did not have a vicious aura. More importantly, compared to the disdainful and mocking expressions of the other 7 people, this person who was fair and clean had a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was smiling from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, after frowning, Yi Xian immediately walked over. One shouldn't slap a smiling face, let alone when the other party welcomed him so warmly. However, just as his butt touched the stool, Yi Xian regretted it. Wuji, don't bother with those self-righteous fellows. Yi Xian had just sat down when the other party called out fearlessly. This made Yi Xian feel very uncomfortable. However, after thinking about it, perhaps it was because of this person's naturally warm personality, so he didn't say much. However, the other party's voice was a little too soft, which made Yi Xian feel a little strange. Before he could regain his senses, the person spoke again. Wuji, I've long heard that you're extraordinarily handsome. Now that I've met you, it's true that your reputation is not as good as your reputation. Oh right, let me introduce myself. Luan Jiafeng is Hao Fangfang from Black Roar Star. Black Roar Star's leader Hao Deshuang is my father. Don't worry. Luan Jiafeng is different from Black Mountain Star's Xiong de Luan Jiafeng is not so narrow-minded. I'll definitely introduce myself to Yi Xian first. While speaking, this sissy who called herself Hao Fangfang took the opportunity to pass a bowl and chopsticks to Yi Xian. Her slender fingers quickly hooked in his palm, and she threw a flirtatious glance at him. Bang bang! Yi Xian's heart shook violently. His body subconsciously stepped back and he almost fell on the spot. However, the stool he was sitting on flipped over. How could this person just be warm? It was practically gay. Not only was his thoughts impure, but he also seemed to want to act as a matchmaker for his father. Yi Xian suddenly had the urge to immediately slap him to death on the spot. With his face darkening, Yi Xian didn't even look at this guy anymore. He turned around and walked to another empty table. He felt even more regretful. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Sure enough, seeing Yi Xian's reaction, Hao Fangfang's face instantly showed a touch of hidden bitterness. However, she didn't take it to heart. She got up and was about to move to this table as well. It was also at this time that an expert dressed as a demon steward entered the restaurant and casually said a few words. The general idea was that with the arrival of Zhang Wuji from the Black Mountain planet, the 10 prospective saints who were going to the Demon Emperor planet to participate in the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial had all arrived. The date of departure was set to be 7 days later. The prospective saints who didn't have black mosquito pets were advised to reserve their black mosquito pets within these 7 days, whether they were going to capture them personally or buy them. When the time came, this black mosquito pet would follow the prospective saints into the Saint Devil Forbidden Land to participate in the trial. Yi Xian really didn't know about this. Now that he knew, he immediately sent an order to the personal star communicator in his body to connect to the star network of the Black Mosquito Planet. He also gave the order to search for conditions. Soon the result came back. It turned out that the Black Mosquito Planet's Holy Sun trial had always had this tradition. Every prospective saint who participated in the trial could bring a black mosquito magical beast as a pet into the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. In fact, it was the same for other demon tribes. For example, when the prospective saints of the Black Wind tribe entered the trial, they would usually bring a black wind beast with them. On the one hand, the Forbidden Land of the Holy Demons was an independent space with a vast area. A pet could be used as a means of transportation. On the other hand, while the Forbidden Land of the Holy Demons wasn't full of dangers, it wasn't peaceful either. With a pet that had been tamed, one could order the pet to stop the enemy when necessary so that one could escape. That was a way to save one's life. Of course, this method of abandoning one's pet to save one's life could only be used once. No one could bring more than one pet into the Forbidden Land. There was no need to check one by one. Even if a prospective saint used a spatial treasure to carry a large number of pets on him, he would not be able to enter the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. He would be automatically excluded by the rules. Seeing this, Yixian couldn't help but feel a little worried. He didn't know if the restrictive rules of the Saint Devil Forbidden Land could sense the undying world in his body. If they could, then Yixian would not be able to participate in the so-called Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial this time. Chapter 2764. Translator, Hinyi Translations Editor. Hinyi Translations entering the Mosquito Beast planet Wuxia. Don't tell me you don't have your own black mosquito pet beast? How Fangfang approached Yixian as soon as the demon warrior in the butler's attire left. Although he was a sissy, he was quite good at reading people's expressions. He immediately saw the problem and sat down next to Yixian. He reached out and patted the back of his hand. This is a little troublesome. Although the Black Mosquito Beast planet sells mosquito beasts, they are basically only at the Star Core grade. What's the difference between having a mosquito beast and not having one? However, it's too dangerous to enter the Mosquito Beast planet and capture them temporarily. Also, taming them takes time, but it doesn't matter. Hao Fangfang didn't mind when he saw Yixian move his hand away without batting an eyelid. Instead, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Fortunately, I have 2 mosquito beasts here. One is at the 4th level of the planet grade 7, while the other is at the 3rd level of the satellite grade 8. I've already placed a mental seal on them so they can be controlled with a thought. Since I can only bring one in, I'll give the satellite grade 8 one to Wuxia. However, although I have the authority to erase the mental seal on its brain, you'll have to place a new mental seal on it if you want to control it. Otherwise, it won't be able to be stored in the beast ring or used. You'll have to rely on yourself to think of a way to get help from a powerhouse with a high-level source core on the Black Mosquito Star." Although these words sounded simple, they actually revealed a lot of information. Yixian immediately performed a conditional search and quickly understood everything. It turned out that the mosquito beast's greatest value was that, after the mental seal was placed on its brain, it could be controlled by a demon warrior whose cultivation base was much lower than its own. For example, Hao Mangmang, who was at the 3rd level of the meteor grade, could control a black mosquito beast, which was at the 4th level of the planet grade 7. As for the beast ring, it was a magic treasure unique to the demon tribe. It could be used to store or tame demon beasts that had been imprinted with a mental seal. Of course, stronger demon warriors could also store them directly into their bodies. Imprinting mental seals usually required a demon warrior with a level 3 source core or higher to do so. Otherwise, if one's level of mind power was too low, the seal would fail. Even if it succeeded, the black mosquito beast, which had a mental seal on its brain, could still break through the mental seal. In the past, the Black Mosquito Beast Ring, the Black Mosquito Tribe's High Priest Wuxia, had had a mental seal. At the time, he had only had a level 3 source grade 3 source core. At the time, he had only been level 3 source grade 3 source levels. At that time, the slave seal that Yixian had condensed was also condensed from the 3rd level of spiritual force. That was why they were able to melt each other and dissolve the spiritual restriction that the High Priest, Grayskull, had left in the Lee Mosquito's magic core. Book Beast Mu was 2. His source core was already at level 5, so he could definitely imprint a mental seal on the Black Mosquito Beast's brain. As for the Black Mosquito Beast, he wanted to visit the Black Mosquito Beast's homeworld anyway, so he would have to capture it himself. The Beast Ring wasn't a precious treasure on the Black Mosquito Star. It was like an ordinary spatial box in the human world, so it could be purchased with some demonic spirit black crystals. There's no need for that. Since it is my Black Mosquito Beast, I will capture it myself. After rejecting Hao Fangfang's offer, Yixian wasn't in the mood to eat anymore. He immediately got up and walked out of the restaurant. He planned to buy a beast ring right away and head to the Black Mosquito Star's satellite planet to capture a Black Mosquito Beast. Of course, he could have just used the Black Mosquito Beast as a pet, but Wuxia had seen it before, so he had to drop the idea. What shameless boasting! Capture it yourself? You're just a salesman. Do you really think you're a demon prodigy? You can't say that. The periphery of the Mosquito Star is filled with ordinary Star Core grade mosquito beasts. No matter what, this guy is still a level 1 meteor grade. He could just casually capture a Star Core grade mosquito beast and bring it over. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. What's the point of capturing a Star Core grade mosquito beast? Can it be used as a means of transportation? Can it save lives in times of danger? I think it's because it's not enough time to sell its ass. Otherwise, why didn't Black Bear prepare this? As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the 7 candidates sitting at the 2 tables opposite him started mocking him one after another. He frowned and immediately stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the 7 people at the other 2 tables and sneered. What's the highest level mosquito beast among all of you? What? You want to compete with us? What a joke. Apart from you, the highest level pet beast among the 9 of us is the galaxy grade, the 7th major realm. What, can you capture a galaxy grade mosquito beast? The few demons immediately started mocking him again. Hao Fengfeng, who was at the side, frowned. These guys obviously had bad intentions. That galaxy stage black mosquito pet was the pet of another guy who had not arrived yet. This guy belonged to Zuolicheng, the only son of the black mosquito tribe's great commanders Wufengtai. Zuolicheng clearly wasn't here, but these 7 people were using his galaxy-grade mosquito beast as a scapegoat. If Yi Xian agreed, it would be tantamount to provoking Zuolicheng. No matter what the result was, he had already fallen into their trap. Unfortunately, just as Hao Fengfeng was about to mention it, Yi Xian cupped his hands and spoke first. What's a mere galaxy-grade mosquito beast? We'll know in 7 days. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian turned around and left the restaurant. Behind him, the 7 fellows' wild laughter resounded endlessly. Oh, you've been fooled. Just as Yi Xian was about to jump up, Hao Fengfeng caught up with him. She stared at Yi Xian resentfully and said, I wanted to remind you, but I didn't expect you to be so quick to talk. That galaxy-grade mosquito beast doesn't belong to the 7 of them. It belongs to the guy who hasn't arrived yet. He's the only son of the great commanders Wufengtai. His name is Zuolicheng, and he's the one who has the highest chance of becoming the Black Mosquito Tribe's saint. Not only does he have a good talent for spiritual power, but his cultivation has also reached the 9th level of the satellite grade, and he's about to reach the 4th level, the planet grade. To tell you the truth, he's also a candidate for the Black Mosquito Tribe's saint. We're only following him to accompany him in his studies. Now that you, his study companion, are provoking him, think about it yourself. You'll be in trouble later. Chapter 2765. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The mosquito tide, the mosquito beast star, also had an atmosphere, but it was black. It was formed by a mating gas emitted by the mosquito beasts. Outside this black atmosphere, there were 2 demon scout fleets from the Black Mosquito Star roaming around all year round. Once some of the black mosquito beasts that had developed intelligence tried to escape the atmosphere and leave this environment, they would be captured and even killed on the spot. The Black Mosquito Planet was completely used by the Black Mosquito Tribe as a planet to rear pigs and dogs. As long as one was a demon, they could enter the Mosquito Planet to hunt as they pleased. After all, there were too many black mosquito beasts on the planet. It was impossible to capture all of them, so there were no restrictions. Of course, once they entered, they were responsible for their own life and death. The sea of mosquito beasts was a huge threat, so it was rare for a demon to enter alone to hunt. Even Origin Realm existences like the High Priest Hue Gulu and the great commanders Wufengtai did not dare to enter the depths of the Black Mosquito Planet's surface because there was an Origin Realm Black Mosquito Beast Emperor there. Yi Xian had also searched for the Black Mosquito Beast Emperor on the Black Mosquito Planet's official interplanetary web, but he did not obtain any valuable information. Basically, there were only 2 or 3 articles that mentioned its existence. After entering the Black Mosquito Planet's atmosphere, their field of vision immediately changed. The sky and land were filled with black mosquito beasts. Even the phrase, a tide of mosquito beasts, was not enough to describe the vastness of this scene. Ordinary young mosquito beasts were only the size of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. After they grew up, they would be the size of an adult human. However, even after reaching adulthood, a mosquito beast that had yet to develop intelligence would still look like a giant mosquito from head to toe. The reason why the Li mosquito evolved a human head and 4 limbs was that it had developed intelligence and embarked on the path of evolution of a mosquito beast. Therefore, whether the mosquito beasts on the mosquito planet had developed intelligence could be determined by whether a part of their body was human. Basically, mosquito beasts that developed intelligence would first evolve their head into human form, then their limbs, and finally their torso. In the end, they could evolve into an existence that was exactly like a human or a demon. However, if necessary, they could instantly transform into the original form of the mosquito beasts. The original form of the mosquito beasts was obviously the strongest in terms of speed and combat power. For example, when the Black Wind battled with Taiakai, the Lee mosquito had transformed into its strongest mosquito form for a brief moment. Mosquitoes were originally meant to fly in the sky. It was their nature. Therefore, after entering the mosquito beast planet, the mosquito beasts that appeared in front of them were basically the kind that had not developed sentience. Those that had developed sentience already had the consciousness to hide themselves, and could only be found on the ground below. The deeper they went, the deeper the land, the stronger the mosquito beasts. Even for the mosquito beasts that flew in the sky, the higher they flew, the weaker they were on the outskirts. The deeper they went, the stronger the mosquito beasts would be. After Yixian entered the atmosphere of the mosquito beast star, he looked left and right. He saw that the surroundings were filled with low-level mosquito beasts, and there were no traces of demon cultivator experts. Moreover, the atmosphere of the mosquito beast star behind him was also covered in a thick layer of black gas that could isolate him from probing. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, he immediately took out the Dongshu shuttle and released the Lee mosquito. With a wave of his hand, he kept the Dongshu shuttle back into the undying world in his body. When he was doing all of this, not a single black mosquito beast attacked Yixian. This was because when his figure passed through the black atmosphere of the planet, Yixian had already activated a perfect vibration, concealing his figure and all of his aura. Amongst the countless black mosquito beasts around him, he was completely transparent and did not exist. This is the Black Mosquito Planet? As his figure was released from the Dongshu shuttle by Yixian, the Lee mosquito was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in excitement. After all, he was a rank 7 black hole realm being. Furthermore, he was a black mosquito demon beast that had gained sentience. His body exuded a unique aura. Perhaps humans and demonic humans could not sense it, but as a black mosquito demon beast, he was the most sensitive to it. As soon as the Lee mosquito appeared, all the low-level black mosquito magical beasts in the surrounding void immediately retreated far away, leaving a 100-meter radius empty space. In this area, only Lee mosquito and Yixian were present. However, more and more black mosquito beasts were gathering outside this area. The sound of Ji Yi's wings flapping behind his back resounded incessantly, revealing an extremely excited feeling. Yixian had a strange look on his face, but he did not ask any questions. We black mosquito beasts have a very strict hierarchy. Low-level mosquito beasts are born to suppress and control low-level mosquito beasts. As if seeing Yixian's confusion, the Lee mosquito suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath and continued. However, although the low-level mosquito beasts respect the high-level mosquito beasts, they also have a passionate desire to protect them. Therefore, although they have retreated far away, they are unwilling to leave. This is a natural instinct of their bloodline. They want to protect me. Isn't there a mosquito emperor? Why would a rank 8 black hole realm want to protect me? Yixian was stunned. Although he understood what the Lee mosquito meant, he still did not understand, so he immediately asked, how would these low-level mosquito beasts know whether a mosquito emperor is a mosquito emperor or not? They only gathered because they sensed a powerful aura around them. At this moment, even if I told them to die, these poor bastards wouldn't refuse. At this point, the mosquito beast's expression dimmed, and it continued in a gloomy voice. As low-level magical beasts, our fates are far too different from those of the demons. Even though there's an origin realm mosquito beast emperor, it's insane, and it can't do anything for us mosquito beasts. On the other hand, there are quite a few black mosquito magical beasts that have developed intelligence, and they gather around it of their own accord. As a result, quite a few of them are accidentally killed by it every year. Back then, I was almost killed by that origin realm mosquito beast emperor, so my heart grew cold, and I prepared to leave the mosquito beast planet. But I was captured by the high priest of the black mosquito tribe, Griskel. In the end, a psychic seal was placed on my core, and I was thrown into the black mosquito bastion as its guardian. Now that I think about it, all of this happened hundreds of years ago. Who would have thought that I, Lee Mosquito, would be able to return to the mosquito planet one day? What a pity, it's been hundreds of years, but the planet is still the same. There is no doubt that countless innocent mosquito beasts have been captured and enslaved by the demons in the past hundreds of years. When I think of my own kind in this abyss of suffering, I feel sigh. Chapter 2766. Mad Mosquito Kingly Mosquito's sigh made Yixian feel awkward. Speaking of which, he had come to the mosquito planet to capture a black mosquito magical beast to enslave. Master must have come to the black mosquito planet to capture a mosquito beast, right? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Li Mosquito pointed it out. Just as Yixian smiled awkwardly and was about to explain, Li Mosquito changed the topic. Master, you don't have to mind. Because you are different from those demons, Li Mosquito will not mind. Instead, I will be happy for the ones you have chosen. After all, following Master is the only way for them to have hope. It is better than being stuck on the mosquito planet. If possible, Li Mosquito would like to see you take away all the mosquito beasts on the mosquito planet. Li Mosquito's words were unintentional, but Yixian's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. A magnificent scene of mosquito beasts covering the sky and swarming the enemy flashed in his mind. He could not help but be moved. Does Master really want to take away all the mosquito beasts on the mosquito planet? Seeing Yixian's expression, Li Mosquito was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. That's right, why didn't Li Mosquito think of this before? The entire tribe is destined to be enslaved by the demons forever, if they stay on the mosquito planet. Rather than that, it is better to take a group of mosquito beasts that have developed intelligence and leave this place. They can be the fire seeds of the tribe's bloodline inheritance. If we find a suitable planet in the future, we can let them live and cultivate in a different environment. Although more mosquito beasts are still enslaved here, at least the hope of the entire tribe has been sown. Master, please help Li Mosquito and take some of my tribe members away from this place, okay? Li Mosquito actually knelt down in front of Yixian at the end of her sentence, her face full of sincerity. As for Yixian, he was stunned for a moment before the expression on his face gradually became strange. He didn't know why, but he had the feeling that he was doing something bad to abduct people. Li Wen's words were filled with righteousness, but he didn't seem to think so in his heart. He completely wanted to abduct a group of powerful mosquito beasts to be his fighters. Cough, cough. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian immediately coughed a few times awkwardly before he continued. I'll leave this matter to you. Fortunately, the first level of the Black Mosquito ship, the Myriad Prison, has been emptied out. The space is large enough to fit around 10 million Black Mosquito magical beasts. In other words, he was hinting to Li Mosquito that it would be best if she left with 10 million mosquito beasts. Even Yixian couldn't help but blush at such a shameless move. He felt his face heating up a bit. However, 10 million mosquito beasts isn't a small number. I only have 7 days. Even if the mosquito beasts on this planet are like a tide, covering the sky and covering the sun, I'm not afraid of exposing myself if I take out the Black Mosquito ship, but I'm afraid there won't be enough time to drive them all away one by one. After pondering for a moment, Yixian immediately pointed out the biggest problem. He spread his hands in front of Li Mosquito and said, You just said that you want to take away the fire seed of your tribe. Naturally, you want to take away the fire seed with you. It's best if it's an existence that has developed sentience. This kind of existence won't be as easy to deal with as the low-level mosquito beasts around us. You just need to release your aura, and they'll obediently follow you. Master, you don't have to worry about this. Li Mosquito didn't care about Yixian's doubts at all. She even laughed and explained, The low-level mosquito beasts flying in the sky are useless even if we take them away. What I want to take away are the elite mosquito beasts on the ground. The strongest among them are like me at the 8th realm Black Hole realm. The weakest are at the 3rd realm Satellite realm. About 40% of them have developed sentience. Of course, the degree of sentience is limited. Back then, the Li Mosquito was the existence with the highest level of intelligence on the entire mosquito beast planet. Hence, the other mosquito beasts that had developed intelligence were basically not fully developed and were at the level of a human child. This was because the birth of a spirit by a magical beast was originally a heaven-defying act. There was a huge risk involved. For example, the Mad Mosquito Emperor had an accident during the process of developing sentience. That's why he went crazy. When Li Mosquito had just developed sentience, he had already evolved a human head. Now thousands of years have passed, but he's still the same. He's getting crazier and crazier. However, his cultivation realm hasn't fallen behind. A few hundred years ago, he was already at the 9th realm, peak 9th realm of the origin. I wonder if he has broken through now. At this point, Li Mosquito sighed again, but Yi Xian was shocked. He couldn't help but exclaim, Mad Mosquito Emperor? Peak 9th realm of the origin? Doesn't that mean that even Huigulu and Zhuofengtai are like ants in his hands? He can crush them with just a lift of his hand? Of course, if they weren't afraid of this guy, do you think Huigulu and Zhuofengtai would let the countless mosquito beasts on the planet go wild and not capture them? Li Mosquito curled her lips and continued, we demons are not just the mosquito beasts. There are also other demons in the demon domain. Although we're not as powerful as the demon domain, we're at least a tribe with the strongest members of our tribe. But you don't seem to have answered the question I just asked. Is it about the 10 million mosquito beast fire seeds? Li Mosquito smiled again. Don't worry, Master. Although the Mad Mosquito Emperor is crazy, he has a large number of elite mosquito beasts around him. I was one of them, but I almost died at his hands. At the moment of life and death, I had an epiphany and evolved from the level of a human child to the level of an adult. That's why I wanted to leave in despair. Although the 10 million elite mosquito beasts on the ground maintain a certain distance from the Mad Mosquito Emperor, they're resting with him at the center. As long as we can subdue the Mad Mosquito Emperor, when he enters the Black Mosquito Ship's myriad prison, the other 10 million elite mosquito beasts will automatically follow. We won't have to waste time and effort to drive them away. In that case, we won't even need half a day, let alone 7 days. What? Subdue the Mad Mosquito Emperor? Yi Xian was immediately shocked and his expression changed. That's a supreme existence at the 9th level of the origin stage, and it's about to reach the 10th level. Although a level 11 slave seal can definitely subdue it, the key point is, it's impossible for us to have the chance to do so. Before the slave seal comes into contact with its body, I'm afraid this matter will be exposed. More importantly, he's crazy. After being provoked like this, if he goes crazy. Chapter 2767. Translator. Henny Translations Editor. Henny Translations Crimson Mad Mosquito Overlord. You don't have to worry about that. I'm very familiar with the Mad Mosquito Overlord. After all, I left from here. Hearing that Yi Xian was worried about this, the Li Mosquito Overlord immediately smiled. When I left, among the 10 million elite mosquito beasts in the core area of the mosquito planet, even if they developed intelligence, they only had the intelligence of a child. If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have felt so lonely here after gaining the intelligence of an adult. That's why I decided to leave. They're just a bunch of elite mosquito beasts with the intelligence of a child. When the time comes, you can use the perfect vibration to conceal your presence. Since I'm one of them, these elite mosquito beasts won't be on guard against me. As for the Mad Mosquito Overlord, it's even more so. He's completely insane, so there's no way he'll be on guard against me. In addition, even if those elite mosquito beasts produced an existence with adult human intelligence in the past few hundred years, this matter is also without any suspense. With the intelligence of an adult, they'll understand their situation better. I only need to explain the current situation of the mosquito planet to them. When the time comes, not only will they not stop us, they'll even help us. After all, as an advanced mosquito beast with mature intelligence, there's no way I'll harm my own race. Everything is for the future of the mosquito beasts. That makes sense. I don't know what to say. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. It seems that I can't find a reason to stop you. In that case, let's do it. Whoosh! As he spoke, Yi Xian shot out a level 11 slave seal and sent it into the Li Mosquito's body. He warned, I'll wrap this slave seal with a layer of spiritual force. When you use it, use your own spiritual force to wrap it up and send it out of your body. At the same time, shatter the spiritual force membrane. As long as it can enter the Mad Mosquito Emperor's body, we'll have succeeded. Of course, I will always be by your side. If you fail on your side, I still have another level 11 slave seal here. However, this is our last chance. I hope we won't use it. Otherwise, if we fail again, it will be really troublesome. Don't worry, Master, it's just a mad mosquito. Even if it's 9th rank origin realm, it's still mad. We'll succeed. She covered her mouth to hide a grin at Yixian, then turned and began to descend toward the mosquito planet below. Yixian immediately used his perfect vibration technique and followed. The further down they went, the fewer mosquito beasts there were. Yixian raised his head to look at the horizon. What entered his eyes was a dense cloud of mosquito beasts that covered the sky. Even without the thick black atmosphere of this mosquito beast star, no devil cultivator would be able to see him even if he took out the black mosquito star. And Yixian relaxed a little at the thought. At this moment, Li Mosquito had already flown towards the deepest part of the continent. She even deliberately maintained her speed so that Yixian, who was behind her, could catch up. The latter did not dare to delay any longer and immediately followed closely behind. Along the way, they encountered a lot of black mosquito magical beasts. Most of them were in the form of mosquitoes, but there were some that had evolved into human parts. However, most of them only had a human head. This meant that although they were elite mosquito beasts that had developed spiritual intelligence, their intelligence was only at the level of a 7- or 8-year-old human child's. In the face of a powerful mosquito like the Li mosquito, who clearly had a mature intelligence, the elite mosquito beast did not have any intention of stopping her, allowing her to continue forward. As for Yixian, who'd used the perfect shock mental skill to conceal his figure and aura, he followed closely behind Li Mosquito. Half a day later, the master and servant had entered the deepest core of the entire black mosquito planet. Almost all the mosquito beasts they could see had developed intelligence. Other than those that had evolved human heads, they could occasionally see mosquito beasts that had evolved a pair of human arms or a pair of human legs. However, none of them had complete limbs. The Li mosquito was unique in this place. At the end of the planet, at the base of a mountain peak, the figure of the Mad Mosquito Emperor finally appeared in Yixian's line of sight. It was a gigantic ailanthus tree. Its canopy covered an area of more than 100 miles. Furthermore, there was not a single mosquito beast in this area. The only thing that existed was a gigantic blood-red mosquito beast that was about 10 feet in size. This gigantic mosquito beast had also developed intelligence, but it only had a human head. This meant that its intelligence was only at the level of a 7- or 8-year-old human child. And it was crazy. That's right, it had to be crazy. Because this human head, which was obviously male, was covered with dense red hair. It was fluffy and messy like a bird's nest. Any sane existence would definitely not look like this. As for his cultivation level, with Yixian's cultivation at the first level of the meteor realm, he couldn't sense it at all. In his senses, the aura emitted from the other party's body was like a vast and mighty ocean, as if there was no end to it. It's been a few hundred years, but it's still the same. It hasn't changed at all, including its cultivation. It's still at the perfect level of the 9th level of the origin realm. Li Mosquito was at the 7th level of the black hole realm, after all. There was only a difference of 1 level between them, so she could still sense the Mad Mosquito Emperor's cultivation. At this moment, Li Mosquito sighed as she flapped the wings on her back and quickly approached the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Yixian hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and immediately followed. He was quite confident in his perfect spiritual shock technique. When they passed by the edge of the area covered by the giant ailanthus tree, the nearby elite mosquito beasts, who had evolved a pair of human arms or long human legs, all looked in their direction. They looked at Li Mosquito and confirmed that it was really one of their kind, and that its intelligence level was higher than theirs. After that, they slowly moved their gazes away. Although they were a little confused as to why Li Mosquito was approaching the Mad Mosquito Emperor, they clearly had no intention of stopping it. Yixian secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but his heart started to beat uncontrollably as he got closer and closer to the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Faintly, an uneasy feeling surged into his heart. Before he could figure out where the uneasiness in his heart came from, Li Mosquito had already approached the Mad Mosquito Emperor's side, and from a distance of more than 10 kilometers, she had already raised her hand and shot out the level 11 slave seal. Chapter 2768. Clouds of doubt. The Mad Mosquito Emperor seemed to be dozing off at first, but when Li Mosquito shot out the level 11 slave seal, its tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. In that instant there was a flash of light. Although it was blood-red and filled with madness, Yixian could clearly sense the light of wisdom in the depths of that madness. At this moment, Yixian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. This mad mosquito emperor was indeed crazy, but it wasn't actually crazy. It was pretending. As the light flashed, Yixian didn't even think about it before reminding Li Mosquito. That was in existence at the peak of the 9th step of the origin stage. He could crush Li Mosquito to death with a single finger. Even if his warning wasn't of much use, it would at least make Li Mosquito more vigilant. Huh. There's actually another demon? I knew it. The aura of this spiritual imprint is so strange. It doesn't belong to the Mosquito Emperor clan at all. Just as Yixian's exclamation sounded out, the enormous blood-crazed Mosquito Emperor in front of him immediately opened its mouth. It was actually speaking the language of the devil cultivator. Could be seen that it wasn't crazy. At the same time, an indescribably enormous aura instantly enveloped Yixian. It carried a vibrating intent and emitted a buzzing sound, directly breaking through his perfect vibration. Yixian's figure seemed to fall from the sky as he appeared in a sorry state. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His perfect vibration spiritual skill had been forcefully broken by someone, causing his mind to suffer a backlash, almost collapsing his mind. This was already a sign that he had suffered a serious internal injury. Master. Li Mosquito's expression changed greatly. She didn't pay attention to the level 11 slave seal that was shot out. At this moment it was as if it was blocked by an invisible wall. It was firmly suspended in the air, a meter away from the mad Mosquito Emperor. With a wild roar, it turned around and shot towards Yixian. As a mosquito beast, a black hole realm powerhouse that has developed mature intelligence, you actually recognize a demon ant as your master. You are a disgrace to the mosquito beasts. The mad Mosquito Emperor was originally calm and collected. Whether it was towards Yixian or Li Mosquito, it was like a cat toying with a mouse. However, at this moment when it heard Li Mosquito call Yixian master, it almost instantly flew into a rage. Buzz? Buzz. As the mad Mosquito Emperor spoke, the space within 100 miles began to vibrate at a high frequency. There was a very strange buzzing sound. Screech! Screech! Almost at the same time as these buzzing sounds rang out, countless mosquito beasts outside the area covered by the giant tuna tree's crown suddenly became angry. They turned around and pounced in this direction. In all directions, the endless mosquito beasts turned into a black wave. These black waves were made up of at least 10 million black mosquito beasts. Yixian casually glanced at them and caught sight of the weakest mosquito beasts in his line of sight. They were also powerful mosquito beasts in the 3rd realm, the satellite realm. As for the thousands of mosquito beasts at the front, they were all supreme existences of the 8th great realm, the Black Realm Cave. Although they were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the Black Hole Realm, due to the fact that there were over 1,000 of them, the powerful aura that swept over in an instant caused Yixian's mind to almost collapse. As a top elite of the mosquito beasts, you actually recognized a demon as your master and colluded with him to harm me. You deserve to die. Take them all down. As the millions of mosquito beasts swarmed in from all directions, Yixian and Li Mosquito were instantly unable to move. In the face of this aura and the suppression of the mad Mosquito Emperor, even Li Mosquito, who was in the 7th level of the Black Hole Realm, was unable to do anything. A sense of despair suddenly surged in Li Mosquito's heart. This time it had really implicated Yixian, its master. In a moment of grief and indignation, Li Mosquito roared at the mad Mosquito Emperor. What about you? As the most powerful emperor of the mosquito beasts, what have you done for your people? Since you've clearly developed mature intelligence and are not crazy, why have you done nothing all these years? Why have you allowed your people to be captured by the demon? Yes, I, Li Mosquito, have recognized my master, but I was almost killed by you, the Mosquito Emperor, who pretended to be crazy. I only left because I was disheartened. Even when I returned today, I begged my master to take 10 million mosquito beasts to find a suitable planet and spread them out as the fire god of our race. But what about you? What have you done? You clearly have the strength, but you don't care about your people. You don't deserve to be the emperor of the mosquito beasts. What kind of magic potion did this demon feed you? How dare you speak to this emperor like that? In the face of Li Mosquito's roar, the mad Mosquito Emperor calmed down. As it spoke, an invisible aura enveloped Li Mosquito. After a short while, the mad Mosquito Emperor's shocked voice sounded again. Slave seal? It's actually a slave seal? How is this possible? In the demon race, this kind of slave seal has been lost for a long time. Even the current demon emperor can't have it, unless it's in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. Perhaps there's a chance of it being passed down. How can a little meteor ant have the ability to condense a slave seal? So you're saying that the spiritual imprint in front of me is also a slave imprint? It should be at least a level 10 slave seal, right? Humph. Little child, you're quite ambitious. You even want to enslave this emperor. Wang! As the cold snort sounded, a buzzing sound rushed toward Yixian and enveloped his body. Then Yixian, who could not move his body, felt a flowing power wash through his body, including his sea of consciousness. He was completely seen through by the other party. His origin core has entered level 5 transformation? No, you're not a demon. Primordial spirit. You're a human. Ha ha ha. After waiting for so many years, the human finally. I haven't lost. There's still hope. Ha ha ha. As Yixian's entire body and sea of consciousness were examined by the other party, the Mad Mosquito Emperor laughed wildly in surprise. Not only did it recognize Yixian's identity as a human, but it even shouted the name of the Tianji clan's patriarch, Di. It seemed that the two of them had fought a great battle before. The Mad Mosquito Emperor originally thought that it had lost, but now because of Yixian's appearance, it saw hope again. When all of this was mixed together, it instantly turned into a huge mystery that enveloped Yixian's entire mind. He vaguely felt that the Mad Mosquito Emperor in front of him was not as simple as it seemed. A mere 9th stage origin core 9th stage existence wanted to fight with the Tianji clan's patriarch, Di? That was simply a fool's dream. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian felt his sea of consciousness shake. Then, he realized that the jelly in his mind had condensed into a thick purple origin core the size of a soybean. Chapter 2769. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Covenant of the Origin. According to Yixian's estimation, the fifth metamorphosis of the mind source core in his sea of consciousness would take at least a month to complete. However, the thousands of jelly-like purple substances of various sizes had transformed and condensed into a thick purple crystal the size of a soybean in an instant. In addition, Yixian's mind power, which had been damaged by the perfect concussion technique, had also been healed in an instant. He no longer felt any lingering effects. His opponent had discovered his identity as a human, yet he hadn't killed him. Instead, he had unexpectedly helped him. All this puzzled Yixian. Who exactly are you? If his opponent hadn't killed him, then he shouldn't be in any danger for the time being. Yixian calmed down slightly, but his eyes remained fixed on the Mad Mosquito Emperor's weathered face. Kid, I didn't even try to find out where you came from. You should know better than anyone that I didn't search your soul just now. The Mad Mosquito Emperor had an unfathomable look in his eyes as he faced Yixian's questioning. He waved his mosquito legs and said, "All right, you just need to know that we are friends, not enemies. I will give you a few words of advice. I hope you will keep them in mind. Otherwise, you might just die halfway through. You have to understand one thing, kid. You can only do things while you are alive. If you are dead, everything will be for naught. First of all, before your mind source core metamorphoses to level 7, your cultivation base must not break through to the origin stage. You can even stay at the peak of the black hole realm, but you must not break through to the first level of the origin stage. Otherwise, you won't be able to enjoy the great opportunity that I have prepared for you. 2 conditions. Your cultivation base must be before the origin stage. Your mind source core must metamorphose to level 7. When these 2 conditions are met, you can come to me. I promise you with my Tao heart that I will give you a great fortune. Besides, I won't let you return empty-handed this time. I do feel indebted to the Mosquito Beast clan. What that little girl said just now was right. Fine, fine. Take the 10 million elite mosquito beasts. I will give them a death order. From now on they will be loyal to you. But there is one condition. You must treat them as real subordinates. Otherwise, if these 10 million mosquito beasts turn against you, my order will be useless. Don't forget, almost all of them have developed intelligence. Although they only have the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old human child, at least they can distinguish between good and bad. What? You're willing to let me take away 10 million mosquito beast elites? Yi Xian had initially thought that the other party's words were a trap. He was certain that the other party was plotting something against him. However, after the other party swore a Dao Heart oath, Yi Xian no longer had any doubts. But before Yi Xian could come back to his senses and ask again, this mad mosquito emperor actually threw out such a heavy bomb, to the point that Yi Xian began to wonder if it had really gone mad. This was too big of a deal. Why not? Back then in short, after the failure my mind was dispirited. For thousands of years, I really feel indebted to the entire Mosquito Beast clan. Now that I have seen hope in you, I have pulled myself together. And you have the ability to take the 10 million elite mosquito beasts out, and use them as kindling for the clan. I will seize this opportunity for them. What? I will give you 10 million elite mosquito beasts for free, although they cannot be exposed at will. In a critical moment of life and death, they can help you crush any existence below the Grotto Heaven realm. Don't tell me you don't appreciate it? Towards the end, there was a faint trace of displeasure in the Mad Mosquito Emperor's words, and its tone became cold. Mosquito Emperor, that's not what I meant. I was just too surprised. Yi Xian was not too suspicious of the Mad Mosquito Emperor because he had already sworn a Dao Heart oath. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "By the way, what is the Grotto Heaven realm that you mentioned earlier?" The 10th realm after the Origin realm is the Grotto Heaven realm. I was seriously injured back then, and even now I have only recovered to the first level of the Grotto Heaven realm. By the way, the Demon Emperor of the Demon race is at the first level of the Grotto Heaven realm. In addition, there are at least 3 other Grotto Heaven realm experts of the same level on the Demon Emperor planet. Therefore, don't think that you can run rampant among the Demon race with 10 million mosquito beasts. If the 10 million mosquito beasts were to move together, they would not need to fear even a perfect 9th level Origin realm expert. However, a first-level Grotto Heaven realm expert would be able to crush the entire Mosquito Beast's army. Therefore, unless it is a matter of life and death, do not mobilize the Mosquito Beast's army in the star domain near the Demon Emperor planet. In fact, even if the Mosquito Beast's army is to be used, you will only die faster. Once the Demon Emperor or the 3 demon race ancestors make a move, you will not stand a chance. My 10 million mosquito beasts will also die at your hands. A first-level Grotto Heaven realm expert can crush an army of 10 million mosquito beasts? There are at least a few thousand Black Hole realm experts among them. Yi Xian was shocked when he heard the Mad Mosquito Emperor's words. Then his expression turned strange. Since Senior is so powerful, why don't you leave the Mosquito Beast planet? You can't leave. This is not something you should know now. In the future, when your spirit source core transforms to the 7th level, I might be able to tell you. However, you must remember not to break through to the Origin realm. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Speaking of this, the Mad Mosquito Emperor seemed to suddenly think of something and changed the topic. That's right, this old man has left a mental imprint in your knowledge sea. Before reaching the Origin realm, you won't be able to sense it at all. However, I still have to tell you about this to avoid any misunderstandings between us. This spiritual imprint is not a restriction, so it will not affect you in any way. It is just a protective imprint that protects your mind from being probed by other demon race powerhouses. With its existence, even the Demon Emperor will not be able to probe your mind. That's because the Demon Emperor's mind source core is only at grade 7, while the other 3 demonic tribe ancestors are only at grade 6. However, the spiritual imprint I left in your mind source core is at grade 8. What? You have a level 8 mind power? Your source core has completed its 7th transformation, and is already at the 8th level? Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this. That's right, but so what if it is at the 8th level? If one source core is not at the 9th level, one is still an ant. I have no hope, but you do. Chapter 2770. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian's mosquito pet. That's enough. I've already told you everything you need to know. As for the rest, there are things that I can't tell you now. It's useless for you to ask. Hurry up and take away these 10 million mosquito beasts. The Mad Mosquito Emperor waved his mosquito leg again, then paused as if he suddenly remembered something. He changed the topic and asked, "Right, with your current insignificant strength, you can't take these mosquito beasts into your body. Even if you use a space treasure that can hold living things, you can't take it back into your body. How are you going to solve this problem? Hearing that the other party had hit the nail on the head, Yi Xian frowned. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out the Black Mosquito Star Fortress from the undying world within his body with a wave of his hand. It was suspended in the deepest part of the continent, but there was a huge Chinese tune tree crown above his head. Not to mention the Mosquito Beast Star. Even the existence inside the star couldn't be seen in the slightest. Black Mosquito Star? Ha. You're interesting, kid. You even got one of the 10 scout star fortresses that the demon race sent to the front line of the third universe. It must be the work of that slave seal, right? Even the humans of the third universe don't have this kind of star fortress. It's the latest product of Diyi's Tianji race using the perfect space folding technology. Because of the perfect space folding technology, once it's refined, it can be taken into the body at will. Because of the cover of the perfect space folding technology, not a trace of the aura of the living things inside will leak out. With this treasure, you can take away 10 million elite mosquito beasts. That's not right. Where did you get this Black Mosquito Star from? I've even searched your knowledge sea before, but I didn't search your soul, so I didn't find this thing. Looks like you still have some secrets. But that's good. This way, I'll have more confidence in you. At this point, the Mad Mosquito Emperor did not intend to pursue this matter any further. He waved his mosquito legs and said, "All right, this emperor has already given the order for the millions of mosquito beasts nearby to follow you. Quickly take them away. Remember, you must treat them with your heart. They are not beasts that have yet to develop intelligence. If you don't treat them well and suffer the backlash of the millions of mosquito beasts, don't blame this emperor for not warning you first." The Mad Mosquito Emperor's expression turned gloomy, and he turned away. It seemed that the departure of the 10 million elite mosquito beasts made him sad. Yi Xian and Li Mosquito Emperor didn't say anything. Yi Li nodded. "Bi Li. If I find a suitable star in the future, I'll find a suitable planet star in the future. Li and Li. If I find a suitable planet star in the future. Li's translation to Li star translation. Translation Li translation. Yi Xian clasped his hands at the Mad Mosquito Emperor's back. Then he sent out a spiritual brand. In an instant, the Black Mosquito Space Fortress's bottommost tunnel opened. A giant passage 100 meters in diameter appeared. Bzzz. Bzzz. In the next instant, a large number of buzzing sounds could be heard, and the tens of millions of elite mosquito beasts all swarmed into this huge tunnel. They'd all received the Mad Mosquito Emperor's death order. In addition, half of them had already developed intelligence, possessing the intelligence of a 7- or 8-year-old human child. Naturally, they understood that this was a great opportunity to leave the mosquito planet and escape the enslavement of the demon kin. They were all grateful and excited. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he sensed the gratitude of these elite mosquito beasts. Before this, the Mad Mosquito Emperor had often talked about how the 10 million mosquito beasts would turn against him. He'd been a little apprehensive when he heard it. Now it seemed that these were just a bunch of 7- or 8-year-old children. Although they were strong, they were not very intelligent. As long as he treated them well and threw some candy to buy their hearts, it shouldn't be too difficult to control them. 10 million mosquito beasts rushed into the bottommost tunnel of the Black Mosquito Space Fortress within half an hour. Fortunately, the myriad hell was big enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to fit them in. Yi Xian had been paying attention to the entire process. He made a rough calculation. Among all the elite mosquito beasts that had rushed into the Black Mosquito Space Fortress, there were about 5,000 Black Hole Realm Supreme Vicious Mosquitoes. Although they were only at the first or second level of the Black Hole Realm, it was still a terrifying number. He planned to use these 5,000 Black Hole Realm Supreme Vicious Mosquitoes as commanders in the future to divide the entire army of 10 million mosquito beasts into 5,000 small teams. Each Supreme Vicious Mosquito would have 2,000 elite mosquito beasts under its command. This way it would be easier to manage them. Once they were needed, he could accurately grasp the number of mosquito beasts. For example, if he only needed 10,000 elite mosquito beasts, he only needed to give orders to the 5 Supreme Vicious Mosquitoes with Black Hole Realm cultivation bases. When the time came, the 5 supreme vicious mosquitoes would each lead their 2,000 elite mosquito beasts to the battlefield, which was exactly 10,000. This would save him the trouble of having to give orders to the 10,000 mosquito beasts one by one. That would be really troublesome. Yi Xian immediately handed this matter over to Li Mosquito. He planned to leave Li Mosquito in the Black Mosquito Space Fortress for the time being. On one hand, she could manage the 10 million elite mosquito beasts and divide them into 5,000 small teams. On the other hand, the Black Mosquito Space Fortress contained a large amount of resources. Li Mosquito could communicate with Buck about what the mosquito beasts needed for their daily cultivation, and provide them in a timely manner. After the 10 million mosquito beasts all entered the Black Mosquito Space Fortress, Li Mosquito nodded at Yi Xian and leaped into the space fortress as well. After doing all this, Yi Xian immediately closed the main passage to the Black Mosquito Space Fortress's first level, Myriad Hell, then put the Black Mosquito Space Fortress into his undying world with a wave of his hand. At this point, the only experts he had left in the Dongshu shuttle were Ba Boshan and Ba Chai. However, under normal circumstances, these 2 Black Hole Realm demon experts were more than enough to handle the situation. However, Yi Xian's original intention for coming to the Mosquito Space Fortress had yet to be fulfilled. Hence, when the Mad Mosquito King turned around to look at him, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saluting him again. Senior, to tell you the truth, this junior has another reason for coming to the Mosquito Space Fortress. As I'm about to head to the Demon Emperor planet to participate in the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun Trial, I need a mosquito pet beast. This junior has no intention of enslaving you, but if I come to the Mosquito Space Fortress without even bringing back a pet beast, I'm afraid that's only natural. Don't worry, I've already prepared everything for you. Previously, he had already thrown out tens of thousands of mosquito beast elites. Now that Yi Xian only needed 1 mosquito beast, the Mad Mosquito Emperor naturally wouldn't be stingy. However, when he mentioned this matter, the expression on his face became even more dejected. Compared to its crazy state all these years, being branded with a slave imprint by you might be better for it. Chapter 2771. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Mosquito Prince Shueben. What kind of cultivation is this? With the appearance of this blood-colored mosquito, Yi Xian sensed an aura that was much stronger than Ba Chai's. He was shocked and subconsciously retreated a dozen steps before turning to look at the Mad Mosquito Emperor in shock. Its blood-colored body represents the bloodline of the mosquito beasts. Of course, you can ask it to hide this when we return. You can also hide its cultivation base from the origin first order to the planet grade at the very least. At this point, the Mad Mosquito Emperor's expression darkened again. This mosquito is called Shueben, and he is my only son. He is the true Mad Mosquito Beast. Although he has developed intelligence, he has already become a demon. Shueben? Mosquito Prince? Origin first stage? This series of information was like a bolt from the blue, causing Yi Xian to retreat in shock. He looked at the Mad Mosquito Emperor in shock. SS Senior, are you saying that you want me to take your prince as a pet beast? Heavens, how can I do that? I need to use a slave seal. I can't bring myself to do that. That's too rude. As he spoke, Yi Xian subconsciously looked towards the blood-red ferocious mosquito. The pair of eyes on the evolved human head were completely blood-red, filled with madness. Slaughter overflowed into the heavens as it stared fixedly at Yi Xian. If it wasn't for the fact that its body was restrained by the Mad Mosquito Emperor, it would have pounced forward a long time ago. If that was the case, given Yi Xian's Meteor Realm first stage cultivation, his soul would most likely dissipate in an instant. Not even a piece of bone would be left behind. Given his current state, do you think that he would have lived comfortably if you hadn't planted a slave seal on him? The Mad Mosquito Emperor sighed faintly, his tone full of sorrow. Speaking of which, the reason he fell into madness when he developed intelligence is actually because of me. I have wronged him. Although I have kept him by my side all these years, I know that he is in great pain. After all, he is of my bloodline, so I can feel. In addition, I have a feeling that if there is a day when it regains its consciousness, then this opportunity will definitely fall on you. Brat, take it away. This is the only chance, and neither I nor it want to miss it. Trust the intuition of a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse. Sometimes, Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses have the opportunity to touch a trace of heaven's will. This. After hearing what the Mad Mosquito Emperor said, Yixian couldn't help but hesitate. Without waiting for him to make his final decision, the level 11 slave seal that was floating beside the Mad Mosquito Emperor shot back towards Yixian and directly entered his body. Alright, Senior, don't worry. Junior will definitely treat it like an elder brother. Seeing that the Mad Mosquito Beast was willing to hand over his own prince to him, and let him plant a slave imprint on him as a pet beast, Yixian's heart was completely shaken. Although he knew that the Mad Mosquito Emperor must have many secrets, from what he saw so far, the other party was indeed as it had said before. They were friends, not enemies, and there was no malicious intent. Thinking of this, Yixian immediately put the level 11 slave seal back into his sea of consciousness, took out another level 10 slave seal, raised his hand, and pressed it between the Mosquito Beast Emperor Shueben's forehead. Hiss! At this moment, the anger in the eyes of the Mosquito Beast Emperor Shueben was almost about to materialize into a blood blade. He stared fixedly at Yixian and let out a sharp roar, causing the Mad Mosquito Emperor to sigh endlessly. However, this state quickly disappeared. As the level 10 slave seal was produced in the Mosquito Beast core in the Mosquito Beast Emperor's brain, the resentment in his eyes quickly disappeared. However, the murderous and crazy aura was still the same. The light in his eyes was also blood red, but when he looked at Yixian, there was no trace of resistance. It was obvious that the slave seal had taken effect, but the Mosquito Beast Emperor Shueben was still crazy. This kind of situation was within reason. Yixian wasn't surprised, but he felt that it was strange. After all, this was the first time he'd subdued a crazy existence. His madness has been deep in his bones for hundreds of years, so even if you planted the slave seal, this state of madness will not be removed. At this time, the voice of the Mad Mosquito Emperor sounded again. But compared to before, it is much better. This king has already released the suppression on him. Look, he is not moving, right? If it was in the past, even if it was this king, he would immediately rush up and fight to the death. At least now, because of the effect of your slave seal, he will take the initiative to control himself. But you have to be careful. This kind of control is also relative. I'm not saying that it's dangerous to you, but to others. It's already your beast's pet. Furthermore, you've placed the legendary slave imprint on it, which is thousands of times more stable than the spiritual imprints left by ordinary demon experts. So, as long as his cultivation has not broken through the limit of the level 10 slave seal, he will not have any disloyalty to you. The kind of relative control I mentioned just now is only referring to people other than you. Because of the effect of your slave imprint, it usually has the ability to control itself. Although its eyes are still filled with killing intent, it won't make any impulsive actions. However, once you give it the order to attack, the craziness it has suppressed will erupt several times over. What I mean is, once you order him to attack someone, he will not rest until he is dead. So, if you do not have the intention to kill him, it is best not to use him. Otherwise, there will be no end to this. Senior, I understand what you mean. Hearing this, Yixian suddenly understood. He knew that the Mad Mosquito Emperor still had another layer of meaning, and that was once Yixian gave the order to attack, even if the opponent's cultivation far surpassed that of the Mosquito Beast Emperor Shueben, he would not hesitate at all. He would definitely fight to the death with the opponent, and it would be the kind that would kill him as soon as he attacked. In this way, if he really encountered a stronger existence, his safety would probably be. Thinking of this, Yixian's expression turned solemn. He cupped his hands at the Mad Mosquito Emperor and said, "Senior, don't worry. I just said that in the future I will treat him like an elder brother. This is my oath." Good, this emperor was not wrong about you. Although everything I did today was a gamble on the only chance, with your words, even if the final result is not satisfactory, this emperor will have no complaints. At this point, the Mad Mosquito Emperor turned and left. This emperor cannot leave this place yet. Take him with you. Remember that he hid his cultivation and the bloodline of the Mosquito Beast Emperor. This kind of concealment technique is the bloodline talent of the Mosquito Beast Emperor. Apart from the Mosquito Beast Emperor, even a Grotto Heaven Realm expert cannot see through it. Chapter 2772. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation returned to the Black Mosquito planet. After the Mad Mosquito ruler left, Yixian fell into deep thought. The Mosquito Prince Shueben still had a ferocious and crazy aura around him. His body and torso were still in the form of a mosquito. Only his head with fiery red hair looked human, but the light in his eyes was blood red. He gave off the feeling of a terrifying beast, causing one's heart to palpitate inexplicably. Concealing his royal bloodline was a must. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. As for how far he should conceal his cultivation, Yixian was a little hesitant. The Mad Mosquito ruler had said before that the Mosquito royal family had an extremely powerful bloodline talent for concealment. If he intentionally concealed his cultivation, even Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses like the Demon King would not be able to see through his cultivation, let alone Origin Realm powerhouses like Zhuofengtai and High Priest Hui Gulei. In that case, how to choose the degree of concealment of its cultivation would be very particular. If he was too weak, he would not attract attention. However, if he was in danger and needed to show his strength, he would probably attract even more suspicion if he displayed cultivation strength that exceeded his concealment level. Since Shueben was Yixian's pet beast on the surface in the future, it could be said that he would have more chances to act than Naboshan and Ba Chai. With that in mind, Yixian gritted his teeth and made a decision. He then gave the Mosquito Prince Shueben his first order using his mind power. Conceal the Mosquito Royal bloodline. Conceal his cultivation from Origin Realm Rank 1 to Black Hole Realm Rank 1. Black Hole Realm Rank 1 was basically enough. Of course, Shueben could not casually make a move. Once he made a move, he would definitely kill his opponent. If they really fought, he would not care about concealing his cultivation. Even if his opponent was at the Origin Realm, he would definitely go all out. Under such circumstances, he would definitely reveal his Origin Realm cultivation. Therefore, Yixian would not let him make a move. Hence, more often than not, Yixian would have to solve a crisis or predicament by himself. As for the fact that he could subdue a Black Hole Realm Rank 1 ferocious mosquito from the Mosquito planet, Yixian had already thought of a way to deal with it. On one hand, he was the Black Mountain planet's seated participant in the Black Mosquito tribe's Saint Trial, so he was the most talented in using his mind power among all demon powerhouses on the planet. On the other hand, although Shueben's cultivation was strong, anyone could tell that he was in a crazy state. In this kind of situation, with Yixian's mental strength talent that surpassed that of ordinary devil cultivator experts, he might have a chance to subdue it. At most he would have to rely on luck. Of course, the most important thing was that Yixian was a proper demon. Now that the Mad Mosquito Prince had left a level 8 spiritual imprint in his spiritual source core, even the Demon King could not probe his spiritual source core. Since that was the case, there were no suspicious points left, so Yixian naturally had nothing to worry about. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Shueben had already done everything according to Yixian's instructions. Its aura had indeed become that of a Black Hole Realm Level 1. The originally blood-red body of the mosquito beast had also turned back to its normal black color. Only the crazed blood-red glow in its eyes had not changed. Also, its head of blood-red unkempt hair was still the same. However, this was even better. One look and one would know that he was crazy. It had quite the effect of confusing him. In short, Yixian was very satisfied. Brother Shueben, I promised that I would treat you like an older brother. In private, I will address you as such, but in front of others, for the sake of the big picture, I hope you can forgive me. With that, Yixian clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Shueben. What he didn't notice was that in the instant he bent his waist and bowed, there seemed to be a trace of confusion in the depths of Shueben's blood-red eyes. It quickly flashed and quietly disappeared. After doing all this, Yixian waved his hand and put Shueben into the pet ring. He had bought the pet ring in the Black Mosquito Star's shop area with some demonic black crystals. This kind of bracelet could store living creatures as well. However, since the bracelet was refined as a pet space, the space inside was not large, only a little more than 100 cubic meters. The space would not be enough to store a pet that was slightly larger in size. Besides, this kind of bracelet did not use the perfect space folding technique. Otherwise, the space inside would not be so small. After all, this was a low-level storage item refined by the refiners of the demons. There was a difference between it and the higher-level items from the Heavenly Fate clan. The bracelet was made into a bracelet for ease of carrying. After refining this artifact, it could be stored inside one's body before a pet beast was stored inside. But once a pet beast was stored inside, it could only be worn around one's wrist. Of course, if the pet beast was already dead, it could still be stored inside one's body. As Shueben disappeared, he turned into a streak of black light and flashed into the pet ring on Yixian's hand. Yixian did not waste any time. He activated the perfect vibration skill at once to hide his presence and energy. Then he went back the way he came and soon dashed into the thick black atmosphere in the sky. It was also at this moment that the Mad Mosquito King stepped out from the void at the end of the giant tuna tree's crown. He gazed in the direction Yixian had left with hope in his eyes. He mumbled to himself, "You brat, you are my last hope. Don't give up halfway." The Black Mosquito Planet. In the small courtyard that was used to receive the 10 candidates in the eastern suburbs of the Black Mosquito City, outside the Holy Demon Ancestor Palace. At this moment, apart from Yixian, the other 9 candidates were all there. The only difference was that the son of the leader from the Black Roar Planet, the sissy Hao Fangfang, did not fit in with the other 8 people. He was leaning alone under a tree in the courtyard with a resentful and dissatisfied expression on his face. The other 8 candidates were gathered outside. Among them was a young demon with a jade-like face and a prideful expression. He was the only son of the Black Mosquito tribe's great commander, Zuofengtai. His name was Zuolicheng, and he was also the most likely candidate to become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son this time. Not only did he have a good talent for mental power, but his cultivation had also reached the 9th stage of the satellite realm. He was about to reach the 4th stage of the demon realm, which was the planet realm. Apart from that, there was a powerful mosquito beast in the 7th stage of the galaxy realm, 4th stage in the pet ring on his left wrist. Zuofengtai, the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, had personally entered the mosquito beast planet to capture it for him. It could be said that this powerful galaxy realm 4th stage mosquito beast pet was Zuolicheng's greatest reliance and pride. Because of this, when he heard a prospective holy child who took the initiative to look for him say that the buttock seller from planet Black Mountain dared to look down on his mosquito beast pet beast and made sarcastic remarks, Zuolicheng was immediately enraged and came here. Chapter 2773. Crush Brothers you weren't there at that time. Otherwise, if you saw Wuji's arrogant face, I'm afraid you would be furious on the spot. That's right. This brat obviously relied on selling his ass to win the favor of Xiong Haizi and obtain the qualification to enter the Black Mountain Planet's Saints trial. To be honest, we are simply ashamed to be in the same group as him. However, this brat doesn't know how to keep a low profile. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have a mosquito beast. The sissy gave him a satellite realm one, and it's fine if he doesn't want it. The most infuriating thing is that this brat actually took the initiative to ask whose mosquito pet is the most powerful among us before he said that he would catch one himself. That's because he didn't know. What's even worse is that we've already told Brother Zua that your mosquito pet is a top-notch creature in the 7th stage of the galaxy tier. Yet this person still ridiculed you and said that we'll see later. He clearly has the intention of suppressing you, Brother Zua. What right does he have? Stop talking. The more you talk, the angrier you get. Which one of us isn't a prodigy of the younger generation of the Fiend Star? But today, I've been ridiculed by a despicable person who sells his ass. It's really unbearable to hold back this anger. In the small courtyard, the 7 prospective holy sons who harbored malicious intentions spoke one after another. As they spoke, they shook their heads and sighed endlessly. It could be said that they were speaking with both emotion and appearance. Not only did they cause the young master of the Black Mosquito Planet, Zuolicheng, who was surrounded by the 7 of them, to become increasingly gloomy, even Hao Fangfang, who was leaning against a small tree not far away by herself, was so angry that her face had turned pale. Sadly, there was no way to explain this. The more she tried to explain, the worse the result would be. Therefore, even though Hao Fangfang was angry, there was nothing she could do. This Zua has also heard of Zhang Wuji's despicable reputation recently. I originally thought that he was a wretched coward, but I didn't expect him to have some guts. After being provoked by the words of these few fellows, the anger in Zuolicheng's heart clearly flared up. Although his tone was calm, there was a strong sense of indignation in his eyes. It just so happens that I have nothing to do these few days. Today I will guard this place. I must see what is so special about this person. He actually dares to not even put me, Zuolicheng, in his eyes. While they were talking, a figure had already descended from the black mosquito star's atmosphere towards the small courtyard like an arrow. As it gradually slowed down, the 9 prospective holy sons in the courtyard all saw the appearance of the person who had come. It was the person they were talking about. Zhang Wuji, it's only been half a day since you came back. You probably didn't manage to catch a suitable mosquito beast, right? It's okay, I'm still keeping it for you. Without waiting for Zuolicheng and the others to react, Hao Fangfang immediately greeted Yi Xian, who had just landed on the side of the small courtyard. As she spoke, she pulled him and was about to walk into her room. This was clearly a bit of a cover-up. Yi Xian's gaze swept across the 8 people in the courtyard, and saw that there was another unfamiliar face. It seemed that he was still surrounded by the other 7 people like stars surrounding the moon. He immediately understood. Considering that this person was the only son of the Black Mosquito tribe's great commander, Suofengtai, and that he was now in his territory, Yi Xian was not afraid of him. He even disagreed with Hao Fangfang's words about accompanying the crown prince to study. However, there was really no need to have a direct confrontation with the other party. It would be disadvantageous to himself. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. In the end, he followed Hao Fangfang's pulling and turned around to walk into his room to lie low for the time being. Stop. Unfortunately, the tree may wish for peace, but the wind would not stop. Yi Xian did not intend to cause any more trouble, but the other party obviously did not think so. Almost as soon as he took a step forward, a stern voice came from the center of the courtyard not far away. Yi Xian paused and turned around instinctively to look, only to see the unfamiliar young demon man walking over with a cold smile on his face. The other 7 people followed behind him with the same gloating expression on their faces. Zhang Wuji, right? I heard that you looked down on this was Black Mosquito pet beast. Is that true? Seeing that Yi Xian had stopped, the man's tone became sharper. It sounded like a question, but he had no intention of allowing Yi Xian to explain himself. He continued, if that's the case, I'm sure the mosquito pet beast you personally caught on the mosquito planet must be better than this was. We're all candidates of the Black Mosquito tribe. Why don't you let it out so we can broaden our horizons? However, this will say this first. If you can't take out a mosquito pet beast that's better than this was pet beast, then what I said before will be considered as unwarranted humiliation. I'm afraid no one on this Black Mosquito planet would dare to do this. You'd better consider the consequences yourself. You must be mistaken. I don't know you, so where did the word humiliation come from? Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders, casually replied, then turned around and left. He was not interested in such a boring matter at all. Glib tongue. Since you can't take out a mosquito pet beast that's better than this was pet beast, then you'll have to pay for your words. Seeing that Yi Xian had turned to leave after replying casually, as if he didn't care about him at all, Zuolicheng was instantly enraged. His voice was close to scolding. I don't care about a filthy dog like you, but you'll have to give my pet beast an explanation for what happened before. Go. Hiss. The word go sounded like a roar. With a wave of Zuolicheng's hand, the Black Mosquito pet beast, which was at the 7th stage of the galaxy rank, was instantly summoned out without warning. In the next instant, there was a sharp hiss and a strong wind blew. A ferocious black mosquito pet beast that was almost 2 meters long was already pouncing toward Yi Xian's back. His raised forelimbs were black and shiny, revealing a metallic texture. There was even a hint of golden sharpness as he swallowed and spat it out. Like a black bolt of lightning, he swiftly pierced towards Yi Xian's back. This was clearly a sign that it was ready to kill. Zhang Wuji, watch out! On the side, Hao Fangfang was caught off guard. Seeing that the mosquito pet beast was approaching in an instant, her expression suddenly changed and she cried out in alarm. Roar! Almost at the same time, a beast's roar that was like a thunderclap suddenly exploded. Right behind Yi Xian, a black mosquito demon beast that was even larger than the other party appeared with a loud bang. This mosquito pet beast had even evolved a human head. It had a head full of disheveled red hair, and its aura was close to that of a demon. However, its eyes were blood red, as if they could see a solid blood-red light. As soon as it appeared, a strong pressure surged out from its body. Even the space in the small courtyard seemed to be crushed, faintly vibrating with the sound of rolling thunder. Squeak! Following the appearance of this strange mosquito pet beast, Zuolicheng's black mosquito pet beast suddenly stopped moving without any delay. Its long mouth part even let out a panicked squeak. In the end, it actually curled up its body and directly lay down on the ground of the courtyard, trembling and trembling. Chapter 2774. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The great commander's killing intent. Yixian actually didn't want to expose Xue Bin so early. However, just now when the mosquito beast attacked from behind, he clearly felt a strong sense of life and death approaching quickly. Then he summoned Xue Bin from the beast bracelet. He had no choice but to do so. At this moment, although the killing intent in Yixian's heart had sprouted, he hadn't lost his rationality. He only summoned Xue Bin to resolve the crisis. He didn't have any intention of attacking. Therefore, when the opponent's black mosquito beast trembled and crawled on the ground, Yixian immediately thought of something again. He waved his hand and put Xue Bin back into the beast bracelet. Because the speed was so fast, whether it was Hao Fangfang and the others or Zuolicheng, they only felt a blur in front of their eyes. It seemed that a strange red-haired mosquito beast shook its body and then disappeared. They didn't even have time to clearly feel the cultivation realm aura emitted from Xue Bin's body. However, there was no doubt that it was extremely powerful. Otherwise, the moment its figure appeared, the void in this small courtyard wouldn't have seemed to be crushed. There was even a faint rumbling sound of thunder that could be heard. "You dog, what did you do to my mosquito beast?" In less than a breath's time, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Zuolicheng's expression changed continuously. He roared furiously as he activated the mind source core in his brain. As an invisible mental power gushed out of his brain, it rapidly fell on the black mosquito beast on the ground. The restriction in the beast core in the latter's brain was instantly activated. Screech! Great pain descended. The black mosquito beast on the ground raised its head and let out an incomparably shrill scream. The pair of hazy compound eyes on the mosquito beast seemed to burst out with a wisp of red light at this moment, revealing a murderous and bloody intent. "Kill him. Kill him immediately. Otherwise, this young master will destroy you and make your beast core collapse and die." The moment the restriction in the mosquito beast's brain was activated, the expression on Zuolicheng's face instantly became ferocious. The original cold and arrogant calmness completely disappeared. As if he had gone berserk, he roared and raised his hand to point at Yixian. Screech! The power of the restriction from the beast core in its brain caused the black mosquito pet to go completely berserk. As the second mournful howl sounded out from its long mouth, the wings on the back of the black mosquito pet that was originally crawling on the ground violently trembled. Its body instantly arrived in front of Yixian as if it had teleported. Its black, cold, and sharp forelimbs were like sharp spears, aiming straight for the space between Yixian's eyebrows. "Zuolicheng, you have gone too far." Yixian's expression suddenly changed. He roared and waved his hand. The blood bin, which he had just put away into the beast ring, instantly came out. The blood bin lifted its forelimbs in a seemingly slow and gentle manner. However, in the next second, the blood bin, without any suspense, pierced into the black mosquito pet's two huge compound eyes and into the depths of its skull. "Wah!" A sorrowful wail came out from the black mosquito pet's mouth. Then, as if it had lost all its bones, the black mosquito pet fell to the ground and stopped breathing, killed in one blow. What was even more strange was that the blood bin's attack seemed to be just a gentle lift of its forelimbs. However, the black mosquito pet, which was at the 7th level of the galaxy state, did not even have a chance to dodge. In an instant, the blood bin's forelimbs pierced through its brain and it died on the spot. What? Rank 1 of the black hole state? That's impossible. It was not until then that Zuolicheng finally clearly captured the aura of the cultivation realm that the blood bin was emitting. He staggered back a few steps in a row. His expression changed in horror. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion was visibly turning pale. The black mosquito pet was killed. The restriction that Zuolicheng left in the beast core in its brain instantly backfired. This was a sign that the black mosquito pet had suffered a serious internal injury. All this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in a matter of seconds. The other people in the courtyard, whether it was Hao Fangfang behind Yixian or the other 7 prospective saints behind Zhuo Liqing, were all in a daze at this moment. Their mouths were wide open and their eyes were fixed on Yixian's face. Their expressions changed rapidly, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At the same time, dozens of figures were rapidly approaching from the surroundings of the courtyard. Although the previous battle was short, whether it was the howl of Zhuo Liqing's black mosquito pet or the black hole realm aura that surged out of Shui Ben's body when he attacked, it was definitely not small. These demon dwellers experts who were rapidly approaching were obviously alarmed by this and swarmed over. In response, Yixian's eyebrows had just furrowed when an extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the direction of the black mosquito city in the distance. It was like an invisible waterfall that streaked across the void, bringing with it a faint rumbling sound as it rapidly approached. Before the person arrived, his aura had completely enveloped the entire courtyard. Yixian only felt his entire body stiffen. From this moment on, he could not even move his fingers. Shui Ben, who was beside him, seemed to have felt a provocation. A bloody light flashed in his eyes and he turned his head to look. Yixian was greatly shocked. If he allowed Shui Ben to meet the eyes of Zhuo Fengtai, the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, and if Shui Ben was provoked into a frenzy and went berserk, today's matter would be completely unsalvageable. At this thought, Yixian immediately activated the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness in his brain, and sent an invisible and gentle spirit power to Shui Ben beside him. He did his best to comfort Shui Ben, and finally, the raging aura in his body gradually calmed down. Rank 1 Black Hole Realm? Who are you? How can you have such a black mosquito beast? It was also at this time that the aura from the black mosquito city in the distance had already descended from the sky. It was a middle-aged demon cultivator with a dignified face. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his facial features were rigid. His eyes were even more imposing. Even though he had deliberately restrained his cultivation aura, there was still an invisible pressure that exuded from him. Yixian only had to look at the other party for a moment before he suddenly felt his mind become sluggish and extremely uncomfortable. The aura of a rank 3 Origin Realm cultivator was indeed extraordinary. This person was the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhuo Liqing's father, Zhuo Fengtai. Great commander, I am Zhang Wuji. I just came from the Black Mountain Star today. I heard that those who participate in the Son of Saint trial need to bring along a black mosquito beast, so I immediately went to the Mosquito Star half a day ago. Forcefully suppressing the displeasure in his heart, Yixian calmly saluted Zhuo Fengtai and continued to reply in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. This black hole realm mosquito beast was the harvest of this half a day. Speaking of which, it was luck. Although this beast's cultivation is strong, and it seems to have developed a simple spiritual intelligence, there were many accidents during the process that caused it to fall into madness like a mad demon. I saw that there was a chance, so I lurked around and finally found an opportunity to shoot out a spirit seal to subdue it. Nonsense. Chapter 2775. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Shocked. Father. This person's origin is unknown. A mere meteor state cultivator dares to claim that he can tame a powerful black mosquito beast of the black hole state. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Moreover, this person instigated his mosquito beast to kill my black mosquito pet beast. We will not let this go. Seeing his father's arrival, the arrogance and malevolence on Zhuo Liqing's face once again appeared. With a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he raised his hand and pointed at Yixian. As he spoke, he turned around and shouted at the dozens of demon cultivator experts that had descended. What are you all still standing there for? Quickly capture him and interrogate him. What a joke! Hearing this, Yixian was so angry that he laughed. He glanced at Zhuo Liqing with disdain and said sarcastically, "You don't have the ability, but you don't have to judge others by your own standards. Do you think that others are so weak? This black mosquito was tamed by me personally. No one can doubt this. As for the matter of your black mosquito pet beast being killed, I was only defending myself. You attacked first for no reason and wanted to kill me. Can't I even resist? You were so arrogant and domineering before, but your skills were inferior. Now that your pet beast is dead, you are the young master of the Black Mosquito planet. Don't you think this is beneath your dignity? These words sounded like sarcasm, but there was no hint of insinuating Zhuofengtai. The latter naturally heard it, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was so angry that he laughed. Ha! What a sharp tongue. Fine, I will give you a chance today to avoid being criticized by others later on. As long as you can prove that this black mosquito beast was tamed by you personally, I will not pursue the matter before. However, since you want to prove it, it must be solid. It is useless to argue. Don't make a mistake on this point. Otherwise, you will be toying with me, and you will not be able to escape the death penalty. Great Commander, you are wrong. Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but his face remained neither servile nor overbearing. He said loudly, "This black hole state mosquito beast was tamed by me personally. This is the truth. How can you argue?" Of course, for a mere meteor realm devil dweller, wanting to subdue such a supreme black realm vicious mosquito is, generally speaking, not very possible. Speaking of this, Yi Xian's words were said. Not only was he not nervous, he even chuckled. However, this is impossible in the eyes of others. But for me, it is really a simple matter. Let's not talk about the fact that this black mosquito demonic beast is only at rank 1 of the black hole realm. Even if it had reached the great perfection of rank 9 of the black hole realm or even beyond that. As long as I find the opportunity, it is. Of course, if this black mosquito demon beast's mind had not fallen into madness, I am afraid I would not have been able to wait for this opportunity. That is why I said that the reason why I was able to successfully tame this mosquito beast was indeed due to a lot of luck. These words were ambiguous and didn't provide any convincing evidence at all. However, Yi Xian spoke with such confidence. This strange scene immediately caused the expressions of the many devil cultivator experts in the courtyard to gradually become strange. Even the way how Fangfang looked at Yi Xian at this moment was completely different from before. There was a sense of confusion, as if she could not see through him. After going around in circles, you don't seem to have taken out strong evidence to prove this matter. Zhang Wuji, don't challenge my patience. Zhuofengtai frowned. His face was already extremely impatient. He waved his hand and scolded. I will give you 1 more minute. If there is no result, you will accept your fate. In that case, this kid can only speak the truth. However, this is a personal matter. I did not want to be too ostentatious and attract too much attention. Speaking of this, Yi Xian sighed and then continued. So, I hope that the chief commander will give an order for everyone present to not spread this news, so as not to cause unnecessary influence to this kid. Zhuofengtai frowned again, and the corner of his mouth slowly crept up. 1 minute is enough. That's right. My cultivation level is indeed too low. Even though I have mastered the spiritual prohibition branding method, under normal circumstances, it is basically impossible for me to tame a black hole realm mosquito beast. However, although my cultivation is weak, the level of my spiritual power is very high. Therefore, the spiritual restriction that I imprinted, even a black hole state black mosquito demon beast would not be able to escape. It would not be able to break free at all. Level of spiritual power? Zhuofengtai froze for a moment. What he had said made sense. Black hole grade mosquito beasts were indeed very strong, but the level of their mind power wasn't the same. If one's mind power source core had undergone 3 transformations and evolved to level 4, then even a black hole grade mosquito beast would have no choice but to submit obediently to a mental restriction created by level 4 mind power. However, in the entire black mosquito tribe, only one person had a level 4 mind source core. That person was the tribe's high priest, Huigulu. The kid in front of him actually wanted to use this to bluff his way out of this. He must have a death wish. As soon as he thought of this, Zhuofengtai's eyes glowed with a murderous glint. Does this mean that your spiritual source core has already evolved to level 4? Is that what you mean? Yi Xian shook his head. No, this kid's spiritual source core is not level 4. How dare you? How dare you make fun of me? I'm going to skin you alive today. Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish speaking, Zhuofengtai suddenly shouted. He stood on the spot without moving, and even placed his hands behind his back. However, within his body, a gigantic claw print that was like a mountain range suddenly shot out. This was clearly an attack skill that used mental energy, and its aura was vigorous. The gigantic mental claw was like a curtain from the sky as it immediately covered Yixian's head with a rumbling sound. When they saw this, the strong demons around them all curled their lips and sneered. Zuolicheng grinned sinisterly, as if he could see Yixian being crushed by the spiritual claw mark in the next moment. He really enjoyed this kind of delightful feeling. In the face of all this, Yixian acted as if he didn't care at all. He still had a faint smile on his face as he calmly said, "My spiritual source core is level 5. At the same time that Yixian blurted out the words 5th level, he directly activated the small source core in his sea of consciousness and spread his spiritual energy out of his body as much as possible. He believed that with Zuofengtai's experience, he should be able to sense the 5th level of spiritual energy in an instant. What? This is level 5 mind source core? Chapter 2776. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The mysterious Huigyul, a level 5 mind power? How is that possible? Who exactly are you? Zuofengtai's expression changed drastically when he sensed the unique aura of the level 5 mind power emanating from Yixian's body. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the inkjet. Even though his cultivation base was at the 3rd level origin grade, Zuofengtai's mind source core had only undergone 2 transformations and was only at the 3rd level. Even the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Huigyul, was only at the 4th level. Actually, among the 10 great demonic tribes, the highest grade of mind source core was a 4th grade one. Basically, only the high priests of the various great tribes had a 4th grade mind source core. Only the Demon Emperor planet had a mind source core that had evolved to the 5th grade. Even on the Demonic Emperor planet, there weren't many people with level 5 mind source cores. Every one of them was a core member of the upper echelon of the entire demonic tribe. Even the Demon King's mind source core was only at the 7th level. Under the circumstances, a mere meteor-grade demon celestial had actually possessed a level 5 mind source core. This was like a bolt from the blue to Zuofengtai. He was dumbstruck by this news. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, Zuofengtai was still unwilling to believe it. A sacred son with a level 5 mind source core would definitely pass the trial and officially become the sacred son of his tribe. There was also an 80% to 90% chance that this fellow had obtained some sort of mind power inheritance the first time he had entered the Demon Saint Forbidden Land. Among the 10 demon tribes, only the Black Nai tribe's holy son, who was the most powerful among the 9 demon tribes' holy sons, had inherited some kind of spiritual power when they first entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. This sacred son was known as the most gifted mind power inheritor among the younger generation of the demonic tribe. Even so, the sacred son of the Black Nai tribe only had a level 3 mind source core. However, this freak's mind source core had actually reached the terrifying level 5 mind source core. With it around, how could his only son, Zuolicheng, have the slightest chance of passing the trial and becoming the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the killing intent in Zuofengtai's heart intensified to the extreme at this moment. He even had the urge to kill this damn guy on the spot before the news spread out and this damn guy in front of him attracted enough attention. The intensity of his killing intent was so intense that even Yixian, who was facing him, could clearly feel it. Yixian's heart skipped a beat. He almost ordered Shueben, who was behind him, to use all of his strength to fight Zuofengtai. It was also at this moment, an extremely distant and empty voice suddenly came to the small courtyard. In an instant it dispelled the endless killing intent in Zuofengtai's heart. "Zhang Wuji, come to the Saint Demon Ancestor Palace, this priest has something to say to you." The person who spoke was obviously the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Huegu Lei. Yixian immediately frowned and looked coldly at Zuofengtai in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he had already put Shueben behind him into the beast ring. Then, he cupped his hands at Zuofengtai, turned around, and ran toward the Saint Demon Ancestor Palace in the distance without saying anything. At this moment, an extremely strong and cold light burst out from Zuofengtai's eyes. He tightly locked onto Yixian's back, full of unwillingness at this moment. Seeing Yixian turn around and leave unharmed, Zuolicheng, who had a blank expression, finally came back to his senses from the great shock. Immediately a worried expression appeared on his face. "Father, are we just going to let him go like this? My pets are already..." "That's enough, we'll talk about it when we get back." Zuofengtai sternly interrupted him. flicked his sleeves and turned around to leave. After a short while, Yi Xian landed on the peak of a mountain only dozens of kilometers away from the small courtyard. He raised his head and looked at the majestic ancestral temple in front of him. Although the expression on his face was calm, in his heart, he was very worried. High Priest Hui Gulei had suddenly summoned him. At this moment, Yi Xian had no idea whether this was a good or bad thing. He was only at the first level of the meteor state, but the spirit source core in his brain had undergone 4 transformations and reached the terrifying 5th level. No matter how he speculated about this, there was a strong sense of strangeness in this matter. Zhuofengtai was caught off guard, and considering his own interests, he didn't think too much about this point. However, as the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Hui Gulei was also very talented in spirit power. Moreover, his own spirit source core had reached the 4th level. Obviously, Hui Gulei knew better than anyone else how difficult it was for a spirit source core to evolve to the 5th level. At least, he himself had not reached that level yet. In that case, how could Yi Xian, a mere meteor state demon dweller ant, do this? It was impossible that Hui Gulei did not suspect anything. Although the Mad Mosquito Emperor had left a protective imprint condensed from a level 8 spirit power in the spirit source core in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness, not to mention Hui Gulei, even the Demon Dweller Emperor would not be able to easily probe his Sea of Consciousness and source core. However, this matter was still too dangerous. What if the Mad Mosquito Emperor decided to kill Yi Xian instead of letting him go? With Xue Ben around, although Yi Xian would not be injured by Hui Gulei, his plan to enter the Demon Emperor planet's Saint Devil Forbidden Grounds to search for the multi-pupil essence crystal would be completely ruined. Yi Xian was not willing to accept such an outcome. Because of this, although he had already arrived at the entrance of the Black Mosquito tribe's Saint Devil Ancestor Palace, he was still somewhat hesitant. He deliberately slowed down his pace, but his mind was spinning rapidly, analyzing every detail and possible unexpected change in order to come up with a countermeasure. At that moment, the voice of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei, suddenly rang out again. It was so close that it sounded like he was whispering into Yi Xian's ear. He seemed to have deliberately lowered his voice, revealing a mysterious aura. "Don't be nervous. I called you here to discuss a deal. I don't care what secrets you have. I can even help you secure your position as the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. In the future, if this priest can leave the Black Mosquito tribe, you can even become the high priest. I only have one request. This time, when you enter the Saint Devil Forbidden Grounds, help me bring something out. You can do it." Yi Xian was stunned, his face full of shock. "Don't hesitate. You don't have a choice. If you don't agree, you will accidentally die on the way to the Demon Emperor planet. Zhuofengtai will not give up so easily. Only I can help you." Chapter 2777. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations setting off for the Devil Emperor planet. I'm only at level 1 of the meteor realm. Do I have the ability to bring out something that even you can't? After pondering for a while, Yi Xian replied in a low voice. He knew that Hui Gulei must be able to hear him. What he said was also true. Although Hui Gulei could only enter the forbidden land of Saint Devil of the Devil Emperor planet once every 100 years, he must have discovered the mysterious object long ago since he was so concerned about it. If he couldn't bring it out, Yi Xian would have no chance at all. Don't worry. You'll definitely be able to bring it out. And you'll definitely meet it. Hui Gulei's mysterious and empty voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears again, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. As for what it is, you don't need to know now. I'll give you a spiritual imprint. When you get close to it or it gets close to you, the spiritual imprint will sense it. At that time, you'll know the arrangements and instructions that I've left in the imprint. Alive! Yi Xian frowned again. The uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger. Don't worry. There won't be any danger. Otherwise, if you die in there and you can't bring it out, I'll have to give myself away. Wouldn't that be a great loss? Now you just need to give me a reply. Will you do it or not? If you agree, I don't need any guarantee from you. Besides the spiritual imprint, I'll give you a life-saving treasure. Although it can only be used once, it's enough to protect you from dying on the way to the Devil Emperor planet. If you don't want to disturb me, you can leave by yourself. Just pretend that I didn't look for you. But in 3 days you'll leave for the Devil Emperor planet. Whether you can stay alive on the way will depend on your luck. Let me give you a word of warning. This priest knows that you must have quite a few secrets, but do not underestimate the abilities of an origin realm expert. This is especially true when that person once held a high position, one of the 10 great commanders of the demonkin race. The means and foundation of an existence like that aren't something an ordinary origin expert can compare to. Hearing these words, Yixian immediately fell into silence. After a long while he nodded. I can agree to this. I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee that I'll help you bring out what you need. This is the spiritual imprint where I was just now. Apart from that, there is also a defensive talisman treasure, which is equivalent to the strongest power exerted by an expert with spiritual talent in the origin realm. It is enough to protect you on your way to the demonic emperor planet. As these words rang out, 2 obscure rays of light shot out from the towering temple of the Saint Devil Ancestor Hall in front of him. Before Yixian could react, they had already entered the space between his eyebrows. Fortunately, the 2 spiritual imprints didn't invade Yixian's sea of knowledge. They merely lingered outside his sea of knowledge, allowing him to immediately relax. In addition, High Priest Huegulei, who was in the temple of the Saint Demon Ancestor Hall, no longer made a sound. Yixian also didn't stay for long. After frowning, he turned around and flew towards the small courtyard. The demonic emperor planet was a long way away. If an ordinary large starry sky battleship galloped at full speed, it would take at least a year to reach it. It was just a demon tribe's holy sun trial. If it took such a long time on the way, it would make people speechless. What's more, in this vast and boundless demon star field, although more than 90% of them were abandoned mineral stars, there were a large number of demonic beast stars on the long interstellar journey from the 10 surrounding tribes to the Demon Emperor planet in the Central Territory. Some of the demonic beast stars were even extremely dangerous. Even if a large starship just passed by them, it was possible to encounter a life and death crisis. It could be said that from the edge of the demon star field to the Demon Emperor planet in the Central Territory, if it was just an ordinary interstellar journey with a large starship, not only would it be time-consuming and laborious, but it would also be full of dangers along the way. Fortunately, the 10 demon tribes each had a star fortress that was sent to the front line of the human territory in the third universe as the base camp of the scouts. There was also a star fortress of the same level left on the main planet of each demon tribe. Generally, it was only used as a means of transportation when there were more people in the tribe who needed to go to the Demon Emperor planet. Even if this star fortress didn't have a natural wormhole, it could still perform space jumps. This way it would greatly reduce the time spent on the way to the Demon Emperor planet. If they didn't care about the cost and performed extreme space jumps as much as possible, it would only take about 7 days to go from the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe to the Demon Emperor planet in the center of the Demon Star Field. This time the Black Mosquito tribe purposely set off 3 days ahead of time. Yixian and the other holy sons of the Black Mosquito tribe were going to set off 10 days before the scheduled start of the tribe's Holy Sun trial. The star fortress left on the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe was called Fierce Mosquito. In terms of appearance, it was exactly the same as Black Mosquito. However, its internal structure was completely different. First of all, the lowest level of the 10,000 nets prison was omitted because this star fortress was reserved for internal use of the tribe. There was no need to set up an entire prison area. In fact, although the interior of Fierce Mosquito used the same perfect space folding technology as Black Mosquito, its internal space was only divided into 2 levels. The lower level was the engine area, the supply area, the power area, and so on. There were nearly 10,000 demon tribe experts operating on this level to ensure the normal operation of Fierce Mosquito. The upper level was a vast living area with a variety of dazzling buildings, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of demon tribe experts. Although the real protagonists of this trip to the Demon Emperor planet were only the 10 holy sons led by Yixian and Zuolicheng, in fact, in order to escort them safely to the Demon Emperor planet, there were nearly 20,000 demon tribe experts in charge of different duties in the star fortress of Fierce Mosquito. After returning from the Saint Demon Ancestor Temple of the Black Mosquito tribe, Yixian went to the small room assigned to him as soon as he returned to the courtyard. He did not step out for 3 whole days. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day, when a huge star fortress suddenly descended from the sky above the small courtyard that Yixian opened his eyes and stepped out of the room. Then, with Hao Fangfang following behind him and nagging him with all kinds of questions, he jumped into the black light curtain channel of fierce mosquito without saying a word and entered the interior. As for the other 8 quasi-holy sons led by Zuolicheng, it was obvious that they had already entered. As soon as Yixian walked out of the black light screen, Zuolicheng and the others, who were far away in the central region of the ferocious mosquito ship, reflexively turned their heads to look at him. At this moment, Yixian's eyes inexplicably froze. He clearly caught a strong sense of schadenfreude from Zuolicheng's eyes. Chapter 2778. Zuofengtai's extravagance. Wuji, you have to be careful. I think there's something wrong with Zuolicheng. After stepping out of the black light membrane passage, Yixian swept a glance at Zuolicheng and the others in the distance and sneered inwardly. He then turned around and walked towards the other side of the ferocious mosquito's upper layer. On this floor, apart from the central hall, there were many villas and cave mansions all around. It was easy to tell whether or not there was anyone living here. Yixian casually glanced around and saw that most of the mansions were empty. Thus, he casually picked one and stepped into the small courtyard of the villa. Hao Fangfang, who had been chattering nonstop behind him, seemed to want to follow in as well. However, Yixian stood still at the entrance of the small courtyard. He turned his head and glanced at Hao Fangfang. He said casually, "Young Master Hao, I'll be in seclusion for the next few days. I'm afraid I won't have time to chat with you, so..." Even a fool would be able to tell that Hao Fangfang didn't understand, but she deliberately played dumb. She actually grinned at Yixian and said happily, "That's great. Let's stay in the same room. You can go ahead with your closed-door training, and I'll help you keep watch in case that Zuolicheng sneaks up on you. Also, I've already called you fearless. Why are you still calling me young Master Hao? You have to change the way you address me. Just call me Fangfang from now on." In other words, this guy was planning to shamelessly stick to Yixian. In fact, that was exactly what Hao Fangfang did. As she spoke, she grinned and walked sideways past Yixian into the courtyard. She walked straight to the villa in the courtyard as if no one was there. Yixian frowned. He wanted to turn around and find another place to stay, but on second thought, although Hao Fangfang was a little annoying, she had a pretty good attitude when it came to Zuolicheng. She had always stood up for Yixian. Under such circumstances, with Yixian's character, he really couldn't bear to be too harsh. Moreover, among the 10 candidates who went to the Demon Emperor Star for the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial, the other 8 had obviously formed an alliance. Although Yixian wasn't afraid of them, after entering the Demon Forbidden Land for the trial, it was necessary to have someone to look after him. Demon Emperor Star Translation. After all, Yixian's editor, Xian Yixian. He was the Demon Emperor, the Demon Emperor. Thinking of this, Yixian still walked into the small courtyard in the end. At the same time, he casually sent a spiritual imprint into the courtyard door, causing it to close automatically. In the next 7 days, without Yixian's permission, the other devil cultivator experts wouldn't be able to enter without permission, unless they forcefully broke through the door. If that was the case, the commotion would be equivalent to a warning. At the same time, on the other side of the central plaza that was separated from Yixian's side, Zuolicheng and the others quickly dispersed after Yixian chose a place to stay and entered. Each of them went to choose a villa that would sunset in the future. Of course, the villas chosen by these 8 fellows were all located in the same corner area. Not long after Zuolicheng entered the villa he had chosen, a middle-aged devil cultivator ranker rushed over and paid him a visit. This man was called Zuohanggu. He was the younger brother of Zuofengtai, the commander of the Black Mosquito tribe. He was also Zuolicheng's uncle. This time, the fierce mosquito bastion was under Zuohongwu's control. In addition to sending the 10 candidates to the Demon Emperor Star, he also had some other business to take care of on the Demon Emperor Star. "Second uncle, is everything ready?" After closing the courtyard door and entering the villa, Zuolicheng asked impatiently before Zuohangwu could sit down. "What did my father do? Are you sure we can kill that kid? His mosquito pet is in the Black Hole Realm. Although you are also in the level 6 Black Hole Realm, that kid's spiritual source core has reached level 5. He must have mastered some skills to use spiritual power. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to deal with the 2 of them together." Look at how impatient you are. Don't you trust your father and I to do this? Zhuangwu's words sounded like he was reprimanding, but the expression on his face was clearly doting. As he spoke, he sat down on the animal skin sofa in the living room and continued, this time in order to get rid of this brat to avoid future worries, and at the same time to shut up High Priest Grayskull's mouth. At least on the surface we have to do it flawlessly. We can't let anyone see any big problems. Your father has really put in a lot of effort. Speaking of this, Zhuangwu paused for a moment, sighed faintly, and then said with emotion, speaking of which, that kid is really powerful. Even if he dies, he has to let us have a fierce mosquito and thousands of demon cultivators to accompany him. This kind of treatment, he is willing to die. What? Thousands of human demons with him? And we have to share the fierce mosquito bastion? Zuolicheng was shocked and his expression changed. Second uncle, isn't this a little too extravagant? Does that kid deserve it? Besides, without the fierce mosquito bastion, how are we going to get to the demonic emperor planet? Don't worry. I've prepared a large warship for transport. It's also a warship with perfect space-folding technology, but it's not a bastion. From the outside, it looks about the same as a star-level warship with a length of 3,000 meters, but its interior space is very large. Even if more than half of the nearly 20,000 demons in the fierce mosquito bastion survive, this warship will be able to accommodate them. However, the original 7-day journey will have to be extended a little, but at most 2 or 3 days. Second uncle guarantees you will reach the demonic emperor planet within 10 days. As for the details, you don't have to ask. When the time comes, I'll let you know in advance. But these 2 days are not urgent. You wait patiently. After 3 days, it's almost time to act. After 3 days. Zuolicheng was startled and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Then he thought of something and his expression changed again. Second uncle, you don't want to provoke those void swallowers, do you? Heavens, that's too dangerous. If we don't handle it well, we'll all fall into that black hole star field. If not, how can we make that kid's death an accident that no one can hold accountable? A fierce light flashed in Zhuangwu's eyes. He got up and patted Zuolicheng on the shoulder as he spoke, then turned and walked out of the villa. At the same time in Yixian's temporary residence villa. After entering the villa, Yixian and Hao Fangfang immediately confirmed their respective rooms. It just so happened that they were right next door. Yixian originally planned to directly enter the house to cultivate, but Hao Fangfang insisted on pulling him to sit down in the living room on the first floor of the villa. She continued to chatter, as if she had just received a shot of chicken blood. She was excited and kept asking about Shui Ben. Chapter 2779. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. An unexpected disaster. Void-swallowing beast? What's that? Upon hearing that there was a demonic beast even more powerful than the black mosquito beast in the demonic star area, Yixian couldn't help but become interested. He immediately asked, is it a void-swallowing beast? No, it's far from it. Hao Fangfang immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. With a slightly proud expression, she explained in detail, void-swallowing beasts are rare. It is said that an adult void-swallowing beast is so large that it can directly devour ordinary small meteors. Moreover, they are born to feed on the star core origin at the core of a star, so they are extremely sensitive to the aura of the star core origin. However, the void-swallowing beast is an excellent pet beast to search for the star core origin. But in terms of devouring ability, compared to the void-swallowing beast, the void-swallowing beast is miles ahead. Void-swallowing beast, as its name suggests, is a ferocious space beast that can devour space. This ferocious space beast is rare even in the vast and boundless first universe. This is because once they gather in a certain number, their danger is simply sensational. Therefore, if the Tianji clan's fleet encounters a lone void-swallowing beast, they basically do their best to kill it on the spot. As I said earlier, this ferocious space beast's bloodline seems to contain a very mysterious innate ability, so they can even devour the void of the universe. Once a large number of void-swallowing beasts gather together, they are just like a group of super termites. However, termites usually devour buildings and forests, while void-swallowing beasts devour the void of the universe. Groups of void-swallowing beasts are rare, but our demonic star area happens to have a group of them. Oh, by the way, on our way to the demonic Emperor planet, we will have to pass by the void-swallowing black hole star area. Thinking about it, it's quite dangerous. Yixian frowned and asked in confusion. Void-swallowing black hole star area? What's that? It's a black hole. It said that it didn't exist tens of thousands of years ago. That place was a very normal part of the universe. Later on, some space-devouring beasts gathered there. They weren't discovered for a while, so as they multiplied, the entire race grew bigger and bigger. After tens of thousands of years, that entire star field was devoured by them, turning into a huge black hole. Furthermore, this black hole is still expanding. It's just that its territory is already very vast, so the expansion speed doesn't seem to be very fast. Black hole? A black hole that was eaten by a kind of space beast? This result was too unexpected. Yixian was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. He had never thought that the infamous black hole in the universe could actually appear in such a bizarre way. It was forcefully eaten. That's right. That's why that star field is called the void-swallowing black hole star area. The entire star field is about a few light years in diameter. There's nothing inside, only space-devouring beasts. Although they won't rush out of the black hole, if you pass by nearby, you can faintly hear some beasts roaring and roaring. This void-swallowing black hole is also the most famous dangerous place in the entire demonic star area. You can't even see a single star on its edge. They've all been sucked in by the mysterious suction of the black hole and turned into nothingness. After chatting for a while, Yixian found an excuse and finally got rid of Hao Fangfang, who kept pestering him. He got up and went into his room. As soon as the door was closed, he was suddenly at peace. Although Yixian said that he was going into seclusion, in fact, what he wanted to do was to study the 2 spiritual marks left by the high priest Grizarella in his body. After sitting down cross-legged on the sofa, Yixian closed his eyes and looked inside himself. Soon, he saw the 2 spiritual marks in the periphery of his knowledge sea. On the surface, there didn't seem to be anything special about them. The 2 marks were only the size of a thumb and were quietly floating there. But Yixian could clearly feel an extremely unsettling oppressive aura faintly emitting from the inside of the 2 marks. After all, they were carefully prepared by a supreme existence of the origin realm. Although they were small and unremarkable, the energy contained inside was obviously very terrifying. Grizarella didn't give any method to activate these 2 marks. He only said that one of them was gray and that once they reached the demonic Saint Forbidden Land, once the conditions were met, it would naturally react. As for the other black mark, he said that if Yixian encountered a life or death crisis, he should just throw it out. When that time came, this spiritual mark would automatically activate and instantly display a terrifying power equivalent to Grizarella's full strength attack, helping him to survive the crisis. After looking at it for a while, Yixian tried to throw the 2 spiritual marks to the devouring system for identification. Unfortunately, the result was the same. Even the devouring system couldn't directly identify them, but it told Yixian that he could analyze them. Although he was a little tempted, Yixian hesitated for a while and eventually gave up on the idea. He didn't dare to casually let the devouring system analyze an object of unknown origin. It would be troublesome if it fell for it. After putting this matter aside, Yixian immediately took out a large amount of star core sources from his undying world and threw them all to the devouring system. He also gave the system a command to cooperate with the star-devouring beast's bloodline ability to absorb the star core sources in these star core crystals. Although he had just made a breakthrough not long ago, and it was a breakthrough that crossed an entire realm. However, after entering the second realm, the meteor realm, every small realm was obviously more difficult than before. The situation where he could casually devour a pile of star core sources to advance in realm would not happen again. Therefore, as long as he had time, Yixian would throw out some star core sources to absorb the star core sources. He would persevere and accumulate the star core sources in order to ensure the speed of his realm advancement. Time flew and 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Yixian had been in seclusion in his room, absorbing the star core sources. This time he threw 3 cubic meters of star core sources to the devouring system, all of which were level 4 green star cores. If it was in the past, it would have been enough for him to advance in realm twice. However, this time 3 cubic meters of level 4 green star core sources were completely absorbed in a short 3 days. Yixian didn't feel like he was about to break through at all. When he opened his eyes, Yixian smiled wryly and sighed. He got up, opened the door and stepped out. It was also at this moment that a shocking change suddenly occurred without warning. Rumble. Boom. Everything around him shook violently, as though it had been hit by a powerful earthquake. The entire ferocious mosquito bastion was on the verge of collapse, and it looked like it would fall apart at any moment. Before Yixian could react to what was happening, a shrill warning came from the bastion's central control center on the top floor of ferocious mosquito bastion. Warning. Chapter 2780. The mosquito disintegrates. Screech. Screech. In the boundless void of the universe, a series of shrill and violent screams, which were as dense as a storm, were coming out from a huge black hole that was incomparably dark. This giant black hole was the infamous Devourer black hole of the Demonkin galaxy. As for the shrill screeches coming from it, it was obvious that they were coming from the Devourer beasts residing in the black hole. Not long ago, this giant black hole was incomparably quiet. Although one or two shrill screeches could be heard from it from time to time, it was completely different from the current terrifying scene. About 10 minutes ago, the Devourer beasts in the black hole were suddenly awakened by an extremely annoying frequency noise. At first they were able to restrain themselves, but in the next 10 minutes, as a giant bastion approached from the edge of the black hole, the frequency noise that the Devourer beasts were so disgusted with did not disappear. In fact, it became clearer and stronger. At this moment, when the bastion was about 100 miles from the edge of the black hole, the Devourer beasts in the black hole could not bear it any longer. Amidst the earth-shattering roars, a black nebula formed by countless Devourer beasts rushed out of the black hole like a shooting star. They angrily wrapped around the bastion that was passing by and began to madly devour it. It was a shocking sight. The surface of the bastion was 10,000 meters in diameter and was covered in a dense swarm of void beasts. It was like an elephant falling into a giant ant's nest. In a matter of seconds, it was covered in ants all over the bastion. In less than a minute, a series of explosions of varying degrees began to ring out from the interior of the bastion. The interior of the bastion was constructed using the perfect space-folding technology that the Tianji clan had developed in the last few thousand years. The bastion's sturdy outer shell was the protective layer of its interior. Once the outer shell was damaged, the folded space inside would rapidly collapse and the bastion would disintegrate into nothingness. The Devourer beasts were able to devour even the void of the universe, so a small bastion was not a problem for them. At this moment, as more and more holes were gnawed away at the bastion's outer shell, the bastion began to shake violently. The explosions inside became more and more intense and frequent. This was clearly a sign that the folded space inside was unstable, and the bastion was about to disintegrate at any time. Boom! Another minute passed, and then the sound of an earth-shattering explosion filled the atmosphere. Visible to the naked eye, the bastion's outer shell was riddled with holes. Finally, the bastion broke apart and disintegrated. The massive shockwave wreaked havoc across a vast expanse of the universe. The countless Devourer beasts that had been gnawing at the bastion were reduced to dust. A large amount of materials and debris poured out from the bastion's interior. Among these were a large number of Demonkin warriors. Some were still alive, but they were terrified. As soon as they appeared, they turned tail and fled, wanting to leave this terrifying area as soon as possible. But even more were the corpses of Demonkin. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. Bzzz, a high-frequency hum, similar to the sound of a space oscillator, echoed through the sea of debris and debris. The hum came from a star-class battleship about 3,000 meters long. This battleship had appeared from the interior of the bastion when it collapsed. Now that the hum came from it, it was clear that it had activated its space warp function. Whoosh! An intense white light suddenly burst out, and in less than half an instant, it quickly condensed, and when it finally disappeared, the large star-level battleship that was originally wrapped in this white light also disappeared without a trace. It had already performed a space jump, and quietly disappeared in an instant. Rumble! Almost at the same time, the hull of the Dongshu shuttle suddenly shook violently. Caught off guard, Yixian's heart was in his throat in an instant. Just before this, when the bastion was shaking violently and about to disintegrate, Yixian and the panicked Hao Fangfang rushed to the central plaza of the bastion's top floor. There was a 3,000-meter-long Star-class battleship there. There was a faint buzzing sound coming from inside the battleship. It was clear that it had activated its space jump function. As soon as the bastion collapsed, it would be able to activate the space jump and quickly escape. Because of this, almost all of the demonkin elites on the top floor of the bastion rushed to the battleship. Just as Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang approached, the energy shield of the battleship coincidentally and quietly propped up, blocking Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang outside the battleship. There was no way for them to enter. Along with them, there were also thousands of Devil Dweller experts. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly understood everything. It was clear that this seemingly unexpected commotion was the scheme of Zhuo Fengtai and Zhuo Liqing, and they had succeeded. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate to summon the Dongshu shuttle in his body. Unfortunately, as soon as he entered the inner cabin and was about to call out to Hao Fangfang, the entire bastion exploded with a boom and disintegrated. In the next instant, Zhuo Liqing's battleship activated the space jump and disappeared. Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle was concealed by the concealment matrix, but there were too many fragments of the bastion and wreckage around. There was also an innumerable number of void devourers. Although the Dongshu shuttle had concealed itself, it did not mean that it had truly disappeared. The violent tremors that came from the hull were caused by the frenzied attacks of the void devourers. Bastard! Son of a bitch! Help! Just as Yi Xian was feeling apprehensive and unsure if the void hull shuttle would be able to withstand the frenzied encroachment of the void-devouring beasts, an angry roar and cry for help suddenly sounded from a space not far away from the battleship. Hao Fangfang! At the moment of the destruction of the bastion, at least 90% of the demonkin elites who did not have time to enter the battleship died. Who would have thought that he was one of the lucky few survivors? This guy's luck was really extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian unconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. The scene he saw made his mouth open in surprise, and the expression on his face quickly became strange. Well, I take back what I just said. This guy's luck is not extraordinary, it's clearly bad luck. Chapter 2781. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Interstellar Adventurer. Seeing that Hao Fangfang was about to be brought into the black hole, Yi Xian hesitated. It was hard to decide whether to save her or not. Just as he was in a dilemma, a notification from the devouring system sounded in his mind. Ding! Life-grade black hole discovered. Do you wish to explore it? Hint. If the exploration is successful, there is a chance to upgrade the Interstellar Traveler title. Interstellar Traveler. This title comes with a halo effect that can stabilize the universe to a certain extent, reducing the chances of encountering space rifts. Upgradable. Next level. Interstellar Adventurer. Interstellar Adventurer. This title comes with a halo effect. In addition to the original Interstellar Traveler title, there is an additional function of imprinting wormhole coordinates. The coordinates can be imprinted on any space in the universe, including black holes. Once the imprinting is successful, as long as the interstellar jump function of the next level title is activated within the same universe, you will be able to disregard the distance of the universe and arrive there instantly. Life-grade black hole? Interstellar Adventurer? As Yi Xian mulled over these words, he was immediately tempted. He already knew that the Interstellar Traveler title could be upgraded, but he had no idea how to upgrade it. He did not expect to coincidentally encounter this black hole at this moment, and coincidentally complete the activation conditions. There was no doubt about the choice. Yi Xian could not miss such an opportunity. Once he successfully completed the exploration of this so-called life-grade black hole, then when his Interstellar Traveler title was upgraded to Interstellar Adventurer, Yi Xian would have the ability to imprint wormhole coordinates in any space in the universe, including black holes. The only pity was that even if Yi Xian successfully upgraded to Interstellar Adventurer this time, he would still only be able to imprint wormhole coordinates. As for using it, he would have to wait until he upgraded the Interstellar Traveler title that came with the system in the future. Only then would he be able to use the interstellar jump function obtained from the next upgrade, and instantly arrive at the location of the imprinted coordinates from any space in the same universe, regardless of the distance. As for the current Yi Xian, he didn't even know what the next title after the Interstellar Adventurer was. I don't care anymore. I can't miss out on this kind of system ability. Within the same universe, I can teleport instantly regardless of distance. This is simply a super backdoor. It's cheating. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He gritted his teeth and immediately activated the Dongshu shuttle. It turned into an invisible streamer and rushed toward the black hole in front of him. At the same time, he also confirmed the exploration with the system. Soon, the devouring system's notification sounded again. Ding! Black hole exploration mission activated. Time limit: 3 days. Requirement: find the void essence in the black hole of vitality before the deadline. It was only 3 days. Yi Xian's heart sank when he heard the notification. The system only gave him 3 days to explore such a vast black hole. Wasn't this too difficult? He didn't even know what the so-called void mother marrow was. What was its form? He also had no idea why the system called this void-swallowing star hole a black hole. When he thought of this, he immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. But now was obviously not the time to think about it. With the Dongshu shuttle's extreme speed, the swarm of void-swallowing beasts carrying Hao Fangfang was already in front of him. If Yi Xian did not make a move, she would be forcibly dragged into the black hole by countless void-swallowing beasts in another 5 kilometers. Although Yi Xian would eventually enter the black hole, being inside a battleship and directly entering with his physical body were 2 completely different concepts. A black hole of vitality was still a black hole. If he fell into it with his physical body, even if he did not die, he would probably lose a layer of skin. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately turned to look at Ba Chai beside him. Do you have the confidence to save that guy before he is dragged into the black hole? Although Li Mosquito had returned to the Black Mosquito ship, Ba Chai and Naboshan had been left behind in the Dongshu shuttle. As for why he did not look for Naboshan, the reason was very simple. He was only at rank 4 of the black hole realm, while Ba Chai was at peak rank 9. No problem. Ba Chai nodded, and without any nonsense, his figure flickered and directly escaped from the Dongshu shuttle. When he reappeared, he happened to be right above the insect cloud formed by the ladybug-like void-swallowing beasts. With a casual grab, he caught the panicking Hao Fangfang in his hand. At the same time, in the insect cloud below, a few black void-swallowing beasts jumped up instantly and bit at Ba Chai's legs, hanging firmly on his body. Although the latter was in pain, he did not dare to stay and directly teleported. In an instant, he was outside the Dongshu shuttle and was immediately welcomed in by Yi Xian. Ah! Let go of me, help! The next moment, Hao Fangfang's exaggerated and crazy roar sounded in the inner cabin of the Dongshu shuttle. This guy was obviously frightened and had not recovered in a hurry. Yi Xian frowned and immediately rolled his eyes. He snappily said, "All right, he still has 3 void-swallowing beasts hanging on his body, yet he didn't even howl. You didn't even lose a single hair on your body. What are you howling for?" "Ah, Wuji. I'm still alive? F***ck. Luin is actually still alive. Eh? Where is this? Who are these 2 fellas? What's up with this guy? What's with 3 void-swallowing beasts hanging on him?" Hearing Yi Xian's voice, the crazily howling Hao Fangfang finally came back to his senses. He turned to look at his surroundings and his face relaxed. Very quickly, Yi Xian was very familiar with the look of surprise, and he started to ask questions on the spot. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to him. His gaze immediately shifted to the 3 void-swallowing beasts that were still hanging on Barakai's thighs. At the same time, the devouring system's notification sounded again. In such a short period of time, it was really frequent, and the content was always out of Yi Xian's expectations. Ding! Congratulations, host. Discovered Void Soldier Ladle, will you capture it? This time was no exception. Yi Xian was stunned. Void Soldier Ladle? Was it referring to the 3 fellas hanging on Ba Chai's body? They were clearly void-swallowing beasts, so how did they become void soldier ladles? With this question in mind, Yi Xian directly activated his spiritual power, turning it into an invisible spiritual net, and wrapped it around the 3 void-swallowing beasts. Very quickly, the 3 void-swallowing beasts were wrapped in the spiritual net, and left Ba Chai's body. After tearing off a small piece of flesh, Yi Xian dragged them closer. Upon closer inspection, the Void Soldier Ladle, which the devouring system called the Void Soldier Ladle, looked exactly the same as a ladybug. The only difference was that it was slightly larger. It had a radius of about a foot and was completely black. Chapter 2782. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Tracing the vine to get the melon. After some research, Yixian could not figure out anything, so he immediately sent a reply to the system. Since he could not see the names, he might as well let the devouring system absorb them into his body and appraise them. Soon, the 3 void soldier ladles that were wrapped in his spiritual power net disappeared without a trace. In the next instant, a notification sounded in Yixian's mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have captured 3 void soldier ladles. Grade: 2 1-star soldier ladles, 1 2-star soldier ladle. Only then did Yixian realize that the 3 void soldier ladles that he had absorbed into his body and handed over to the devouring system for appraisal did indeed have different markings on their backs. They were extremely complicated, and at a glance they looked like ferocious ghost faces. However, they were extremely dim. It was precisely because of this that Yixian had overlooked them before. Although the system's appraisal results were not very detailed, and apart from giving out the grades of the 3 void soldier ladles, there was nothing else. However, Yixian did not give up and began to search the database attached to the devouring system. He directly used the void soldier ladles as the keywords to search. Generally speaking, as long as the devouring system had come into contact with an item or life form, even if the database attached to the system did not contain any information, it would immediately fill in the database after coming into contact with it for the first time. It was obviously the same this time. Yixian had his wish fulfilled and found the information that the system had just filled in the database. Because of this, he finally had a general understanding of the so-called void soldier ladles. Void soldier ladles. Based on the number of markings on their backs, they are divided into 9 grades, from the lowest grade 1 soldier ladle to the highest grade 9-star ladle. This item is between a life form and a non-life form, and is an appendage of the void mother marrow. It can devour the void of the universe and absorb it into its body, nourishing the void mother marrow as the mother, causing it to grow stronger and evolve. After seeing this information, Yixian suddenly came to a realization. So these void soldier ladles were actually just subsidiary products of the void mother marrow. Although Yixian didn't find any information related to the shape or use of the void mother marrow, he was certain of one thing. That was, since these void weapons all belonged to the so-called void mother marrow, and even the unknown energy that they obtained from devouring the void of the universe was all fed back to the void mother marrow one by one. In that case, Yixian only needed to follow the vines to find the void mother marrow that they were attached to through these void weapons. It seemed that the 3-day time limit given by the system was more than enough. Thinking of this, Yixian was immediately invigorated, and without further delay, he directly activated the void hole shuttle. Like a meteor streaking across the void, it quickly plunged into the void-devouring black hole in front of him. In the next moment, boundless darkness rushed toward them. The environment where they could still see some faint stars in the distance had completely changed. There was not even a faint light source in all directions. As expected of a black hole, a mysterious place that could even devour light. In addition, this dark and boundless void-devouring black hole was obviously packed with a large number of void soldier ladles. As soon as the void hole shuttle rushed in, a series of dense crashing sounds rang out from outside the hull of the shuttle. Fortunately, this shuttle was not ordinary. It had previously fused with a wormhole shuttle, and this shuttle could even resist the void-crushing force produced by the wormhole jump. This characteristic had been perfectly integrated into the body of the void hole shuttle. Therefore, according to Yixian's estimation, this shuttle should be able to withstand the nibbling force of these void soldier ladles. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to immediately turn back and escape from this dark land of destruction as soon as possible. After a careful observation, the final result confirmed Yixian's guess, and immediately let his suspended heart return to his chest. Under the sudden reduction of pressure, Yixian activated the void hole shuttle with all his strength, moving forward. At the same time, he also extended his divine sense outside the cabin, paying close attention to the general movements of the vast number of void soldier ladles outside. After about half an hour of deduction and analysis, Yixian acutely sensed some faint signs, like the undercurrents in the depths of the ocean. If he did not focus and observe carefully, he would not be able to sense them at all. Although all the Void Soldier ladles seemed to be in chaos, overall they were moving in the same general direction. Yixian adjusted the direction of the Void Hole shuttle and went straight ahead. Wuji, are you looking for something? This is a Void Hole, there's nothing but Void Beasts here. Also, where did those 3 Void Beasts go? Previously, they were still wrapped in your spiritual power. How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? Also, what's the grade of this small private warship of yours? Not only can it resist the corrosive force of the Void Hole, it's not even afraid of the sharp teeth of the void-devouring beasts, and it even charged into their nest. You're awesome, brother. I find that I can't see through you anymore. You're like a distant and mysterious unknown nebula. You're full of inexplicable attraction. What if I fall too deep into it? At this moment, Hao Fangfang, who had recovered from the shock, seemed to have completely recovered. Seeing that Yixian was still busy alone, as if he had forgotten about her existence, the other 2 guys with powerful and terrifying auras turned around and directly entered the other cabins. In order to show her presence, she twisted her waist and directly rubbed against Yixian, and began to chatter endlessly as if it was her nature. Scram. If you say one more disgusting word, I'll immediately throw you out to feed the soldiers. Yixian frowned, goosebumps rising all over his body. He coldly glanced at Hao Fangmong and shouted in a low voice. Just as he finished speaking, Hao Fangfang, who was beside him, had already raised her hand to cover his thick lips and wide mouth. Her face was filled with astonishment, and her expression was exaggerated as she exclaimed in a coquettish tone. Wow, my God, what a big beast egg! Could it be that the ancestor of these void-swallowing beasts is inside? Her line of sight had clearly passed through the huge transparent crystal window at the bow of the Dongshu shuttle, and was cast to an extremely distant place in front of her. Yixian was startled, and subconsciously turned his head to look. Then, without any suspense, he too opened his mouth wide. In his line of sight, a shiny black object that was a size larger than the Black Mosquito Bastion appeared in the endless darkness at the end of his line of sight. Although its size was like a small meteor, its shape was clearly a standard oval. At a glance, it really did look like a strange giant black egg. In the next instant, the notification of the devouring system rang in Yixian's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Void Source Marrow discovered. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Exploration of the Black Hole of Life completed. Title upgraded. Current title: Starry Sky Adventurer. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Starry Sky Adventurer's ability activated. Will you immediately brand the Starry Sky coordinates? Will you immediately collect the Void Source Marrow? Will you immediately capture the Starry Sky soldiers? Will you immediately? Chapter 2783. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation fusion with the Void Essence this time. There were a lot of system notifications that suddenly appeared in Yixian's mind. What was even more frightening was that the last sentence was followed by a series of questions, catching him off guard and causing him to be a little dazed. After a few moments, Yixian came to his senses. He wasn't in a hurry to respond since his mind was still in a mess and he hadn't sorted out his thoughts yet. After calming himself down, Yixian recalled the system prompts he'd heard one by one. After carefully analyzing them, his thoughts quickly became clear and clear. The first thing he could confirm was that the oval-shaped egg that was so black it shone in the depths of the black hole. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the void essence the system had mentioned. It was precisely because of its appearance that Yixian's mission to explore this black hole was unexpectedly completed in a short period of time. Right now, his system's subsidiary title had already been promoted from the previous Starry Sky Traveler to the current Starry Sky Adventurer. In other words, Yixian now had the ability to imprint the coordinates of the stars. However, he would have to check the unsealed information in the system to determine the specifics of how to do so. As for now, Yixian was most concerned about 2 problems. First, how was he supposed to collect this enormous black egg that was at least 10,000 meters in diameter and twice as fat as the Black Mosquito Bastion? What was the void essence the system was talking about? What was the use of it after it was collected? Secondly, apart from the Void Mother Marrow, what was the system's last question about whether or not to capture the Void Soldier ladle? Not only were these strange insects sharp-tongued, they could even eat through the void. Aside from their frightening destructive power, Yixian couldn't see any other advantage. If he really did capture them, just how to deal with them would be a headache. Yixian didn't even dare to move them into his undying world. They were clearly a nest of termites. Thinking of this, Yixian shook his head and bitterly smiled. Then, he gave the order to the devouring system in his body a conditional search. This time he limited the search to 2 keywords, the Void Mother Marrow and the Void Soldier Ladle. Yixian had already tried the same search command before he entered the black hole of life. However, he didn't obtain any information about the Void Mother at that time. Even the information about the Void Soldier Ladle wasn't detailed. And now, with the discovery of the Void Mother Marrow, the devouring system's internal database should have been filled with all sorts of relevant information at the first possible moment according to convention. The search results quickly came out. As Yixian expected, compared to the last time, the amount of information was much greater. Not only was the information related to the Void Mother Marrow no longer a blank, even the information related to the Void Soldier Ladle was more detailed. Yixian's heart relaxed slightly as he carefully reviewed it. He quickly understood everything. To put it simply, the so-called Void Marrow was actually a kind of energy crystal with an infinite density. It was formed from an infinite amount of the void of the universe after a high degree of compression. There was solid evidence for this. The vast black hole that Yixian was in was the result of the void space being eaten by countless void soldiers. The void essence in front of him was actually formed from the void space that had been eaten away. In other words, this entire vast space was equivalent to being compressed to the extreme and transformed into this black crystal in front of him. This was its essence. As for its use, it was the exact opposite. Through a certain special method, the void origin marrow could be transformed from its current extremely condensed state to an extremely expanded state. And the final result of this extreme expansion would be the birth of a new universe plane. Of course, its expansion effect could also be used as a supplementary power. For example, after Yixian's undying world obtained this void origin marrow and perfectly fused with it, one day in the future, when the void origin marrow shrank to its limit, it would expand to another extreme. At that time, Yixian's undying world would immediately leap into a new universe plane. All of this sounded very mysterious, but Yixian quickly understood after thinking about it for a while. This was clearly the Big Bang Theory. According to the Big Bang Theory, the entire universe was actually just a very, very small dot countless of years ago. Later on, this tiny underwent a violent explosion and began to expand rapidly, slowly giving birth to time, space, mass, and energy. From then on, small particles of matter gathered into a large mass of matter, slowly forming stars, galaxies, and even the current universe. However, as the universe grew larger and larger, the speed of its expansion would also become slower and slower. In the end, it would completely stop and decay. The extreme expansion of the Big Bang had come to an end. Following that, it would slowly shrink inwards, and finally the entire universe would turn back into that tiny dot from before. Waiting for the next Big Bang. Repeating over and over again. An indestructible cycle. Of course, this void essence in front of them wasn't the product of the natural condensation of an entire universe plane. It was merely the condensation of the void of a small galaxy in the universe. Therefore, even if its body shrank to a tiny dot in the future and expanded explosively again, it definitely wouldn't be able to evolve into a complete universe plane. But at the very least, it would allow Yixian's undying world to grow to the size of an entire galaxy. That was enough. At the very least, before this, Yixian had never heard of anyone who could completely own an entire galaxy as if they had a personal magic treasure. From this point of view, the void essence in front of them could be considered a peerless treasure. Thinking of this, Yixian immediately became excited. Even his breathing became hurried. Afraid that something might happen if he delayed, he didn't hesitate in the slightest to give the devouring system the order to forcefully grab it. A treasure of this grade and its size was so huge, and with Yixian's current cultivation realm, he was completely unable to move it. Only by using the devouring system to forcefully grab it would he have a chance of succeeding. Ding! Congratulations, host. Capture successful. Void source essence obtained. Do you want to immediately fuse it with your undying world? It succeeded just like that? Yixian was pleasantly surprised, and he immediately gave an affirmative reply. Fuse now. Start at full speed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Start of fusion. Progress unknown. This time, as the fusion officially started, the system notification didn't give a detailed progress. This was within Yixian's expectations. For such a great treasure to fuse with the entire undying world, it would be strange if the progress was fast. This matter could only be put aside for now.